and Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Jeremy with 3 hits also hit the ball hard last time and fly it out to deep center. And this one will end the game. Trevor's story. And that's the end of tonight's story. 14-1, all Red Sox. Astros get a run home in the bottom of the ninth.
And for us today, man, it's tough putting Brevin on IR. We know he went down with a devastating injury. It's really rough for a guy who just bounced back from a major injury. So it's tough on Brevin right now, tough on our entire team. But, that happens. That's the game that we play. It happens. Injuries happen. We have to continue to press forward while also being here to support Brev in any way that he needs us.
Hi, there you go. That was, I guess overall, as we bump in with those 2 bits of audio to the show, sorry, everybody who got up at 6:01. Usually I like to reward the people who were up with us really early like this. If you're an early riser, it's a different lifestyle. You got to get up at 4 in the morning to be at work at 6 or whatever, And normally I would love to be giving out candy and cookies and good news. But I'm bumping in with the final call on a 14-1 massacre. And then D'Amico Lyons sharing the confirmation, Seth, that Brevin Jordan is going to be out for the year. It's like I just gave everybody a bowl of gruel for breakfast. I'm really sorry, everybody. That should have been kolaches and candy and cookies and sunshine and rainbows, and it was not. How are you this morning, my friend?
It's gruel. I guess it's a gruel. Like, we're not as rich a family as we once were when it comes to sports. Yeah. It's been a little while since the Astros have won a World Series. Yeah, feels like forever. I don't know how we've come this far.
2 full seasons. It's the excruciating.
Sometimes if you're accustomed to eating nothing but gruel, it's fine if you get more gruel. Mm-hmm. But we're an upper middle class sports city right now. Yeah. We've got playoff teams in all 3 of the major sports, yep. And this feels like a little bit of gruel after we've grown accustomed to, at the very least, an Egg McMuffin for breakfast.
right. No, it can all change in one day. We get one good walk through today with the Texans, and we get a win tonight at Dyken Park. It can all change. But yesterday not great. Not great.
I think the big thing, obviously, with the Astros, man, things are going to happen. Arrighetti, as he said, he felt like he took a step forward and a step back. In some respects, the box score was better. He allows 2 runs in 5 innings. Didn't have the bad luck that he had last time. But he walks a bunch of guys and just, but at the very least, okay, he's still back on the upswing. Then the bullpen goes and allows 10 runs in the next 3 innings. Yeah. Chaz McCormick ends up closing the game out for you. That's when you get to the point where Chaz gets his first major league appearance.
That was, and that's how you knew that game was just a complete washout. Well, you knew by the final score, obviously, but that's how you know that a Major League Baseball game is just, okay, well, this thing is definitely over. Everybody's just laughing about it. Like, literally, the players are laughing about it. Chaz is laughing about it. Like, part of me is like, this isn't funny. You just got the Mariners won earlier today. You're about to be tied for first. You were up by 7 games 2 weeks ago. What's going on, man?
The fans who were still in attendance when the Astros did finally score a run in the 9th inning, they went nuts.
Yeah, they went crazy.
And that was kind of cool, I suppose. I don't know, Sean, if you were like me and you stayed up just waiting to see if the inevitable comeback would arrive for the Astros, or if you happened to actually see the highlights of the 9th inning at the end early this morning. Yeah, kudos to the fans there who managed to find something to get excited about when the Astros finally scored.
I was up live for it, but not purposefully. You know what I mean? Not like, I can't wait to see Chaz pitch, but I did see it live.
You were up in the you needed some noise in the background.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like the prelude to watching Family Feud before I go to bed, that kind of thing. So, we awake this morning, and the Astros are tied for first place. It's as if the first 30 games of the season, whatever we're at, 120 games of the season didn't even happen. We're tied with the Mariners. And I would say, Seth, too, we'll get to the Texans, too, in a second. We'll dig more into the Astros because the news was not great off the field for the Astros yesterday either. This is the first time in these last few years, I'll call it the dogfight. We had those years where the Astros just ran away and hid from everybody in the division, and September was just sort of a warm-up for October. The last couple of years have not been that. It's been close in the division. The Astros ultimately win the division in both of those seasons in 23 and 24, but it's come down to the final week, and they've had to really, walk a tightrope. This is the first time that I think, maybe even in Houston, but certainly outside of Houston, that the Astros, I think right now, tied with the Mariners, are viewed as the underdog in this thing. I think most people, despite the history between these two teams in September, the Mariners are healthy. They went and got Eugenio Suarez. They've got a healthy closer now who's really, really good, which the Astros cannot boast that. Their starting pitching has always been good. And the Astros are still very, very banged up. You're missing Yordan Alvarez and now Josh Hader. They're both on the IL. That's really, really bad. Your closer, two of your most valuable components to this team. And so, I'm still confident the Astros can get this done because they're the Astros. But empirically right now, they are the underdog in this situation. We are staring a wild card series on the road in the face right now.
I'm in a weird place with Josh Hader. I'm still in denial, Sean. I intellectually know and have read all the reports, and I understand the history of discomfort and soreness with the. Usually, if you're uncomfortable or you have discomfort as an Astro, they're about to amputate a leg or an arm, and yet, and even the fact that they put him on the 15-day IL instead of the 10-day IL. Yeah. That I don't. There's a really, really good chance they don't have Josh Hader by the end of the season. Is there not? Given the Astros, I just can't.
It's shoulder discomfort.
I just can't. I can't go there. I can't envision a world in which Josh Hader isn't available. Hey, you're getting Eric Getty back. He looks like he kind of might be okay, perhaps. Hey, Javier might kind of sort of be okay. We don't know yet,
dude. It is done.
Yeah, the bullpen gives up 10 runs in 3 innings.
Yeah.
Everything will be fine.
It was 2-0 last night, and I got a call from our friend Wallace Marsh. And I said, Amy, I'm going to run in the other room and take this call. I got to talk to Wallace. And I go into the other room, and I'm talking to him for maybe 8 minutes. It was less than 10 minutes we spoke. I come back out, and it's 7-0. I'm like, what the hell? How long was I in there for? Like, how did that happen? It went from 2-0 to 7-0 like that. Yeah, there's a lot of points of nervousness, of anxiety with this team right now, and Seth, you got to get to grips with this Hader thing, man. We're in a world where Brian Abreu is going to be the closer for the foreseeable future.
We're also, and I'm glad these glitches happened in a blowout loss instead of a close game. But Correa showed signs last night of, he's adjusting to playing third base as well. Some plays that you would expect him to make if it was an equivalent type of play at shortstop. Yeah. He just couldn't get his glove on the ball one time, just couldn't handle another. It gets chalked up for an error, and that's a reminder. Okay, not everything is well. Good in a lot of ways since the trade deadline acquisitions. Urias is a Red Sox killer. That's cool. Yeah. Be more relevant in a year where I was more scared of the Red Sox. But it's just they just got to tweak a few things. It's these damn Mariners that the Astros are tied with right now that are annoying.
10-1 in their last 11 games. They're on one right now. The Mariners are. So Astros tied for first. Going to be a fun September around here.
According to the stat nerd sites, the Astros still have a 90% chance of making the playoffs.
I'm not worried about the postseason. You look at the teams that are duking it out for the wild card spots right now. I'm like, the Astros are just way better than these teams, and they're way ahead of these teams right now too. So they've got a decent cushion there. I am nervous about the division, and it's not shade at the Astros or anything. It's like this is just whatever we thought last year was injury-wise, and whatever we thought the injury gods were going to do to pay us back positively for that. For whatever reason, they've chosen to pay us back negatively for it and give the Astros even more injuries this year to more significant players. So
the Astros are what we were afraid they would be.
Yes, yeah, well put.
An injury-riddled squad. I said this could never happen again. The Astros could never be beleaguered by injuries this year the way they were in 2024, and yet here we are.
Here we are. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday. Texans had a practice. We heard him bumping into the show. Brevin Jordan. No good news here. No C.J. Gardner-Johnson news from the heavens here. Brevin Jordan tore the same ACL that he tore a year ago. Here's D'Amico Ryans on what he saw at practice. They had a padded practice yesterday outside. Went for about 2 hours. Here's what he saw.
today it was a reminder of what a grind it is to play, and practice in the environment that we have. This was a grind of a practice. You get a chance to see how mentally tough guys are in this heat. It wears on you. So I felt like our guys did a great job of straining and pushing through mentally, more so than the physical part, but mentally our guys pushed through really well. Proud of them for that.
Yeah, I'm proud of me, too, for the media grinding through these practices as well. I looked at somebody yesterday, Seth, and we were like an hour and a half in, and I'm like, okay, well, this little special teams thing, we're done after this, right? Oh, no. They still got 2 11-on-11 sessions left, and I'm like, I'm exhausted.
It is. D'Amico loves testing them, I think, from a mental toughness standpoint.
Yep.
And in the heat, obviously, is always a mental toughness check. But the first tough practice after the first preseason game, it's a weird psychological hurdle in terms of concentration, because it feels like when you go into your first preseason game, you think, okay, now we're into the groove of things, and here we go. We can just kind of treat it like we're in the regular season. And then you're reminded, you come back and you're like, oh, it's these same old guys. Oh, and it's a more competitive training camp type of practice. Yeah. And it's almost like when if you graduated from college and you're in your new job, and all of a sudden you get a letter that you actually have to finish a class. Yeah. You were 3 credits short, and you got to go back to night school to get your degree or something. That's what it feels like. We're in night school.
Yeah.
Except that it's broad daylight and it's 987 degrees.
Yeah, it is as broad a daylight as you get.
You were our boots, and what? Tell me about this John Mechie reception that I saw.
I was right there. It was literally right. I was standing there with Landry and Cody. We went over to the field that was on, and we were in that. We were at the back of that end zone, like literally 20. That catch happened. There were 2 catches that Mechie had, and they were both against Derek Stingley Jr. One, and they were obviously doing goal line stuff. So the line of scrimmage was about the 10, and CJ was throwing the ball each time. The first one, he shook Stingley at the line of scrimmage, and Stingley slipped. It was one of those. If it was an NBA crossover dribble, people would be like, "Oh, dang! Oh, he cooked you!" And
like when DeAndre Hopkins broke the ankles of the
D'Angelo Hall. Yeah,
D'Angelo Hall. I almost wanted to say D'Angelo Ross.
Yeah,
I'd imagine
that would have happened too.
People have broken his ankles in practice, but yes, it was. So that was nice.
That was nice back of the end zone. The one that got a lot of people's attention though was one where Stingley had good coverage. CJ threw it intentionally, I think, behind the 2 of them, and Stingley his momentum kept him going in the direction the 2 of them were going. Mechie stopped, went back, went to the ground, and got both feet in. Mechie is fighting like hell to be on this football team, and I think if we didn't come in with the preconceived notion that John Mechie was not going to make this football team, I think we would have him making this football team right now. I think he has objectively been one of the 6 best wide receivers in camp this season.
If he were a rookie and he came in, and you'd see that, okay, he doesn't have the same twitch as a lot of these other guys, but he is really fighting and compete game, obviously. Yep. That play, the second play that you were referencing, might have been a little bit of a push-off there or an OPI, but hey, no officials out there. I didn't see no yellow on the field.
No, I didn't either.
And I think more than anything, the coaches are looking at it and saying, okay, boy, he's really fighting.
He's fighting. And it was Stingley covering him, too. It wasn't Tremon Smith or something like that.
Should we be worried about Stingley?
No, he had an awesome pick later on in practice off of CJ. Like a Stingley pick. It was really good.
I can sleep at night then.
Yep. Yeah, you're okay.
I'm on no sleep. I was up all night worrying about Stingley.
Stingley, yeah. All right, we're off and running on a Wednesday joint practice.
Sean.
Yeah, Wednesday. I got it.
Good job.
Joint practice. Thank you, buddy. Joint practice tomorrow with the Panthers. We'll talk more about that as we roll on with the show. All right, F the baseball gods. That's what I say. News for the Astros yesterday that was not good. And we got news on some other guys, though, that may be better than the news they got yesterday. A lot of news, basically, coming up, and we'll do that next.
Oh, yes. Look, acts of nature, injuries, all of those things, you can't control them, but you can prepare.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
For me, I look at it this way. Tomorrow we come out, Hunter Brown on the mound. We win the game. That's three games, series wins in a row. That's what we want to try to do.
Man, Joe Espada could take any situation and turn it into an optimistic situation.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a boring situation.
No.
Okay.
He could. No, he was very monotone there, but his team just lost 14-1. I give him a pass on that.
To be clear, I like my baseball managers to be boring. It is. It's, hey, don't get too high with the highs, don't get too low with the lows. Even keeled, my friend.
Yep. So Hunter Brown on the mound tonight, trying to win the series here. They lost 14-1, the Astros did, but guess what? Cliche alert. It only counts as one loss in the standings.
Oh, that's a good point,
Your
Sean.
run differential took a hit yesterday, but guess what doesn't matter ultimately? Run differential.
It's not like soccer or something where you have to factor in. We're not in pool play in a tournament and the combined score versus the other team.
Nope.
Right. It's just the W's and the L's. That's all that matters.
It's a game. That's all it is. Now, okay, Joe Espada's optimistic here. I like that. But the baseball gods can all go to hell. Josh Hader, 15-day IL yesterday, and they are not sure, Seth, yet of the actual severity of the injury. But I'm sure once they get the MRI and they're able to have their best people take a look at it, whatever it is they come back with will be unflinchingly accurate and spot on. And whatever the estimate is for how long he's going to be gone, they will be within 5 minutes either way of bringing him back at that estimated time.
If you want to hear the severity of my cope right now with Josh Hader, this in the course of about 7 seconds, it was an emotional roller coaster as I see Josh Hader, IL, 15-day IL. Right. And I'm like, okay, so this is on August 12th, 15-day IL. I'm like, oh, 15-day, why not 10-day?
Right.
But then I see retroactive. And I'm like, oh, retroactive, 2? Yesterday. Oh, the August 11th.
August 11th, yeah. Well, it's one. Hey, man, every day counts.
It was a 3-act play, man, and one little blurb.
Every day counts, man. So no Josh Hader. I'm assuming Brian Abreu now steps in as your closer, which is I'll say it's a suitable replacement for Hader. I don't have as much confidence in Abreu as I do Hader, but I think I have confidence in Abreu. It creates an eighth-inning situation. Like there is a ripple effect with all this here.
They gave us an opportunity to bring Sean Dubin back up.
Yeah, that went well. So the Astros have a bullpen problem. Josh Hader, 15-day IL. If you missed that yesterday. Now, Seth, reaction to these other bits of injury news. You ready?
Okay.
Luis Garcia is going to start in Sugarland tomorrow.
I feel good about that.
I do too. He looked really good in his last rehab outing. 4 shutout innings with 7 strikeouts. His new little alligator arm pitching motion is getting guys out right now. So that's good.
And nobody's tried to mess with any other pitcher more than between the rules change a couple years ago where he couldn't do the Rocky Baby and now him just changing his pitching motion a little bit. Of all people, Luis Garcia, he's the even-keeled player that can handle all of these things.
You've seen the video of his new pitching motion.
Yeah.
It looks like a different person. It's so different.
I like to think of it as it's like a quarterback having a more compact and efficient motion.
That's kind of what it is. As long as it gets guys out, I don't care. I mean, he could throw left-handed for all I care. If it gets guys out, I don't give a crap.
Mm-hmm.
Lance McCullers, remember him? He is going to start on Friday in Sugar Land. Do you think?
Whatever,
Sean. Do you think?
Why do you lie to me like this?
I'm just reading what the
again.
Astros sent to us yesterday. They blame the Astros. Does Lance factor in at all to you to what this thing looks like in September right now? If he's starting in Sugar Land Friday, he's factoring in for them right now.
Technically, yes.
Okay.
But man, it's just been. How much can you ask of a man? Okay. How many times am I going to try to dollars over and over and over again? And yet, just between the setbacks in rehab for the original injury, and then now these myriad issues that he's had since he's come back, I just don't know. So I'm not factoring him in right now.
Well, here's the thing, is that when he went down to the minor leagues with that, or we went on the IL with that blister a couple of weeks ago, I think there were a lot of people looking at that going, okay, well, this feels like an excuse to pull struggling Lance McCullers out of the mix, and maybe he just disappears for the rest of the year and comes back to fight another day. Now that the expiration date has hit on all these minor leaguers that were, let's face it, like if we were counting on Colton Gordon and Brandon Walter and Ryan Gusto, and I know Gusto was with the team to start the season, but those three guys were giving the Astros some very unexpectedly decent pitching along the way. Yeah. Gusto's gone. They traded him. Brandon Walter's on the IL, and Colton Gordon got sent down to Sugar Land, got called back up, and now is a reliever who gave up a bunch of runs last night. The fact of the matter is, Lance McCullers, when he's ready to go again, might still be one of your 6 best options in a starting rotation. Whereas there was some question about that before, you know?
He also, he gives you more options in piggyback scenarios. They got a lot of guys here that are super comfortable and have played in those types of situations. Mm-hmm. We know that Lance will go to the grave, never even giving it a thought that he is a reliever of any sort. And but can he be an opener, perhaps? The problem with Lance as an opener is that when he struggles, it tends to be in the first inning, and then he reels it back in. And he's got 6 innings to make up for his struggling first or second inning. So using him as an opener might be the worst possible thing you could do with him.
Is there a way he can be an opener where he doesn't actually have to open the game? Lance
he has to pitch a simulated game in the bullpen.
Off to the side, yeah, that would be good.
Then come in knowing that he's going to go 2 innings max.
Right. We need 3 guys to go down to the bullpen and pretend to be hitters. They need to put on jerseys from the other team and pretend to be hitting against him. So psychologically, that's a good idea, Seth. I like the cut of your jib. Couple other bits of news. Yordan Alvarez. I don't even know why I read this stuff. Yordan Alvarez took live at-bats in Florida on Wednesday and is a step closer to hitting in games. Hitting in games. I'm guessing, whereas before I thought when Yordan was ready to go, they would just plunk him back down at cleanup with the Astros. He might get a rehab game or 2 now, I would imagine, just as long as he's been out for, you know?
I think it feels kind of like we've been saying with Christian Harris. Okay, whenever you have a mysterious injury that just doesn't seem to be healing properly on our normal timetable, you just hit the reset button and say, we're going back and we're going to build from the ground up. Like you're almost like you're a little league player.
Yeah.
And with baseball, it does work out that way because you hear, he's hitting from a tee. Ooh, he's actually hitting from his coach.
Oh yeah.
They'll bring the tee back out if he strikes out. He's been following very much a little league to high school to single A ball to major leagues type of progression.
If they start doing anything that's a good sign that they're moving, playing catch, hitting off a tee. Running. Yeah.
Ooh, look at that. He's running around the bases.
Well, that brings me to Jake Myers. He's been running.
He's doing it in the right direction.
He's been running in Florida. Yeah, he's getting closer.
Did you see the clip of Myers running with the resistance cord?
No,
behind him? He looked pretty good.
Did he?
Thought he looked good running.
Okay.
It was. They do it instead of the bands now. They have these. This is what happened to me once, Sean. I was doing some exercise with the resistance bands, and the trainer. So the trainer had these resistance bands, and I was like 15 yards out from him doing some kind of agility thing.
Yeah.
And the cord snapped and came up.
Did it whip you?
And it was like I was a disobedient sailor being flogged on the deck of the
dude.
HMS, the HMS idiocy, and it sucked. So now they have like a box that has a cord in it that provides resistance as the cord goes out.
Okay.
And you're not in danger or at risk of getting flogged.
Dude, did it leave a mark?
Yeah, it sucked. I almost beat the crap out of Joe Sheehan, the trainer. He's up with the Browns these days. Poor Joe. I've never seen fear in a man's eyes like that. I turned around and I blamed him.
You're looking
I
for a
thought he
human.
lost his grip on the handle or something. I took like 3 angry steps towards him and then caught myself.
You had to be terrified. Oh, my God. All right, text message. You can text in 713-572-4610. How concerned are you about the Astros? Our friend Middle Screen is awake. He says, I'm less concerned right now about the Astros. They're about to go on a stretch of below average teams, got them their role. Yeah, Middle Screen went on to point out, the Mariners have been playing the White Sox and the Rays lately. That's all well and good. The Astros were playing the A's at home 2 weeks ago and got swept by them. So you got to take advantage of your opportunities, and they got swept at home and got outscored 32-7 by the A's. Wherever the Astros are right now, they deserve to be.
Right. Yeah, there is no with the Astros.
Blame themselves.
And on any given day or in any given series, you just don't know exactly who's going to show up or what's it going to look like. For me right now, they're a much better team than a lot of teams in the league, but they're not good enough to say that they're playing down to the level of their opponent.
Right.
I think there's too many variables right now that it's a very dicey and precarious situation.
Yep.
So the biggest thing that I'm hanging my hat on is that A, the guys you got at the trade deadline have done some really good things for you.
Yes.
Gray has been awesome at the plate, and B, these returning pitchers, if 2 of the 3 returning pitchers round into the best version of themselves, you're way ahead of where you were before the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So I'm still clinging on to these returning pitchers as the trade deadline acquisitions.
I saw a text message. I saw a kid wearing a Texan C.J. Stroud jersey while I was walking around in the Czech Republic this morning. I choose to believe that he was a local and that the Texans are worldwide, that he was a local to Czechoslovakia and that the Texans are worldwide right now. That's a good – I choose to believe that too.
To the kid.
Maybe he did. I don't know. Texter, if you're still listening, let us know if you had a conversing with the young lad.
Or go track that kid down.
Right. Right.
Whichever playground you saw him at yesterday, go sit at that playground by yourself as an adult male and watch the playground for a little while. Yeah.
Wait around and then unprompted go up and talk to an 8-year-old on the playground.
Yes.
That goes really well.
I noticed what you were wearing yesterday.
Right?
I'd like to ask you about
that too. Yeah. Hey, by the way, so I went in. I had to ask Jesse Watt something, one of our DJs on the FM side this morning, and I go in there and she goes, "You were in the Chronicle this morning," and I said, "What?" And she said, "No, you were in the Chronicle." There was an article in the Chronicle. I'll go find it during the break. We can read it on the air. There was an article about how Clint and Ron were talking about C.J. Stroud's emotions with the Brevin Jordan injury. And I found my way into the article because I called it. The fact that I'm tied to this thing right now, that if you Google my name, I'm coming up with all this smoke that's coming at Clint and Ron. I'm collateral damage. I was not in the Chronicle, Jesse. I was just in there as the messenger to them that C.J. Stroud appeared to be emotional after. And by the way, not alone. The whole team appeared to be emotional. The difference was C.J. kind of took a walk off to the side by himself to process the thing a little bit. And I hung up the phone with them. And next thing I know, I get home and my Twitter timeline is in shambles. And now I'm in the Chronicle over this whole thing.
Clint tweeted out yesterday a long explanation in reply to kind of put a transcript of what those guys were saying on their show and everything. Yeah. And one of the things Clint said, he said some nice things about you and I in there. He said that we're tremendous teammates. Yeah. But he did also point, On the fourth of his 6 bullet points, he said, most media will avoid it, soft shoe it, move past it, and that's cool. On the drive, we're going to tackle the uncomfortable conversations, and with my background, we're absolutely going to hit all things QB. You decide which approach entertains you. Are we guilty of soft shoeing the CJ showing emotion topic? I don't think he was leveling that right at us. I think we've addressed it. I was more on the Clint Stoerner side of things last year after the Tank Dell injury.
Yeah.
I've honestly put way more time thinking about the emotional response of C.J. Stroud over the course of the last 6 months than I thought I would have.
Yep.
And as you know, I've come to the balance of that. I don't judge anybody's emotional response in the moment to when there's anything devastating that happens. But what's key and critical for any athlete or any manager, anybody who leads people is, okay, the refractory period. How quickly can you got to get back in and compartmentalize and get back to task. So in a practice situation, I think CJ, obviously going off and to do a prayer in the end zone or wherever he was when he was doing the prayer, it's not the same type of situation as the Tank Dell injury. So I think it's really, really good that CJ shows empathy for his teammates. And then as it is with that, because I do the same. Everybody thinks it's awesome when a coach gets angry on the sideline. They think that's the way you lead. A lot of those dudes have zero control of their emotions, and they don't get their heads back in the game quickly enough. And that's not any different in my mind than not being able to, whether you're crying, screaming, laughing, whatever it might be.
You have to get back to
the ability to get back to game mode.
Yep.
And a lot of coaches have very poor mental discipline when it comes to that.
Well put. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We got headlines. We've got headlines with the Texans. We'll circle back to the Astros last night and a whole lot more. Headlines coming up next.
Kirk Holmes coming up next if you're thinking about building.
To Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines presented by Men.
Start with headlines. We'll start with the Texans, because the Astros are not worth starting tonight or today with headlines based on how last night went. We'll get to them, and we'll get to you in a second, Espada. But let's start with the Texans. They had a very spirited, padded practice yesterday. I would say the offense was a little sloppier than what we saw as the week in West Virginia rolled on, Seth. It certainly didn't look as crisp as the opening drive against the Vikings. And it was hot out there, too. The news coming out of the Texans yesterday was that Brevin Jordan, it is confirmed, torn ACL, same ACL he tore last season, and that he rehabbed like crazy to come back from. Here was D'Amico Ryan sharing that news with the media.
And for us today, man, it's tough putting Brevin on IR. We know he went down with a devastating injury. It's really rough for a guy who just bounced back from a major injury. So it's tough on Brevin right now, tough on our entire team. But, that happens. That's the game that we play. It happens. Injuries happen. We have to continue to press forward while also being here to support Brev in any way that he needs us.
Okay, so Brevin Jordan, the future for Brevin Jordan is probably a topic that is very much down the road. Like, he just tore this thing 2 days ago. I feel horrible for him, Seth. Every interview I saw with Brevin Jordan, and clips of these interviews were popping up yesterday, like in retrospect on social media. Like, every interview he gave, he talked about just how hard the rehab was and how ferociously he was attacking it. He was the guy doing the breakdown against the Vikings. He was the guy pumping everybody up. He was having a good camp. He was having a good camp up to the very play before he tore his knee. He had a 30-yard catch downfield.
I think the thing with Brevin Jordan, too, so on the injury side of it, you feel really, really bad for the guy. He seemed to he was everything that you want in a professional athlete. He was talking about how much he loves just being out there, practicing, just playing every single day, all of that. I think that if this helps anybody feel any better, I do feel like there was a pent-up enthusiasm for Brevin Jordan and expectations of what he might become if Nick Caley's actually a good offensive coordinator. You got to remember that he's never had more than 20 receptions in a season, and that was his rookie year. So in terms of production that you're losing on the field, it's not the same as if you were losing one of the other tight ends or even Dalton Schultz. I know people aren't high on Dalton Schultz, and he has a lot to prove after his performance last year. Yeah. So I'm not, from a strictly football side of things, I don't look at this as something that's a death blow to the Texans' chances or anything. But he's the guy that could win a game for you, like when he has a play like he did in the Cleveland game or whatever. He has that X factor ability that's intriguing all the time.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is he's never really been healthy his entire career. If you go look at the his Pro Football Reference page, he's this would have been his 5th season. He's missed most of. A majority of the first 4 seasons of his career. I think he had one season where he played 14 games, and other than that, it's all.
He's 36 games in 4 seasons.
4 seasons. So. That's 9 games a season. So health has been an issue for him. But I'm not trying to be callous about this or anything. In pointing out how injury prone he's been. This one just hits different because it's the exact same knee. He's in year 5. There is probably part of Brevin Jordan I got to start proving something here. I'm in a contract year. I got to start proving myself.
I feel in the various ways that sometimes Texans fans or any sports teams fans might feel snake bitten. Yeah. The Texans have had an odd go of it at tight end. With some of the guys going all the way back to Benny Joppru. Benny Joppru was kind of like Brevin Jordan, except Benny I don't think he ever hit the field in the regular season, but he looked awesome in training camp. You go to C.J. Fedorowicz was looking promising, but then started getting concussions every time he stepped on the field. Brevin Jordan it just feels a little bit like, oh man, he was always right there. Right on the brink, and this is going to be a tough one for him to come back from.
They were shuffling a lot around yesterday, practice on the offensive line. There were times where it looked like Blake Fisher had been surpassed by Connor McDermott on the depth chart. Connor McDermott, who they signed yesterday, it looked like and then there were other times where Titus Howard was kind of just sitting out practice, and Fisher's with the ones out there.
With the ones, yeah. That's where I look over the course of multiple weeks. Yes, you get a lot of hints about the depth chart from where guys are lining up in practice. And it's kind of like following the stock market, though. On any given day, you got to be careful how much you read into it. Because sometimes, honestly, and I'm not saying this to try to be crass or anything, some do. It's the guy's got to get his ankles respatted or something. So when things are reported from training camp in the first series, oh, look at this. Blake Fisher's not even out there with the twos. You got to be careful about reading into one specific series.
Yep.
But it has not been a great training camp for Blake Fisher.
Correct. Yeah, there's a reason why we're tracking his participation more than anybody else's right now.
Yeah.
The Astros lose last night in grand style to the Red Sox, 14-1. The final score. This is a game where Chas McCormick came in and closed things out in the 9th inning as a pitcher. It was that bad. Spencer Arrighetti, not terrible. 5 innings and change, a couple of runs. Had issues with control. He walked 5 and struck out 1. It was almost the opposite of his first start, where a bunch of soft contact led to infield hits, but he only had 1 walk and he struck out 6 guys. This was the other way around, where he was just kind of scattershot. Here was Joe Espada on Arrighetti's stuff last night.
He pitched out of trouble, which was encouraging to see. For me, just more the command, still, the high pitch counts because of the walks. But besides that, his stuff is pretty good. His breaking ball was much better today. I thought his fastball played really good today. I just got to pitch ahead in the count more and get some quicker outs.
That's all you gotta
do. I'm trying to figure out what an indication it is of the team right now, that I feel like you almost said Arrighetti wasn't terrible. As his headline, not terrible.
Not terrible.
Exclamation point. Picture of a soldier kissing a woman in the streets after World War II. Yeah, not terrible.
Not terrible.
There's a scene in Arrested Development, the TV show, where Sean, it's a father and a son, and they have a struggling company, and they look on the TV and they see the crazy guy, the financial guy.
Kramer? Jim Kramer?
Yeah, Kramer. Yeah, Jim Kramer. And he says, I'm upgrading Bluth Company to don't buy. And the son, Michael Cera, looks at the father and says, it's really happening, isn't it?
That's Arrighetti.
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
That's
so
hilarious.
He wasn't terrible. There you go.
Yeah, he's don't buy right now. What if you Spencer Arrighetti were a stock? What would he be? Don't buy. Don't buy.
Yeah, which is better from dump. Yes.
Let me ask you this about Arrighetti. And by the way, Josh Hader to the 15-day IL. That's the other headline. I want to make sure we get that in. he's had 2 starts now. Empirically, on the box score, last night's start was better. He went more innings and gave up fewer runs. Just having watched both starts, forget about the box score, if you just watched him pitch and watched the level of contact, which start makes you feel better about Spencer Arrighetti? His first one, where he was knocked out after 3 2/3, but it was a bunch of soft contact, or yesterday, which was more innings and fewer runs, but he was all over the map.
Obviously the first one you felt better, and Arrighetti himself called it, felt like one step forward, really struggled with his command. I'm not worried about it. I think lots of pitchers struggle with command, especially when they're coming back. Yeah. So it's been a mixed bag of results with some bad luck in that first outing. That the steady as she goes, Sean. I'm not panicking here. Don't buy.
And the answer is, you're right, it is an obvious answer. You said obviously when you answered it. It's just funny. That's like the baseball is that way. Like the outing that he gave up 6 runs in fewer innings is clearly more encouraging than the near quality start in the box score that he had last night. Like, I don't know what to think of Spencer Arrighetti right now.
It was like Graham Mertz's third interception.
Don't buy. You're right.
Graham Mertz's third interception. You're like, hey, it was a tipped ball.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. That's progress.
Okay. Strong don't buy on Graham Mertz. Can I just tell you this? The 3s are getting almost no run at practice right now. It's all the 1s and the 2s, which is what D'Amico foreshadowed. They put Graham Mertz in for 1 snap. He threw a pick 6 to Jamal Hill. Like literally his last pass in the game on Saturday was a pick, and he gets in like, all right, Mertz, we'll give you 1 snap. Here you go. Pick 6. Jamal Hill the other way.
I know, and people love getting bent out of shape by about 6th and 7th rounders. Where I look at those guys just like they're no different than rookie free agents in a lot of ways. Yeah. I just buckle up, everybody. I think Caserio is going to draft a quarterback on average about every other year for as long as he's the GM. Yeah. I think that's what they did in New England, and I think that's one thing that he took from New England that he's done a lot of things differently than New England. But I think taking a flyer on the most valuable position in all of sports every couple of years is what they're going to continue to do.
And it'll probably be on day 3. I don't think they're using a second-round pick on a quarterback. Yeah, guess
what? Out of all of them, only one will be anything like a Jimmy Garoppolo or somebody. Yeah. That's just the – they did that with multiple different quarterbacks, and it didn't work out for anybody except Jimmy Garoppolo.
Who was a second-round pick who was drafted to take over for Tom Brady someday. He's going to be taking 6th and 7th round flyers on guys. All right, speaking of our quarterback, we finally saw him on the NFL Top 100. We'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. A breakdown on Ariante Ursary. How good is the Texans' second-round pick looking so far in the eyes of one particular national expert? Really, really good. I've got the Chronicle article open that mentions me with the drive. We'll do a dramatic reading of that as well in the 7 o'clock hour. Stay there. But first, let's get you to the Men's Tea Clinic. Men'sTeaClinic.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I mentioned to Seth that I was told that by Jessie this morning. She told me as I poked my head in the studio there. She said, "Hey, you were in the Chronicle yesterday." And I said, "Really? What did I do?" And she said,
"Feature story." Yeah.
She said, "You were in there. It was a story about how Sports Radio 610 hosts were being insensitive towards C.J. Stroud's sensitivity, his own sensitivity towards Brevin Jordan."
Yeah.
And I said, "Okay, well, I sure hope that I'm not getting pulled into the crowd that's, that the Twitter mob is after right now, because we know that they're after." And I say Twitter mob. There's more than the Twitter mob. Clint and Ron were, they hearing the news of CJ being emotional over the Brevin Jordan injury and being, to quote DJ Bijani, consoled by Dalton Schultz. They went and they went and ran with that as they should. It's a topic. They feel a certain kind of way about it, but it got a lot of attention for sure.
Yeah.
And so the headline in the Chronicle, Michael Shapiro wrote this article, and it said, "Houston radio hosts offer absurd CJ criticism, CJ Stroud criticism."
That primes the pump right there.
After teammate injury. Yeah, this is an opinion piece by Michael Shapiro.
Yeah, that's
This is absurd.
If there's one thing I've learned about headlines and thumbnails, man, it almost doesn't matter what comes after.
Yeah.
The pump is primed emotionally to to feel a certain way.
Yeah. So Michael talks about how reporters on the scene at Houston training camp detailed the difficult scene with Brevin Jordan's injury as players across the roster stood and kneeled in stunned silence. D'Amico Ryans exited the field, and for a brief period, a number of players, including Stroud, regrouped before returning to play. ESPN's DJ Bijani reported Stroud was, quote, consoled by tight end Dalton Schultz, while Sports Radio 610's Sean Pendergast noted.
Yeah. Oh, so you're the first name in there, too.
For the station, yeah.
I'm not thinking a thing about how this is. I am thinking completely from the reader's experience, Sean, because I know how it works. Yeah. You see the headline, and then the first name you see, and then boom, you don't even read the rest. You're off on the on the interwebs.
Yeah. It's it was almost like Clint and Ron were standing in front of a bus and just decided to yank me with them. So Sports Radio 610's Sean Pendergast noted Stroud was, quote, visibly emotional, though tears were not reportedly shed. And I stand by that. That is an accurate report. I don't think CJ was crying, not certainly to the extent that he was after Tank Dell's injury, but he was definitely visibly emotional. He walked off by himself. We don't need to revisit that. We know what my report was on what I saw with my eyes. Michael Shapiro continues, to most, Stroud's emotions over an injured teammate are perfectly reasonable. One pair of Houston radio hosts didn't take such an understanding tact. Quote, I don't want the kid to change who he is, but damn it, man. Stroud is not the one that should be getting consoled, Ron Hughley, co-host of The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, said on Monday's program. Quote, at that position, they have to believe in and run behind you. I'll be damned. Joe Mixon had to console you on the field in Kansas, consoled by Dalton Schultz, end quote. So that was Ron. Continuing, Stoerner, a two-time All-SEC quarterback with the – oh, wow, I didn't know Clint was two-time All-SEC. Good job, Clint. I knew he was good. With the Razorbacks and a backup QB with the Cowboys, offered a more scathing sentiment.
Oh, damn, scathe.
Wow. More
scathed, Clint.
More scathing than damn it, man. Quote, you're so shook you're needing to be consoled. To me, that's a tough pill to swallow, Stoerner said. Quote, you'll never convince me, Ron, that this locker room doesn't almost laugh at that part of C.J. Stroud, end quote.
Oh.
Now, Clint.
That might be the most damning one right there because then you're speculating on the emotions of others.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, Clinton and Ron are having a conversation the way guys would in a bar or whatever, and I differ. I don't agree with them. I disagree with them in a lot of ways. There's certain elements of the topic at large, whatever. I'm not as disgruntled over their opinion as a lot of people are, but I get why this is such a polarizing topic.
I'll say this on behalf of Clint. He did revise that, and he said that I probably would have worded that differently. They don't laugh. He said maybe eye roll is what he said.
Yeah.
Then that brought a lot of people out of the woodwork who are in the locker room or at least in there as media members saying, no, man, everybody rolls with CJ. They love CJ. It's possible to love somebody and roll your eyes at them. I would point that out. It's...
Yeah. Been married much?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Crap, Amy's probably listening. Why did you do what? Right?
Eye roll. Hey, you got to remember too. With these kids these days, an eye roll is as much of a that's a scathing accusation.
Yeah.
You don't put an eye roll out on social media casually.
Yep.
It means something.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Michael Shapiro goes on to have 3 paragraphs worth, or at least 2 paragraphs worth of 3 of opinion on the opinion of Ron and Clint. I'll try to skim and give the highlights here. Stoerner and Hughley's comments Monday were obviously insensitive. Stroud, like any player, is allowed to share his emotions, especially in a time of heightened emotion and even crisis. But even if you dismiss that logic as some sort of bleeding heart nonsense, Hughley and Stoerner still miss a crucial point. Stroud openly wept on the sideline in Kansas City last December as Tank Dell lay motionless on the ground after a catastrophic knee injury. He then gathered himself, took the field, and led the Texans on a 14-play drive that resulted in a field goal 2 drives later. The point is that CJ gathered himself and was able to perform at the level he'd been performing in that game.
They didn't put him on the emotional IR at that point. Yes.
No. CJ didn't have a good the score was 17-16 when that happened, and I think they lost 27 to 19.
CJ made some mistakes on that drive.
Yeah.
That was I think that's more the question is that people would have is all right, did it affect him at all to the point where it affected his decision making afterwards?
Yeah. Stroud, like many athletes, is able to compartmentalize, managing a swirl of emotions one moment before delivering on the gridiron on the next. By all accounts, he's a beloved teammate, a religious, relatable individual who connects with players across. Perhaps this is a bit naive, but I see no reason why Stroud can't shed a tear, then spin a spiral, keeping the trust and support of his franchise in the process.
No, and I think that's kind of where we are, or where I am, at least when we talk about anybody showing emotion in any position. It's about the can you compartmentalize afterwards? Yeah. And I think by far, I'm more worried about football coaches who lose their temper and then seem to be idiots afterwards. I think that's a much greater problem in sports than a quarterback getting a little bit upset about his a teammate getting injured with a really bad injury. So for either of those guys, I used to say this about Tom Coughlin back in the day, before he kind of became old grandfatherly Tom Coughlin. I'd be in games and Coughlin is flipping out of control, and you're like, man, you guys gotta get a play in. What's going on? You gotta control your emotions. And I think it's just too easy. Sometimes people that want to be hard asses, they completely ignore controlling your emotions when it comes to anger or rage or anything else like that. Myself included back in the day. I'm not saying I'm good at it now, but I'm aware of it at least.
Yeah.
But like on showing sadness or showing being upset or anything, it's all in the same bucket. It's like you're going to have emotions in the heat of the moment. But then just are you able to dial it back in? And so I don't care whether – and with CJ in practice, as you pointed out, it wasn't the same as the Tank Dell situation for multiple reasons. It's a practice. And then also him taking a knee to pray, most likely, as CJ is wont to do. It's not like he took a knee because he got the vapors, I've been overcome with emotions. I cannot stand. It was like, no, he's taking a knee to pray.
That's right. That's right.
If Clint and Ron have any guts, if they have any real guts about them, what they're going to do today is question whether CJ should be praying so much during a football practice.
That would be something. That would be something. Let's have a conversation about church and state, all right?
Why are you so concerned with having God do it for you instead of you doing it yourself?
That would cut through. It's text message. Well, there goes y'all's Peabody Award. Sir or ma'am, it is a Marconi Award.
Peabody Award.
There goes y'all's Nobel Peace Prize.
Is the Peabody Award, is that for journalism?
I don't know what that is. I'm not sure.
I think that's for journalism. That was the one that Pablo Torres kept citing.
Hey.
Nick Wright kind of made fun of him for Pablo Torre apparently when he went head-to-head with Bill Simmons to defend himself made multiple references to him being a Peabody Award-winning journalist.
Sorry, if I haven't been nominated for it, I don't know what it is, all right?
It's not going to be for anything journalism, that's for damn sure.
No, God, no.
Don't get it twisted, kids. No. We ain't no journalists. We ain't no journos.
That is some nice low-key, like patting somebody on the head. There goes y'all's Peabody Award. It's a Marconi. And we're one of 5 stations in the country to be nominated for it. AI told me this weekend there's 5 stations in the country, and we are, at least this year, one of the 5 best, according to the Marconi people.
When I first started in radio, John McClane used to love to come on, and like just every single time he'd make this joke about like, hey, yeah, well, Ted's won 4, how many Super Bowls? 3 Super Bowls. 3 Super Bowls.
3.
How many have you won again, Seth? And it was kind of funny the first time, but then it became almost like a staple.
Yeah.
So I nipped it at the bud and said, like, I just you using those Pulitzers as bookends at your house there, John? Is that we really want to start playing this game?
I like that. That's I would have just been like, the same number of Pulitzers as you won, but I like the bookends thing.
Better visual.
Yeah, it's a better visual. That's good. Keep texting in, 713-572-4610. One more on this topic, and then we'll move along. Can't wait for the post-game interview when Sean and Clint have CJ on the show. We've only gotten CJ on the post-game show once, and it was when they played New England last year. It was over the phone. It was a road game. Yeah.
You know what? I think that actually, honestly, that would be it would be an interesting conversation between those two. Not in an interview setting, but more of a conversation. I think Clint and CJ should sit down and maybe have. I think CJ would. Obviously, this is hopefully CJ has zero thoughts about this really ultimately, but it would be an interesting conversation.
It would definitely be an interesting conversation. Yeah. So congrats to Ron, Clint, and I guess myself. Tangentially involved in the story, we cut through. We got on the Chronicle. Thank you, Mike.
All the 21-year-olds open up their paper newspapers at the coffee shop this morning, and they'll turn to page wherever it is and read about it.
Page 6, because that's where all the salacious stuff is in the New York rags. Page 6, baby. Yeah. We're on the back cover, of the New York Post.
I had a curious question on my YouTube live stream the other day, where somebody just said, Seth, why CJ doesn't seem like he's taking ownership of the changes with the offense. And I honestly, I didn't get angry because I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. And so I asked him, like, please explain. And he said something like, well, you don't see him or talking about working with the receivers and forming a relationship. He just keeps talking about watching film. And I actually sat and pondered it for like 10 minutes because I'm like, I don't even know how to reply to this, so I didn't. Yeah. I don't know what he was talking about. Yes, it's generally considered a good thing when quarterbacks talk about watching film to try to learn the offense. I have zero concerns about CJ and really 100% fully committing to learning this offense and being good in it. He's kind of wired that way.
This is one of those annoying people that looks at something being talked about and assumes that's the only thing that person is doing.
Right. If a person talks about doing one thing, then they're
not
can't
doing
possibly
anything else.
Be doing anything else.
They're not doing anything else, just that one thing. Yeah, like, no, that's what I'm mad at you for spending 10 minutes thinking about that. How do you like them apples?
I try really hard,
Yeah.
And generally on my YouTube channel, it's fun because it's not as it's a more positive environment than sometimes sports media can be, except for after games, because then the opposing fans are always coming in and insulting me. But I try, if somebody says something that I vehemently disagree with, I try to really just sit and think about it, because a lot of times you're actually they're exposing something, a flaw in your logic or something.
Yeah.
So I tried to sit and see if I had any flaws in my logic, and no. As it is 99.9% of the time, it was flawless logic.
Flawless,
yes.
Yeah, flawless. All right, shifting gears back to actual football. Seth, we're both very encouraged by Ariante Ursari's performance on Saturday, I would say. That's accurate, right?
Oh,
you like what you
very
saw?
encouraged by it.
Yeah, very encouraged.
Hey, with a grain of salt, he's going against a rookie the whole
10
time,
plays,
but whatever.
Yeah.
But he looked good. Yeah, he's done some. Look, he's had rough snaps versus Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson in practice.
So
he's
does
a
everybody.
rookie,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of all-pro offensive tackles that have had rough. Penei Sewell had a really rough snap versus Danielle Hunter last year, and he's one of the best offensive tackles in the league.
Yep.
So his good reps versus those guys have looked really good. He's shown a lot of promise as a guy that might really develop into something good.
Here's Brian Baldinger. He did about a 1-minute Baldy breakdown. Brian Baldinger, former offensive lineman, does great work on the NFL Network. And if you follow him on Twitter, just search him on there. He does some old school, just him filming his computer screen, all 22.
And him just gushing over a player, getting excited about him.
It's hard to find a negative Baldy breakdown.
Talk about like, kind of carving out a niche on the more positive side of things. He goes viral just gushing about players.
Here's him gushing his performance against the Vikings.
Let's drop in on the former Minnesota Golden Gopher back in Minnesota, Ariante Ursary. First play of his NFL career right here. He takes the end on an inside slant, and he washes them all the way into Lake Minnetonka. And there goes Ogunbowale. Like, you watch him now. Like, they constantly ran right behind him. The cutback lanes were huge. Like, don't allow any penetration. Take him wherever he wants to go. Let the back decide where to go. Pick up 7 yards. Nice. Now, here he is against Dallas Turner. Remember Dallas Turner out of Alabama? Here we go. Watch his length. He's got tremendous length. He knows how to use his hands, too, and his arms. Like, just keep running him right around the arc. Let Davis Mills make the hit and the throw. All right, now, you watch this right here. Turner wants to come inside. Let him go inside. Just don't allow penetration. Use those arms. Wash them up. All right, the back will decide where to go. Good job right there. Like, I thought Ariante Ursary, they only played 10 snaps. Only played 10, but I thought he played well in those 10 snaps. Looked comfortable at left tackle, like he was for the Gophers.
Yeah.
I think Ursary, there was a lot that was good and a lot. And, he can. There were some things he needs to clean up with his footwork and everything, but nothing alarming or it's something that a lot of veteran offensive tackles aren't that good at either. He does look like a guy that really cares about getting the technique right. Danielle Hunter last week when I talked to him called him a technique guy. So it's nice when a 6'6", 335-pound guy is a technique guy because a lot of times those guys have just kind of been bullies in college and haven't had to. The thing about Haley's scheme that I like so far is that in focusing on, like, just from watching practice and in that first 10-play series, they want to be a gap scheme blocking without getting overly technical about it. Just a lot of double teams, just pushing the defensive tackle up into the lap of the linebacker. It simplifies things in a lot of ways and becomes just more about brute physical force than a lot of the things that go on in an outside zone-based scheme. I like that in that the guys at the line of scrimmage were getting really good push and playing very, very physically. The part to improve on from the offensive line is when they work up to the second level, the linebackers, the box safeties. It wasn't as clean. Jakob Johnson, the fullback, did some good things, but also kind of fell off some blocks or didn't necessarily always have the right angles. So they still have some work to do. But the sum total of it is that they have the potential to be a much more physically imposing offensive line this year. And that's all without – if Joe Mixon were running in that situation the way that offensive line was blocking, a couple of those Ogunbowale plays very easily could have been 30-yard runs by Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Like, it was that clear of a path, and just Mixon's just, obviously a much better back than Ogunbowale. But it was a very, very promising start.
I'm as intrigued as you can be for a Week 2 preseason game from this standpoint on Saturday, Seth, against the Panthers, is to see who the first offensive line is that comes out there. Still injured, not practicing. Titus Howard was kind of sitting out yesterday. He was in uniform and had his helmet and was doing drills, but there was a big chunk of practice where Blake Fisher was getting the reps with the ones, and maybe they just wanted to get a look at Fisher with the ones. He hadn't blocked for C.J. Stroud during a drill that I could remember throughout all of camp so far. Ed Ingram was running with the ones at times at left guard yesterday instead of Laken Tomlinson. Ursary's first performance. And the centers, I think, are still, I think there's still a competition. I think Jake Andrews is leading it, but I think there's still a competition at center. This thing, Caserio had told you and I, or speculated at least with you and I, like, we think that the it'll start to take shape around the Minnesota game, either before or slightly after. I don't think it's taken shape yet. I think we know Ursery. I think we know Ursery and Titus Howard are going to start, and that's about it right now.
I think the two big X factors into how everything shakes out are Ed Ingram at right guard and whether they feel good about him, feel genuinely good about him. Remember, he was a starter in Minnesota last year, ended up getting benched for Brandon Scherf there at some point in the season. But he's been a starter in the league before, and at one point they were high on him in Minnesota. So if they like him at right guard, then the question is, hey, if Ursery continues to play well over these next couple weeks, especially in the combined practice versus the Panthers, where he's going to get a lot of opportunity to go against starting defensive ends, do we like him better than Cam Robinson at left tackle?
Yep.
Because then all right, it becomes kind of simple. If you like Ed Ingram and if you like Arian and Cam Robinson, then it's Ursery at left tackle, it's Ed Ingram at right guard, and you got Titus at right tackle.
Yeah.
This is the one thing that I hate even thinking about, but it could be a thing because I'm kind of hinting at drama that may or may not exist. Cam Robinson signed a 1-year prove-it deal. Cam Robinson got traded away from Jacksonville, where it was kind of it felt like a situation where the Jaguars wanted their draft pick, their second-rounder, to be the starter. Cam Robinson didn't want to stick around and be a backup, so he gets traded for not much at all to Minnesota. Didn't play great when he was there. Then he signs a 1-year prove-it deal to come to Houston. And is there potential drama or disgruntlement or whatever if starting from day one he's a backup? And then how does Nick handle all of that? Hopefully we never see any kind of drama or anything like that. But I don't know. I don't want to say that politics or whatever or promises made might factor into it, but it might be a little bit more complicated than it looks on paper.
Yeah, they're paying him $12 million. That's not chump change. So we'll see what happens.
And I know it's easy to say like, oh no, he's going to do what you tell him to do. I don't know. Yeah. Especially if it comes to like, hey, if the discussion when they signed him was, hey, you're going to get a chance to show a better version of yourself. I know you probably thought that you could have made more money elsewhere, or you should have made more money. Is there any kind of an obligation there to at least give him a shot in week 1 to be the starting left tackle?
Yeah. The injury complicates things from that standpoint for the Texans side of things. It's like, hey,
that's how I'd welch on that.
Yeah, so
I'd be like, well, that was before you got injured,
You got injured, man. We got to get some cohesiveness on the offensive line. You were out. All right, Seth, this is important to me and probably to C.J. Stroud a little bit and to many Texan fans. C.J. Stroud popped up in the NFL Top 100 2 days ago, 39th overall. Fell 19 big spots. He was 20th last year. Again, this is the voting that's done by the players. About 1,000 players vote. They rank their top 20 players, and then the votes all get tabulated, and it spits out a top 100. Will Anderson Jr., so far 3 Texans. Joe Mixon, 58th. Will Anderson, 46th. C.J. Stroud comes in at 39th. Here is the narrator. And the coach's voice you're going to hear. Did you...
No. That's what I was going to say when you're done with this, before we play the audio.
Yeah.
This is what I like about I don't care about the rankings themselves. I like hearing the quotes from opponents and opposing coaches about the players.
Yep, so here's the first one. This is the narrator telling us all that C.J. Stroud made the top 100. The coach's voice that you're going to hear towards the end of this is Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs, expressing some frustration on the bench to his defense over just how talented the opposing quarterback is.
In his 2 years in the league, Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has now appeared twice on the NFL Top 100. He's captured 2 division titles, won 2 playoff games, and earned a reputation among opposing defenses.
Deep drop, rolls out, Stroud on the run, it's caught, touchdown, the improvisation delivers to give Houston the lead.
Hey, listen, this guy can throw it. You know what I mean? Like, he's back there along the line, and the guy's in a deep. When he chucks out off his back foot like forever.
Okay, so you can kind of hear Spagnuolo. The audio is not great because he's on an NFL bench yelling at his defensive players, but he's kind of saying to his guys like, hey, look, this guy can throw it. He threw that one to Schultz off his back foot. So that was kind of cool to see.
Yeah. And Spagnuolo, it's kind of cool, but at the same time, it's easy for Spagnuolo to say nice things because in the fourth quarter, he did what the Chiefs defense does, just dial up a boatload of blitzes and turn everybody into mush.
He was laughing at CJ in the fourth quarter. They didn't show that part.
hey, yeah, listen, CJ, just so you know, I respect what you do, but good luck with this.
That's right.
We're going to
Here are some of CJ's teammates on CJ Stroud. Here's Will Anderson Jr.
Here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it, man. Don't put it on tape. Let's go.
That's a guy that's a leader. That's a guy that when he walks in the room, everybody's like, that's Cap right there.
Put in the work. Be confident. Let's go.
He didn't come in this year and play like a second-year guy. He's coming in playing like a vet who's been in this league for a long time, and I think teams fear him for that. They know he can sling the ball.
Look at that throw, right on the money.
They know he can make the dynamic plays with his legs.
CJ with the arm and with the legs, getting the Texans in range.
I feel like he had some of the craziest plays, like he's going to be sacked, and he's going down.
Oh, the ball is free. Scooped up by
completion.
Throws complete on a busted play.
On a busted play. That was a Xavier Hutchinson play with Ian Eagle's voice. Or might have been Noah Eagle's voice on that one. I can't remember who. That was the play in the playoff game where the Texans couldn't get anything going offensively. It took C.J. Stroud basically botching a snap, chasing the ball into the end zone, then heaving it downfield to Xavier Hutchinson to get the offense moving.
And, at that moment and for the rest of the game, it felt like CJ just kind of flipped a switch and realized, okay, I'm just going to go play football. And that's the hardest thing to do as a quarterback or any athlete, but especially anyone where you have to think a lot, is finding that balance between analyzing everything but then also just playing ball. And CJ hinted at something similar in the postgame after that sometimes you overly complicate things and you just got to remember you're just going out and playing football.
Yep.
And his ability to scramble, his ability to run, we saw that late in the season in the playoffs. I think this year where he's put on a little bit of muscle, and he's a bigger guy than you think when you watch him on television. He's a big guy, but he does look thicker in a good way. I think that I don't think about breaking tackles and everything as much when it comes to CJ because he is still a pure pocket thrower. It's his ability to keep a solid and stable platform when the pocket is crumbling or when somebody does have contact on him. I think he's done a good job of that for a young quarterback, but I think it might be even better this year because when he has a good platform, he's incredibly accurate. It's just sometimes you get knocked off your platform. Yep. I think that's one of the things that Jalen Hurts doesn't get enough credit for. It's that, he's strong and he breaks a lot of tackles because of that. But him and Lamar Jackson is like this too. They're so strong when they do decide to plant their feet, but somebody's hitting them or somebody's got a hold of their jersey or something or a hold of their legs, that they can still throw it as if there's nobody around him at all. I think that might be one of the biggest dividends for CJ, given how good he is as a pocket passer.
Yep, agreed. Here's the last one. This is Joe Mixon and Nico Collins talking about C.J. Stroud, who finished 39th in the NFL's top 100.
C.J. just got that it factor to him. I think that he does all the little things right.
When we score right here, it'll be huge. When we score right here, it's going to be huge. Here we go, baby. Let's put a drive together. What's that?
He does everything with that mentality, whatever it takes to get the job done, that's what I'm going to do.
It's the best quarterback in my eyes. He's calm and collected. His mindset to lead the team, man, it's amazing to see.
Touchdown! Let's go, man! Let's go!
But like for me, I'll go CJ number one.
Oh, see, now I want to see Nico's ballot to see if he actually did that. His handwritten ballot. If
it came out that it actually had him number 3 or something.
Fraud.
Yeah.
Nico Collins, fraud.
Are they allowed to vote for their own teammates?
That's a good question. That's a really good question. I don't know.
There's no way you could. They can't allow them to vote for their own teammates.
Probably not. Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, that
would just. They should also extend that onto college teammates. You can't vote for a college teammate.
Yeah.
Or, how many guys who are fringe players in the NFL have been put on this by one of their college buddies? They end up receiving a vote or something. The first quote there by CJ, when he said, if we score here, it's going to be huge. I don't know what situation that was in, but obviously it was a big situation where scoring would have been big. This is why Magic Johnson's Twitter doesn't bother me as much as it does many people, because it's
stating the obvious.
Because I think Magic Johnson is, when he's watching a game, he's kind of thinking about it as he might be. This is what I'd be saying in the huddle. This is what I'd be saying on the sideline, which is true. So, like, CJ saying that in the moment, it makes perfect sense. Hey, guys, all right, we score here. This is huge.
What you do.
All right, good. If CJ had been watching the game and had tweeted that, he would have been roasted. So Magic, Sean, I want you to do this. The next time Magic Johnson says something something like, if they score 4 more points in this situation, they'll have 100 points on the game. Just think about it, like Magic is actually in the moment and he's talking to his teammates.
I think it's a fair thing to point out. The thing is, what about the times Magic Johnson is tweeting the obvious about things that aren't in-game heat-of-the-moment situations?
It's the same thing. It's like a pep talk in a meeting.
He's looking at the standings and is like, if the Lakers win and the Thunder lose, the Lakers move into second place tonight.
That's where, yes, because that's him. That's like him playing cards on the plane. He's kind of telling guys, like, hey, half back in the standings, guys.
Right.
All we have to do is win the next game.
Yeah.
And if the Thunder lose, we're there.
Yeah.
And so if you just imagine, the next time you read Magic Johnson's Twitter, just imagine you're a teammate of Magic Johnson's.
Okay.
And that,
I will do that. You know what? I will do that. I will do
we
for
should
you.
We can do that exercise in the 9 o'clock hour.
Let's go find some tweets of Magic Johnson's.
Put my theory to the test. Is Magic Johnson's Twitter much, much different if you just consume it as if he's talking to you as a teammate?
Johnson X. I'm putting it down on my list of things I have next to me to look up.
And I say all that to say, yes, is C.J. Stroud the next Magic Johnson in every way?
In every way.
Is he going to be a Hall of Famer with an incredible business career afterwards?
Yeah,
yes, obviously.
Not every way, okay?
Will he have a failed talk show? Most likely. But it doesn't really matter because he's a billionaire.
Does he become a billionaire? Yeah, like almost the most, like it's in some ways the most illogical billionaire ever based on his Twitter timeline. Like, this guy is a business genius. Yeah.
I'm not touching this one with a stick. Okay.
What?
Why are you making it all political, Sean?
His Twitter timeline. He's not political. I know that. Hey, we got to pour one out. I didn't even know this was still a thing. It was announced this week that AOL is discontinuing its dial-up service. Did you see this?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Remember back in 1995, Seth, where you would log onto your gigantic computer and open up AOL, and it would sound like this? It was really annoying. But then it would stop. Then it would see connect. Turn it down, Ben. There's people driving off the road.
That was the sound of connecting to people who, in the infancy of the internet, the women you were talking to,
man,
you thought were actual women.
Yes. This is kids. This is where catfishing and predators all began back in the day.
My fellow teenager that I was communicating with via the internet was, in my mind, was definitely another teenager.
Definitely a teenager,
sure,
for sure. So that horrible sound would end, and then you'd be greeted with any number of sounds like this.
Welcome. You've got mail.
Yeah. Yeah, boy. You walk into the chat room. Yeah. Remember these?
I know.
You've
honestly,
got pictures.
Sean,
You've got pictures. Oh, that was always fun. You've
File's
got
done.
Filed.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yeah, goodbye.
I missed out on a lot of that because I didn't have I was never a teenager with the internet. I got my first email address spring semester of my senior year in college. And I kind of, the only thing I really knew of the internet was from, trying to download various pictures at some of my friends' places. And that was a line-by-line scenario.
Yes.
But that was, I think we were on the college. No, it was probably dial-up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But I never knew, yeah. So they still had dial-up, which I'm guessing for people in rural areas was still a big thing.
Yeah.
They probably kept that going for people in rural areas because there are still places where it's tough to get internet.
I'm guessing literally the people that use it are dying off, maybe. I don't know, that still use the dial-up. According to Census, there were still 163,000 households that were using dial-up to access the internet.
No, they don't have broadband in a lot of rural areas still. Yeah. So that's in the satellite internet. I mean, it's expensive if you want to get a dish and everything. So those 163,000 households, I'm guessing a lot of them are, out in South Dakota or wherever.
Yeah.
But now the satellite internet has gotten a lot better.
Yeah.
It's less of a big deal.
We used that for our show. The 2 days we did it from our Airbnb was satellite. It was Starlink. That was satellite internet. It was good.
And it was way better than I expected it to be.
It was really, really good. Yeah. So, and again, this isn't dial-up internet overall going away. This is just AOL saying we're not going to do this.
Oh, just AOL. That's
just
right.
AOL.
That's right.
Yeah.
So there are still those people still. So there were 163,000 households using AOL's dial-up.
Right.
And
No. There's 163,000 households using dial-up
in America.
AOL is discontinuing theirs.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. But I'm going back and listening. Ben, play the sound effects. It made me go back to a simpler time and place 30 years ago where
You've got mail.
I could log on and chat with my WWF friends who I never met in person. That's good, Ben. I got all the sounds I needed. Logging on and hearing "You've got mail" was always an exciting.
Pictures.
Yeah.
The thing that sucked the most was that other people you'd have to get off the internet because people had to use the telephone.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Kids,
get
what
off
it was
the
like?
internet. Yeah.
It was you had to hey, I have to call the pizza shop to order pizza.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, well, I know you can't do that on the computer.
Right.
So I'm going to have to you can call the pizza shop to make an order.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You had to.
We used to have to talk to somebody to order pizza. It was miserable. It was awful.
I'm halfway through this picture, Mom. Picture of what? Barry Sanders. Yeah.
Line by line by line.
Yeah. Oh yeah, kids. It's we had to work for it back in the day. All right, on the internet.
I miss not having internet, man. Yeah. I know when we were in West Virginia, when we had that little mishap that night where I got lost on the way home.
Yeah.
And it turned into a whole big deal. Because you almost forget all of the whole way you operate when you're supposed to meet somebody at a certain spot. Yeah. That back in the day, you'd be there. They weren't there.
Yeah.
And you had zero way of really knowing exactly what had happened. Yep. You might call their house, hope somebody answers. Maybe they'd have a story.
Yeah.
If you could find a payphone to call them from. But I kind of miss it because it was you had to keep your wits about you better.
Yeah.
You had to stick to your plans, and you had to establish trust that when you said you were going to be there, you were going to be there.
No.
I kind of miss the simplicity of all that.
I had to scurry back into town 7 miles so I could get a phone signal to try to call you. It was whereas back in the day I probably would have been like, all right, well, he's not here. I'll just kind of wait it out, see what happens.
And to be clear, that's because you had, despite my multiple times offering to show you how to enable Wi-Fi calling on your phone, you declined.
Hey.
And so you could have made a phone call from the house.
Smart guy. The Wi-Fi signal wasn't getting to my phone. I tried to do some things on Wi-Fi. It was a
wait. You were standing on the front porch and you weren't getting the Wi-Fi.
Wasn't getting good Wi-Fi there, man. Yeah, for whatever reason, I wasn't getting
because
good Wi-Fi.
of the single pane window between us and where we do our radio show.
You're acting like I'm the technician. I'm just telling you what the situation was.
You're still living in a world without the internet in a lot of ways.
Some ways.
You need to go to the Apple store and have them show you how to use your phone. Do one of those little classes.
I actually have that on my list of things to do, to go to the Apple store and take some video classes. All right. I interviewed Jalen Knoll yesterday. You want to hear my interview with Jalen Knoll, rookie wide receiver? Yeah.
I do.
We hear about how things are going with him in the new offense. How are things going with his Iowa State teammates that are here? And seeking the perfect steak. He is trying to become a master griller. So we will hear from Jalen Knoll, future master griller, coming up next. If you want to see 2020 with your own eyes,
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I was out of practice yesterday. Afterwards, I had a chance to chat one-on-one for a few minutes with Texans rookie wide receiver Jalen Knoll, who's at a good camp. Both the rookie wide receivers from Iowa State have had good training camps. They both look like guys who are going to factor in this year for the Houston Texans. Here's my conversation yesterday with Jalen Knoll. Hey, it's Sean Pendergast out here at Texans practice with Texans wide receiver Jalen Knoll. Jalen, you got your first catch as a pro in that game against the Vikings on that little screen to the outside. You broke a tackle. How did it feel to finally get that first catch under your belt?
It felt great. Obviously a dream come true to be able to get your first catch in the NFL. But it was really exciting moment.
How are things going so far at camp for you?
I feel like it's going good. Stacking days, just trying to be consistent, and just continue to work within the offense, becoming a reliable guy for the quarterbacks.
So let's talk about the installation of this offense. It's new to you because this is your rookie year in the NFL, but it's new to a lot of guys. Because it's a lot of slot receiver. Cecil Shorts is a former slot receiver for the Texans. We used to do the post game together. And one of the things he told me is the second hardest position to play on offense, aside from quarterback, is slot receiver because of how much you've got to look at pre-snap. How has that gone for you, and do you feel like that's an accurate assessment of that position?
Yeah. I feel like it's a position that your IQ has to be there. You have to know the shell of the defense, knowing what everything that's going on from the linebacker position to the corner position. So yeah, I would agree, and I feel like I've done well so far within that position. Just that's also what I did in college, playing a lot of slot, played some outside too, but just being able to be savvy within the zones and understanding what looks I'm getting in the defense.
I remember watching the draft, the day you got drafted, and the scene from inside your house there, and obviously getting drafted to a team where your college team, a couple college teammates actually. Can you take us through that moment? What was going through your head when you got that phone call? Yeah,
a lot of emotions, just the realization of all the hard work that I put in to be able to get to that point in time, and just to be surrounded by family. It provoked a lot of emotions out of me, but it was a very special moment, a moment I'll never forget. And like you said, to be able to join two of my teammates, it's an honor.
So what's the dynamic with all? I mean, you and Jaden appear inseparable out here. You know, we were doing our radio show out here the first week of camp, and we're out here early. You guys are always coming over the bridge together. What's the dynamic between the three of you though? When you add X into the situation, is he like a big brother to you guys, or how's that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's kind of been through everything being in he kind of just gives us the heads up on certain things, knowing what to do. And but there's a big connection there. We're all Iowa State guys, so being able to talk about Iowa State and the memories we had together.
What is it about Iowa State? Because we have Nick Caserio on our show pretty frequently, and right after the draft we had him on, and he could not stop talking about Matt Campbell and the program that he has there. I think there's certain coaches he has a really high level of respect for. Take us through what is it about that Iowa State program? You guys had a lot of success while you were there. What is it about that program that you feel has gotten you prepared for this moment?
Yeah, just like you said, preparation is the biggest thing, and they teach us that from the very beginning. Just to learn our process, go back to the fundamentals and stick to those fundamentals, and just trust in the process, honestly. And Coach Campbell's big thing is if you can find your process and you can keep that process going and build off of it, then you just become a better player. And then one of the big things that we went through in the past year is just curiosity, being curious what we can learn more out of the game and just add to our game.
Have you been taking the process you had at Iowa State and just transforming it over here? Have you added anything to it that, now that it's solely football that you're focused on? Now you don't have to focus on studies or anything like that?
Yeah, really just picking the brains of my teammates that have been here, like Christian Kirk, Nico Collins, CJ, even on the defensive side, Z's and Sting, just seeing how those guys work and what their process is, and just trying to add little things to mine, because those are all the guys that have been doing it right. Whatever I can pick from them and add to my process, I'm going to do that.
What's it like playing with C.J. Stroud?
It's amazing. He's a very big communicator, so you know exactly what he wants from you, and then he's going to pick guys up. If you make a bad play, he's going to be the first guy there, making sure you're good, and just talk to you through the play and what he feels like you can do better. So he's a big motivator within our offense and a big connector.
I saw your appearance on the St. Brown podcast, and we played some audio from it. You immediately became a hit with Texan fans when we played it. But one of the things you talked about was you got your signing bonus, and they were asking you, what have you splurged on or anything like that? You're still like, I'm driving my same car, I'm renting, I'm not buying all. Have you done anything yet now? Have you splurged, or is it still just, kind of business as usual?
Yeah, just business as usual.
Okay.
I'm focused on the season so far, so just making sure I'm staying in the playbook and focusing on that.
Okay. Now, the other thing I was told, too, obviously I know you and Jaden are big fishermen. You guys had your YouTube channel, but I was also told by somebody that you are a master griller as well. Is that true?
Yeah. No, I'm
in search of the perfect steak, right?
Yes, in search of the perfect steak. I love to grill. Whatever I can put on the grill, and just kind of try to learn new things, not just steak, honestly.
Okay, so when you go to a steakhouse, then it's not just you're just ordering off the menu to eat. You're like, it's like a chalk talk with you. You like get the chef out here. I want to talk to him.
Yeah, I'll never ask for the chef, but I do ask the waiter or waitress all the time, like exactly how it's being cooked and prepared. So.
Okay, so what's the perfect cut for you then?
Ribeye.
Ribeye?
I know a lot of people like filet mignon and maybe the T-bone, but I feel like you get just the perfect amount of tenderness.
Ribeye, Iowa State cyclone, right? It's blue collar, right?
Yes, sir.
What are the sides that go with it?
Any type of potato, whether it's a baked potato, mashed potato, and you got to throw a vegetable in there, maybe asparagus, green beans, broccoli, something like
just
that.
to color up the plate a little bit. Wash away some of the guilt from that meat and potatoes you're about to eat. Texans wide receiver Jalen Nolt. Jalen, it's great to have you here in Houston, man. And flash those H's up to the camera.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, man.
Yep, thank
All
you.
right, thanks. All right, good stuff. That was fun. Jalen Noll, ribeye. That's the big ribeye. That's the cut. That was the question I was looking to get the answer.
Ribeye's probably the consensus favorite.
Yeah, I think so.
Amongst most people.
Yep.
Yeah. It's I like that he's getting into cook. He had said in that interview that you referenced on the St. Brown podcast, he sounds like he's pretty much a homebody. Him and his fiance just like hanging out at home and cooking and watching movies, which is nice.
Yeah.
Which is nice to hear.
He's a good kid.
I also think when he talks about how he's just trying to stay the course of focus, not making any big purchases or anything. I do think that for all of the hand-wringing that we did over NIL, I think that guys are coming into the league with a couple of things. One is that they've had to already learn how to manage not just football and money, but football, money, and school all at the same time.
Yep.
And how to still stay focused on football. Well, you've also got some money to spend and maybe not get too wrapped up in the money side of things. So so when they get to the NFL, it's not a big shock to their system.
Yeah.
And I think they handle it better. And that they've also already dealt with a lot of the headaches that can come with money. As awesome as it is having money, there's a lot of distractions and a lot of headaches. financing come with it. A lot of guys get to the league, and people ask him, "What's your first big purchase?" And he's like, "Listen, man, I've been making $500,000 a year, or whatever it might be." So I could have made a big purchase last year.
Yep.
It was I'm here to play football.
Yeah. What did you like from a football standpoint that you heard from him right there?
I think just understanding the assignment about being a slot receiver and how important it is to just diagnose coverages. And I think that Nick Caley, by virtue of his experience in New England and then with the Rams, who use their slot receivers really, really effectively, I think as long as they've got Christian Kirk, who is a smart slot receiver, I think they have Jalen Noel, who's a smart kid who understands that he needs to become a smart slot receiver. I think there's going to be much more in the quick game, especially. There's going to be more options for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I think that, look, Stephon Diggs is great, obviously. Don't get me wrong. But there's the offense itself and the structure of the offense, I think, is going to be better for giving C.J. more answers to things that he sees on the other side of the ball.
Yep. Multiple texts I'm getting on my own phone from people like, I love this kid. I love that.
Yeah.
He's easy. He's hard not to like.
He drives his Camry that he had in college, and that's what he's still driving.
Yep.
That's he's gonna get married here at some point to his fiance who's from Dallas. Like there's a lot to like about the maturity level of him.
In his game, man, he's at a good camp. He's probably going to be returning kicks, punts or kicks for this team too. He's getting a lot of work at that.
The other big thing about him was, during the draft process, a lot of people cited his drop rate in college as being an issue. No, developing hands. And he's a small guy with small hands, so he had to work at it. His first year that he got prominent playing time, he did have a lot of drops. By his final year at Iowa State, he actually had one of the better drop rates in terms of fewer drops than any other drafted receiver. He really worked at his hands and made it into a strength.
All right, that was Jalen Noel. You can find the entire interview up on my social media, on my Instagram or on my Twitter account. I posted the entire thing there if you want to relive it, or use the Odyssey app and you can rewind or find the Payne and Pendergast podcast.
Good job, Sean. You do a really good job on those one-on-ones.
Thank you.
Just making it very conversational. Like very, very. It's good. It sounds like you're having a conversation.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, that's what I try to do. Get them feeling comfortable, and it's you get good stuff out of them. Laken Tomlinson is who I'm talking to today. I got a lot of Jamaica questions for Laken Tomlinson.
He was in Jamaica until he was 13 years old.
Yes.
It wasn't like he was born in Jamaica, but then actually grew up. So he's
I've got a few Jamaica questions I need to ask him. So that's my interview. So we'll play that one tomorrow when I get that one today out of Texans practice. Up next, if you're waking up disappointed that the Astros are tied for first place, I get it. But when you hear the MLB Network talking about the Astros yesterday, it'll get you excited again. I promise. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, let's talk about Prize Picks. And
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, getting some good react to the Jalen Noel interview, including people sending in what their favorite steakhouse ensembles are. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, my advice to Jalen Noel, this is the advice I give every rookie. Don't try to venture into barbecue Twitter. It's a lot, man. You might go on asking like, hey, I want to reverse sear a steak, and 90% of your replies, I want to reverse sear a steak. Do you have any tips? 90% of the replies are no technique altogether.
Yep.
And here's the thing about sous vide or whatever. Yeah, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Leave me alone. I just asked a question.
That's right.
Everybody's an expert on barbecue Twitter.
That's good advice. Really good advice. Someone says, how is a ribeye blue collar literally the consensus best cut of steak? I don't know. He mentioned filet mignon first, and per ounce, filet is fancy schmancy. So that's why I said it.
I wouldn't. I mean, I know I wouldn't have said it as rudely. I think that ribeye is largely considered a lot of people that's their go-to.
Yeah.
It's like the best blend of flavor, tenderness, fat content and all that. Yeah. But it's there's a lot of super fancy ribeyes you can buy.
Yeah. For sure.
Flank steak would probably be the most blue collar.
Flank
steaks where you got to marinate it a while and everything. Yeah, if you're talking genuinely, if we're breaking it down socioeconomically, I ate a lot of flank steak back in the day.
Flank steak is blue collar.
When I wanted a lot of protein and wanted to eat steak, I'd soak some flank steak in a baggie for a while.
That's a good call. Didn't think that would be the thing I said that resonated the most on the text page, but text page gonna text page. Ribeye mashed potatoes or butter red potatoes with asparagus or roasted Brussels sprouts. Yeah, Brussels sprouts.
Asparagus might be the oddest vegetable in terms of, I don't think a lot of people really like asparagus unless it's with a steak.
Yeah.
And then it's awesome with a steak.
Right.
So I guess that's just a good pairing. I have no idea. I know a bunch of our listeners know exactly why and will tell us.
And I'm sure they will tell us.
I don't like you show me an asparagus on your body unless it's next to a steak.
Next to a steak, and then I'll kiss you.
Yes.
Lobster mac and cheese and cream spinach, best sides. I agree with. I don't even like spinach. Well, of course, cream spinach is not good for you. Regular spinach just by itself is good for you. I like cream spinach, and I love lobster mac and cheese. The problem is you've got to take out a loan to get lobster mac and cheese. It's very pricey.
I love me some mac and cheese and I love me some mashed potatoes. There's something about eating it with a steak where I usually just feel like it's a little too much.
Yeah.
I feel weighed down too much. I like to enjoy. A lot of times I get the steak and no sides at all. Just nothing at all.
Yeah.
I just like, you know what? It forces then I just focus on the steak and I mindfully eat the steak bit by bit, undistracted. Including Brandy's on. I put Brandy on mute for a good 20 minutes.
This is what I was trying to think of when you brought up flank steak. I'm like, oh, there's one that's below that even that begins with a C, and someone says, "Don't sleep on cube steak."
Oh yeah,
poverty beef is what the texter says. Poverty beef. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Keep texting in 713-572-4610. MLB Network had a conversation about the Astros. Brian Kenny with Ron Darling and Bob Costas making an appearance on the studio set on the MLB Network. And this is Bob Costas and Ron Darling talking about Carlos Correa and the acquisition of Carlos Correa.
A return to a more competitive environment. The Astros are in it, and it's an environment he's familiar with. You know, it's a good teams that benefited most from the Twins fire sale. You know?
Right.
Well, that's what would seem like clears house. A lot of times you say, wow, those are a lot of excellent players. How come they weren't winning? If they had all these good players, how come they weren't winning? You put them all together. I'm torn on Correa because, again, his rate stats, Ronnie, are there. And now he moves to third base, a little less demanding because he's got the foot issues. Where are you?
Well, I think he was signed in Minnesota, right, to bring a championship there. He's a championship player. It didn't work out. I thought Alex Bregman needed the new challenge and needed to be away from Houston just as much as I think Correa needs to be back in Houston. Mm-hmm. I think he will level off and be able to play third base. Not only that part of it, he will be with a fan base that knows him as a champion, a fan base that's only seen some of his greatest moments. And you can pick apart, certainly, he's had some down regular seasons. But in the postseason, there's not one you can look at which was not great.
And that's a point you brought up several times since the trade set. It's October Correa that you're really acquiring here. Now, the Astros, of course, find themselves in a dogfight for the division right now. You got to get to October in order for October Correa to be activated. But I believe in what Costas said at the beginning there, because the lead into that was that Correa hadn't really been good this year in Minnesota. He's had really in Minnesota, he was there for all or parts of 4 seasons. 2 were good and 2 were bad. I believe in that, though. I believe that Carlos Correa feels like a guy, Seth, who adapts to the environment that he's in. That for whatever reason, the focus, the level of competitiveness, and the ability to do the little things to affect big-time winning get enhanced for them like the Houston Astros.
You know what's interesting is that in Minnesota, he wasn't nearly as good defensively as he was in Houston. And, you know, this year, the sum total of it is that he hasn't been as good defensively. The move to third base is going to have some hiccups here and there. He had an error last night. But all of those his age, his size, his injury history, all of those things were probably starting to take a toll on him at shortstop. So I wonder how much it helps him offensively just being a little bit less physically taxing a role at third base over time. And then the environment, at least so far, may have just been a real shot in the arm for him. Yeah. But as they alluded to, a huge part of Correa is just that, when he gets to the playoffs, he's as steady as they come. We think. He hasn't had as many opportunities in Minnesota as he had back in the day with Houston. But I kind of think of Travis Kelce in the playoffs. Look, Travis Kelce's not the same guy he used to be, week in and week out in the regular season. But I don't know if you guys watched the Texans playoff game last year.
Pretty good.
But Travis Kelce was he was a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
So Correa, I still trust that Correa you're going to get the very, very best version of Correa in the playoffs.
Yep. Agreed. All right, here's one more from the guys on MLB Network. Again, Brian Kenny, Bob Costas, and former pitcher Ron Darling. They just marvel at the way that despite all these injuries, the Astros just keep on winning.
Yordan Alvarez has barely played all year. Jeremy Pena was great, and then he was injured. They keep winning. They do. They're still on top in their division, despite losing all these people. Would be batting practice soon. If he's in the middle of that lineup, and now Correa's back, and Pena's great, they're formidable.
Yeah, how have they done it? Luno and Hinch gone. Dana Brown comes in. New guy in the dugout. There's some secret sauce within that organization. They just keep, and no matter what happens, they've been decimated by injuries this year, and they keep rolling along.
All right, Bob, where are you going with that? How have they done it?
And then he pulled out a trash can and a hammer and just started hammering a trash can.
Yeah. Come on, Bob. What are you insinuating there?
I thought it was a little disrespectful just how he skipped over Dusty Baker and James Click like they never existed. Like, hey, Luno and Hinch are gone, and now you got Dana Brown here. If Dusty hears that, next time
they did win a World Series in the interim and they kept going to the ALCS every single year.
The next time he sees Bob Costas, Dusty Baker is going to choke slam him through a table.
It was, you know what? I feel a little bit indignant about that. The same way I felt indignant when people acted like when the Astros won the World Series in 2022. They acted like, oh, look, they can be good even without all the other stuff. Like they've been good every freaking year.
Yeah.
They've been to a couple of World. What are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, now because they won a Game 7 instead of losing a Game 7 in the World Series. Now this is confirmation that they can actually be a good team.
Yeah, it's silly.
This is why people hate your sport.
There was, him, Bob Costas talking about, boy, and when you plunk Yordan Alvarez back in this, there was the other night, Seth, on Monday about being in the stadium when they did lineups, and it was, and maybe some of this will wear off as it gets done every night, but for whatever, the first time when they were introducing the lineups and they're introducing Jeremy Pena, Carlos Correa, and Jose Altuve, 1, 2, and 3 in the batting order, I got chills. Like it was real, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, keep those 3 right there, and you plunk Yordan at 4 right after that, and that feels like one of those things. Like, man, I can't wait for them to announce the lineups because we never thought we'd see Carlos Correa back in an Astros uniform, and now here he is, plunked right down in between the guy who he mentored for a couple of years here, his heir apparent, Jeremy Pena, and then following him in the lineup is the guy who he said is the biggest reason he's excited to be back, Jose Altuve. That was really cool.
It was almost, remember when the Spurs annoyingly didn't age? They kept being good.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, listen, these guys are all going to get old at some point.
Yeah.
And they got old, and they kept being good.
Yep.
You're like, well, Tim Duncan, he's 97 years old, isn't he? Yeah. Ginobili, well, he's looked like an old man for years. And they kept being good. It was almost like if the Spurs had actually been dismantled for a spell and then came back and just kept on being the Spurs again. That's the fantasy I've got built up in my mind.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
I'm opening the door for George Springer next year.
Well, those Spurs, to use that as the analogy, the one thing, all those old guys you talk, Tony Parker and Tim Duncan and Manu Ginobili, they went and found Kawhi Leonard, to keep that thing. And similarly, the Astros have found Hunter Brown, and they traded for Yordan.
Jeremy Pena. Because when they brought Correa back, my first thought too, when you're trying to when you're trying to be as objective as possible is, okay, am I just a sucker for sentimentality here? Because the old, whatever saying you want to use, you can't go home again, whatever. It's never quite the same if you're just trying to bring back all the greats from the past. Mm-hmm. I think that there is something to it. You don't have to put a number on it or anything, but I also, on the other side of the coin, I've enjoyed that that booing Bregman is kind of a thing now.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be a consistent thing. I kind of thought the first time they booed him was almost like okay, we got it out of our system. We gave you your tribute and everything, but now we're booing you. But I think Bregman's going to get booed every time he comes back to Houston.
Okay,
now.
I have two thoughts on that. One, it probably was exacerbated by the fact that he hit a home run in his first at-bat against the Astros. Yeah. So immediately he is affecting games. Number two, you know who probably enjoys it as much as anybody? Alex Bregman. That's who. He doesn't care. I don't think
his mom was soaking it in last night.
Oh, was she?
But he got a hit, and she was up, shimmying in her jersey.
Oh, good.
Everything kind of,
Good. That's the thing. Man, Alex Bregman gets it. I think Alex Bregman is affected zero. Alex Bregman is not standing in the batter's box with you people booing him going, but all the things I did for charity.
It feels like an affectionate booing, if that's a thing. I feel like it's almost kind of like, we're ribbing you, buddy, but you know.
You know his salsa. Alex Bregman, I love you. You are the author of many a great moment for me as an Astro fan. Your salsa's not good. Sorry.
It's a soupy mess.
It's very watery and not very tasty. I think you're amazing. I think you're incredible. I think you are a great Astro, one of the all-time greats. And I still deep down root for you. I will not stand twice for you at a game in a standing ovation. I'll only stand once, not twice. But Alex Bregman, I think you're still tremendous. But I think your salsa is watery mess. I think is what you just
said. Sus
right?
is what the kids would say.
It's sus at best. At best, it's sus. Yes. Chicken. Okay. Text message, sir. I'm taking your number down, and I'm going to call you today, and I'm going to bring you to therapy. Chicken greater than steak. # sorry not sorry. I don't know about that. That's sus right there. Chicken greater than. Where are you on that? You look like you look like you might like
anybody's
chicken.
food preferences. People trying to act like that one food is better than another food because that's what they prefer.
Yeah.
I just hate that whole. I hate that whole genre. That's what I hate.
I do too.
Now listen though, Sean. Immediately when he says chicken is better than steak, you're probably thinking of chicken breast, which very difficult to pull off a good chicken breast.
Right.
You got to be a skilled. Look. Let's be honest, everybody. Most of us can cook up a steak that's just fine.
Wow.
You try to do chicken breast, you got to have some skills. You got to put some time and effort into that.
Well, it needs accompaniment. You need I like chicken parm. But you need breading, mozzarella cheese, and red sauce for that.
I like one of my favorite things to get at a barbecue place is turkey. I like better. It's more tender and it's tasty than when you get turkey elsewhere. But I'm not gonna, I don't think it's better than any of the red meat. But I could see if somebody liked turkey. I could see if somebody liked barbecued turkey better than other barbecue.
Yeah,
items.
no question. I mentioned that I'm interviewing Laken Tomlinson, native Jamaican, today after practice. Middle screen texts in, I'm here with Biggs, guard for the Texans. So, Fatty.
Yeah.
That's what I want to ask him about. If for people who don't know.
The affectionate insults. Or the affectionate nicknames. It's kind of like the booing of Altuve.
Yes.
When you were in Jamaica, you were impressed by the fact that if somebody's heavier or whatever, they just call him Fatty.
They call him Fatty. They're like, yo,
and it's not an insult.
Yo, Biggs. Yeah. So I got to see. Maybe I'll just call him that and see what happens and not preface it with anything. I'm here with Laken Tomlinson. Yo, Fatty, how are things going in the offensive line room? And just see what happens.
You know where who kind of gets away with that too, or some of the people like in the UK, where a Scottish guy could be like, oh, look at this, because my brother played rugby, so he played with a lot of Euros and then a lot of Australians and everything. Mm-hmm. But so many times I'd meet one of his friends and be like, "Oh, look at you big fat C-word," and I'm like, "I'm not supposed to fight you now."
Yeah.
Like, oh no, I think that's your affectionate observation of me.
Man. Yeah. That's it. So I'll give it a try today. We'll see what happens. Is this Texan basically being showcased like a Rolex at a pawn shop right now? We will discuss. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Hey, Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They'll do the.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
One guy who is battling to make this team, doing everything he can to make the team, who I would have handicapped it that he would not make the team, or I would Houston Texans come week one because I think he's got trade value, is John Mechie. Here was Davis Mills after the game on Saturday, the loss to the Vikings in week one of the preseason, in which Mechie was the team's leading receiver, 5 catches for 45 yards. He had a big 18-yard catch on the only touchdown drive for the Texans to open the game. Here was Davis Mills on John Mechie.
Yeah, Mechie's done a great job. He works his tail off day in and day out, and it's a lot of fun seeing a guy work that hard and come out and produce when he gets the opportunity.
Okay. And he had a really good practice. He's had a lot of good practices. Good practice yesterday. A couple of touchdowns against Derek Stingley in red zone drills, kind of one-on-one red zone drills, receiver versus DB. Where I'm at right now, Seth, with Mechie, my view on this is I'm rooting for him so that the Texans can get something of substance in return for him, maybe in a trade in late August.
It might end up being just a situation this year where, boy, you finally start seeing exactly who you hope you'd get out of him. And we all know that he's had a jagged path on his NFL career because he had cancer and had to recover from it. But this year, the wide receivers room, especially when you factor in the special teamers like Braxton Berrios, who also is a productive receiver when healthy too. He's been
good.
He can do some damage as a receiver. He's not just a returner. That this might be the year where, man, okay, it's all starting to come together for him, but there's just no room for him. And there's other teams out there that, and I know because usually the first response is, well, you're not going to get a second rounder from it. Right. But if you have to cut a guy, it's much preferable to get a 5th or a 6th round pick for him. And I think as much as he's being targeted and how much he's playing in the preseason so far at least, there might be a little bit of a showcase element right now that they might feed the ball to John Mechie a lot, or just because he's playing well and because Davis Mills is comfortable with him and, has a relationship with him, John Mechie might end up getting a lot of targets and put his best foot forward in terms of trade bait.
Yeah. He's been really good. I just start thinking of the numbers in that room. Nico Collins, this we know. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll are all, if healthy, 100%. Well, even if not healthy, because you got to bring them on in the season. You got to bring them on the 53. Unless you put them on season-ending IR, I don't even want to broach that. So let's just assume health. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll are all 100% locks to make this team, which to me leaves 2 to 3 spots. And if you keep 3 more, six is at the higher end. A lot of teams only keep 5. 6 is at the higher end. 7, that 7th guy better be doing something other than playing wide receiver. For example, like Steven Sims last year. They kept 6 receivers plus Steven Sims, who's listed as a receiver, but his entire role was to be in the kick return game. That's what I thought Berrios was going to be, but Berrios has been really good as a receiver, and I'm not just talking about the touchdown he guys. He's been getting open. He got open yesterday and got overthrown. I can't remember if it was CJ or Davis overthrew him. He got open on a deep route, just a go route, like a stop and go, a hitch and go, and he went deep, and he was open by 5 yards, and he got overthrown. So you got those 4 guys that are going to make the team. They love Xavier Hutchinson. Braxton Berrios has played like a guy who deserves to be on this team. Justin Watson is an interesting one to me, Seth, because he gets brought up unprompted by DeMeco Ryans a lot. I think they like his pedigree of the teams that he came from. My guess is they probably like his blocking too. You know, he's kind of got a Kevin Walter vibe to him. And so how important is that going to be in this system?
Yeah, and they gave him. I think they've at least alluded to having guys on the team who have championship experience and how much they like that. So Justin Watson, having been with the Chiefs, same way. There's a certain element to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think they like that, a guy with actual NFL championship experience. Yeah. And they gave him $3 million guaranteed, 2-year contract, but it was 3. So it's not like he's just a journeyman that they signed off the street. They're going to give him an honest chance to make the team.
Oh, for sure, yeah. But again, it's also a dollar amount that if he doesn't make the team, it doesn't kill your cap. It's not like you can't go out and make moves. So Justin Watson is an interesting one because of all the things that the average media guy sees, and I consider myself the average media guy, I don't see the same nuance in things that a former player does in terms of just every little shred of what goes on a play. When I look at receivers, I'm like, Justin Watson is easily at the bottom of that list when it comes to all these receivers. So how does that factor in? They're watching the film. I'm not, so we'll see. But I know. There's 8 guys. Like, one of these guys will not be a Texan. They're like, flat out, they're not keeping 8 receivers. And Mechie is the one, to me, like, how attached are they to John Mechie? He's their guy. They know him. He's been in the building for 3 years, and he's at a really good camp.
If you go by, sometimes I like going by fan sentiment from a guy's previous destination, because for guys who are more fringe, I feel like for Justin Watson, there were a lot of people in Kansas City that always felt like, hey, don't sleep on Justin Watson. Hey, no, man, he does some good things, and he's shown up in some big moments for them. So whether it's the fact that maybe there's untapped potential with him, or just that he's reliable, or his ability to block downfield, and all of those littler things, that might end up being more of the blocking downfield too. Because the Texans last year, 2 years ago, I thought the receivers were really impressive blocking. Last year, I think they still were trying to block, but they also had a lot of guys like Stephon Diggs or John Mechie who aren't bigger guys, and they're trying to block, but they're not going to get it done. There's a physical drawback there at some point.
Yeah. So this will be an interesting room to watch. The wide receiver room. You and Cecil, I saw the video drop that you had of you and Cecil talking about the overthrow to Cade Stover in the Minnesota game.
Yeah.
Which was very educational for me. Again, the replay like Davis Mills overthrowing Cade Stover. I'm like, oh, Davis, he was right there. What the hell, man?
When I watched it, initially I thought it was an overthrow, and then when I went back and rewatched it after the game, I thought, wait a second, I think based on the coverage that Cade Stover saw, I think that he had the leverage screwed up a little bit. So I asked Cecil Shorts about it, because Davis Mills had almost a perfect drive on that touchdown drive, unless you think that he overthrew Cade Stover. Yeah. So this is Cecil Shorts on that particular play.
Stover and Brevin Jordan on your left side. And what Brevin Jordan had was a simple out and up, and his landmark was probably in between about 5 yards from the sideline. The landmark that Stover had, I don't think he was on his correct landmark.
Okay.
So where Davis threw the ball, he threw it more outside. So Stover ended up like on the inside part of the numbers. He should have been either on the numbers or maybe even at the bottom part of the number. And that way he could have ran and jumped and caught the ball. That he threw it where he wanted to be, away from the safety, right? Because you were right. He looked like he almost wanted to settle down or even thought about going inside. Like, no, keep getting away from the safety, and then Davis would have put it in, it would have been a touchdown.
Yeah. I was taken aback by it, Seth, just because it's been it was so uncharacteristic of the camp that Mills has had.
Yeah.
He missed it that bad.
And I like that explanation for it, for one, because I'm a dumb defensive lineman and I was actually right about a receiving thing. But mostly I like it because Cade Stover is still learning route running and everything. And people always ask, like, what's so complicated about running routes? You just run the route the way it's drawn up on paper. Everything's adjusted. You've got landmarks you got to hit. And then you got to tweak it based on the coverage you're seeing. And Davis right there was trying to throw it to where Stover would be wide open and in no danger of the free safety, either taking a kidney or breaking the pass up or whatever it might be. Cade Stover will get there, and he's going to get better at that. So I'm more encouraged that Davis Mills basically had a perfect first drive on that series, which was remember on that play, Blake Fisher was getting beat pretty badly at right tackle. And if Davis hadn't just stepped up and thrown it when he did, it could have been a strip sack very, very easily. So the timing of the play was right, too.
Yep. Text message, Berrios absolutely deserves to make this roster. I agree right now. He's somebody I had not on the roster at the beginning of camp who I now have on my roster if I were to do a 53. At this point, I'd keep Berrios before Mechie and Watson. That may be the pecking order. We don't know. We'll see. Someone just texts in, I effing love this show. Great insight.
Yay!
I like that. I'm going to read that text every time. That's
we include Cecil in that.
Yes.
That was from our Believe in Texans podcast that Cecil and I do twice a week.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm really excited about it. 15% of the show is me trying to get a 101 level education on route running and all of those things.
Cecil's great, man.
Cecil's really good at teaching it. He really breaks everything down simply.
I did the season, and it was he's tremendous. He's a really, really cerebral football player.
He's coaching at Lamar High School now.
Lamar. Oh, okay. So Lamar on West, not Lamar Consolidated down in Richmond. Lamar over there on West.
Yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
He's still the vice principal at
Second Baptist.
Whichever the Baptist.
Yeah, one of the Baptists.
Second Baptist. Yeah. But he's also coaching high school.
That means he's right in my neighborhood. Oh, Cecil, if you're listening, Cecil, come over to Lizards after practice one day. We'll break down some film. How about
you? Why don't you tear yourself away from Lizards and then go over and give a motivational speech to the team?
That would be silly.
And then claim responsibility for any glory that they achieve.
Okay, now you're talking. If there's some way that I can glom on. Do we know how good Lamar's going to be this year? I don't want to glom on to a loser. Cecil, if you're listening, text in.
Yeah, I don't know where they are exactly. What the forecast is for them.
Right. Like if you could have the greatest motivator ever walk over there. If they're a 4-win team, they're a 4-win team. So Cecil, how good's the squad looking? Then I will make the all-important decision to peel myself away from the bar. All right,
and possibly gamble.
Yes. Can I get down on some underground action on Lamar High School? Insider info. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Hey. As long as we're talking about Davis Mills, question that was getting kicked around a lot out of practice the last couple of days, especially on the heels of Mills leading that touchdown drive. Where does Davis Mills stack up amongst backup quarterbacks these days? I've got the list of guys that are perceived to be better than Davis Mills by some. I think I feel better about Davis Mills than a lot of these. How many games could you win if Davis Mills had to be your quarterback with this team and this defense? We'll discuss coming up next.
Hey, how many wins can you stack up?
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth's cracking up about something right now.
That's just, you and me, Sean, we're pretty open about our, our efforts to stave off irrelevance by, learning about what the kids are doing. And,
For sure.
You took a course in AI just to try to keep on top of where you should be going and everything.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to be on TikTok a little bit more, and I don't know. I don't understand that app at all, and yet I love it, but I don't get it. I don't know. I was just on some thread of videos of women turning themselves into a Buffalo 10, which is what passes for a 10 in Buffalo.
Oh, that's really funny.
Yes, and it was women kind of just like wiping the smudge off their face.
That's what I wanted to ask you.
Taking a piece of chicken wing out of their teeth
That's
and then
awesome.
smiling at the camera. Yeah.
You grew up in that part of the country. Is it accurate?
Rochester's a little bit more refined than Buffalo. Rochester is the area where
Rochester.
Yeah, Rochester's like we're the hot chicks of upstate New York.
I got you.
That's what we have.
Yeah. That's quite the competition you got going up there. Yeah.
Buffalo. It just looks like they just got off a 12-hour shift at the coal mine.
Mm-hmm.
Rochester's a little bit more refined.
I got to find these TikToks, and then I'll be useless for like a half hour later on today. Here was this was D'Amico Ryans. This was from Monday, his press conference. He had a chance to go back, look at the film. Obviously, he's watched Davis Mills perform throughout camp as well. This is D'Amico Ryans on Monday after the Texans lost to the Vikings a couple days before on Davis Mills.
From Davis, I saw a guy in complete control, and that's what you have to have at that quarterback position. I mean, talking about controlling the huddle, controlling the line of scrimmage, the communication was flawless, and that was indicative of the type of drive that we had. Like, there were no miscues. Davis was able to work his way methodically down the field, making great decisions with the football, getting us in the right run reads, just all across the board. Couldn't be more pleased with where Davis is, and he's just continued to grow. Every single year he's grown, and he's been a very valuable asset to us having him.
It's funny. I still see people, Seth, understanding that Davis Mills is having a great camp. I still see people like, it's a good thing he's having a great camp because, boy, that could be a valuable trade asset. They're treating Mills the same way I just treated Mechie in the previous. Yeah. No, you need a good backup quarterback in the NFL, especially if you're a team that actually aspires to something this season,
Yeah, yes. And it's funny because people have all different kinds of philosophies about the backup quarterback and its importance. Yeah, the old quote from Peyton Manning's offensive coordinator, can't remember his name right now,
Tom Moore.
Tom Moore's famous quote was, we don't take reps with our second string quarterback because if we lose Peyton, we're effed.
Yeah.
And we don't practice effed.
Yeah.
And I think that some people approach it that way. Like, all right, who the hell cares? All is lost if you lose your quarterback. From myself personally, I always feel like if you lose your quarterback for 4 games, you want to be sure you can go for 500.
That's
you
right.
want to be sure you can go 2-2. And there's a lot to be said for that.
Yep.
And these days. So the sweet spot, Sean, the sweet spot is if you can find yourself a guy who's a good backup quarterback, but doesn't necessarily have the self-esteem to demand greatness for himself, like a Frank Reich back in the day.
Yes.
Because Frank Reich was cool being a backup quarterback forever to Jim Kelly, and then ultimately ended up, being a huge part of some of their playoff runs, et cetera, as we all remember. For Davis, I could see him becoming a guy that maybe becomes the standard backup quarterback year in and year out in C.J. Stroud's sidekick. Gary Kubiak in Denver back in the day, and it's a nice thing to have. But if he does want to go out and make be a valuable trade piece at some point.
He could. I mean, he's going to make a lot of money for many, many years being a backup if he want. If that's what the league decides that he is. He'll make more than the $5 million he's making this year, probably, when he goes.
You
on
get in
the
that
market.
Chase Daniels zone.
Yeah, for sure.
Where coaches really like you and they feel like they can rely on you. One of the big things is being a good resource for the starter too.
Yep.
I say this all the time. I hate it. One of the things I hate seeing on Twitter is when somebody who's like Orlovsky, somebody will try to argue against Orlovsky's point by saying you weren't a good NFL quarterback. I 100% enjoy hearing from career backup quarterbacks more than from starters, because in general, the career backup quarterbacks have had exposure to more schemes. If they make it a long time as a backup, they've had to do it because of their brains, because they don't have the same physical skills as everybody else. And they've got a better understanding of football in the sum total, more so than a lot of the really good quarterbacks. They've just seen more. So, Davis, we know he's smart enough, and it's just a matter of whether the actual play on the field in regular season games is also justifiable enough.
Yeah, look, and I think we should note that the one time since DeMeco Ryans got here, granted it was 2 years ago, but the one time they needed a backup quarterback, they shoved Davis Mills aside for Case Keenum. But that was 2 years ago. Case isn't here anymore. Davis is clearly the backup on this team. There's not a third stringer that's got the pelts on the wall, or even close, that Case Keenum does or did. I'm going to ask you the same question. Exercise in the postgame show the other day on Saturday, and if Davis Mills had to play a 17-game season for this version of the Houston Texans, this defense, this group of weapons, the whole thing, you're just basically just removing C.J. Stroud and you're plugging Davis Mills into this simulation that's going through your brain right now. I put the over/under for wins, because it's 9.5 right now with C.J. Stroud as the quarterback. That's the total in Vegas. If you want to bet over/under on the Texans, you might have to risk a little bit more on the over, but that's where the number has settled in, 9.5. So they're largely viewed to be somewhere hovering between 9-8 and 10-7. I posed it to Clint. I kind of did a Price is Right style. I said, all right, well, let's start 6.5. Clint, over. All right, 7.5, over. 8.5, and that's the one he had to stop and think on. Are the Texans a 9-8 team, or are they an 8-9 team with Davis Mills in the eyes of Clint Stoerner? Now, I'm probably going through this exercise, and if you're playing along in your car, you stopped at 6.5, and some of you may have even said under. They're a 5-12 team with Davis Mills. What are you doing here? C.J. Stroud's the 39th best player in the NFL, according to his peers. Where do you come out on that? What do you think this team would look like?
I would say as objectively as possible.
Yeah.
I might take the over at 6.5.
Okay.
A lot of it's just going to depend on whether they can actually get the run game going this year.
For sure.
If they can get the run game going, then I would up it a lot, and it'd be based more on because if you take the average NFL team and put an average NFL quarterback out there, then is right where you're sitting is for how many the quarterback is going to win or lose. And I don't think Davis is as good as the average NFL starting quarterback right now. So I would have it. I mean, I might talk myself into 7.5 or so, but I think like the most backup quarterbacks who don't have over-the-top physical skills that could sustain them on some drive. If you got an athletic quarterback there who can be an X factor, or a guy who's great improvisationally or something and still take care of the ball, then that's a little bit more intriguing. But I think that you get him in there to steer the ship, and over a course of 4 games, if you could go 500 because you game plan specifically and throw in a few wrinkles, then I think that's the best shot.
7.5.
If the run game was better this year, then it's different. But yeah.
7.5 feels about right, and it would come down to me like, okay, what do I have to risk? Like if I bet over like 8 and 9 on the season, and like risking 100 gets me back 150 or something like that, like I might take a flyer on that. Like if I'm getting plus money back on it, but the bottom line is like I guess my overall point, to follow up on what you just said, Tom Moore used to say about, hey, we lose our starter, we're effed anyways. I don't think this team is effed if they lose C.J. Stroud for a few weeks. I think Davis Mills can come in and run a steady ship and go 2-2 in 4 games.
Little experiment I did was just kind of looking at Jameis Winston versus Davis Mills over the last few years.
Yeah.
And in a lot of respects, they're very, very similar. I mean, touchdowns to interceptions.
Yep.
Jameis had 33. Added 2020 for Jameis there too. So I was off by a year. But Davis, touchdowns to interceptions, he's at 35 to 25.
Okay. Yeah.
Again, I think Jameis has been an older quarterback with experience and a proven quarterback, but you throw in different systems and schemes and everything. I'm at about a Jameis Winston level of confidence with Davis.
Can I play a quick game of gut reaction rapid fire with you right now with 5 names?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we're going to say, would I prefer this guy or Davis?
Or Davis Mills, right. This is rapid fire. Okay, you ready? Jimmy Garoppolo or Davis Mills?
Garoppolo.
Kirk Cousins or Davis Mills?
Mills. Just because of health and health alone.
Daniel Jones or Davis Mills?
You're a bastard.
Just get a reaction.
Daniel Jones, I'm intrigued by the,
Okay, Daniel Jones. Gardner Minshew or Davis Mills?
Minshew.
Tanner McKee or Davis Mills?
Mills.
Kenny Pickett or Davis Mills?
Mills.
Malik Willis or Davis Mills?
Mills.
Marcus Mariota or Davis Mills?
Mills.
Mac Jones or Davis Mills?
Mac Jones.
Okay, so now those CBSSports.com had an article with the top 10 backup quarterbacks, and Davis Mills is nowhere to be found in this article. They even had 5 honorable mentions. Those were the top 9 that I'll just round out the top 10. Sam Howell or Davis Mills? We just saw Sam Howell in a game on Saturday.
A huge sneak machine.
Yeah.
I would take Davis Mills.
Davis Mills. So of the top 10, the top 3 or 4 you preferred them. Once you got to Tanner McKee, it was pretty much all Davis Mills. So that tells me Mills, I think it's safe to say, top 10 backup quarterback in the NFL, I think. If this is what CBS is saying,
they had Malik Willis on there?
Malik Willis, 7th on there, yeah.
Did I miss something in Green Bay last year compared to what he had done in Tennessee?
I don't think so.
How the hell are they putting Malik Willis on there?
I have no idea. No idea, man.
That's the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
I'll
tell you what I'll do.
I mean, I watched him play a game where they didn't allow him to pass the ball in an entire half of football.
Against the Texans, it was incredible. Yeah. Real quick, Malik Willis has a very small sample size as a fill-in, but relocating from the Titans' crumbling offense to Green Bay quickly proved his gifts are transferable to the NFL.
Yeah.
He was ultra efficient using both his legs and dealing the rock in place of an injured Jordan Love in 2024. So he got better.
And it wasn't like they didn't pass the ball at all. He went 2-0 last year. So, all right, I got to rethink Malik Willis. I honestly had kind of not even acknowledged anything he did in Green Bay or acknowledged the cesspool that Tennessee was.
But Mills lives in this neighborhood, right? I mean, Mills lives in the same neighborhood with these guys, I think. I think he's as good as a handful of these guys that they have in the top 10 on this article. All right, if you're an Astros fan, you woke up in a spot where you haven't been in a while this season. We'll talk about that. Do we feel better about Spencer Arrighetti last night? 6 runs in 3 2/3 innings. We'll discuss that. A little Astros talk coming up next. But first, luxury vehicles. Love talking about.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Zen, Payne and Pendergast.
For me, I look at it this way. Tomorrow we come out, Hunter Brown on the mound. We win the game. That's three games, series wins in a row. That's what we want to try to do.
That was Joe Espada, and yeah, that's the situation that we're in right now. The Astros, who had a 7-game lead in the division just a few weeks ago, now find themselves tied. No tied, but one up in the, in the loss column, blah, blah, blah. No, exact same, identical record, 67 and 53. So we've got 42 games left in the season, and the Astros are tied with the Mariners. And I would say, Seth, that we'll talk about Spencer Arrighetti here in just a second. He was decent yesterday. He was all right. The bullpen came in and just completely wet the bed. The Astros lose 14-1 to the Red Sox yesterday. The rubber match today or tonight out at Dyken Park with Hunter Brown on the hill. This feels like, to me, I don't know. I got to consume some outside of Houston stuff today maybe and just see where people sit with the division right now, because the Mariners are a much healthier team than the Astros. The Mariners, I would say, certainly matched the Astros in terms of horsepower acquired at the trade deadline. Suarez was one of the crown jewels of the trade deadline. That was a really good pickup by Seattle. He's among the league leaders in home runs. They've got great pitching, and they've got a healthy closer right now. The Mariners do, who's very, very good. That's something Brian Abreu turns out to be a good closer in Josh Hader's absence. But the fact of the matter is that the guy who made the All-Star game this year as the closer for the Astros is now going to be out for at least 15 days, retroactive to earlier this week. So this is the first time that I'm not saying I'm not confident in the Astros. They can obviously win the division. They're tied, and even without all these pieces, they're still a damn good baseball team. But I would guess that this might be the first time that the outside world is saying that the Mariners get over this time. Empirically, they are on paper the better team right now.
They're the better team. The X factors that remain for the Astros, I think it probably just all depends on how good you really feel about the three returning pitchers, how optimistic you are about Josh Hader, and then really in the additions, and especially in Carlos Correa, are you going to see the best version of Carlos Correa and a better version than what he'd been with Minnesota this year earlier on. Mm-hmm. So far, I feel good that you're going to get a better version of Carlos Correa than he was with the Twins. Is he going to be as good as he's been since he first got back? And then if you get to the playoffs, okay, that's where I feel really optimistic that you're going to see the very best version of Carlos Correa. I feel maybe more optimistic than I should about the starting pitchers that are returning. I think Arrighetti and Javier, wherever they may not have looked like their peak so far, and especially with Arrighetti, when all manageable stuff that we've seen them work through before. We've seen Javier work through it more than Arrighetti, but we've also seen the downside of Javier in some of his bad performances in seasons. Luis Garcia. Likewise, I'm in the same boat as those other two guys. I feel like at least two of those three guys is going to end up being a really good and solid starting pitcher.
Look, I mean, Garcia and Javier were prominent pieces of a team that won the World Series. So, this should not be new to them when they're both back in here pitching in August and September in these big games. And Javier's always been the one that you look at, and look, he just pitched one game this year. He hardly pitched at all in 2024 before suffering the torn UCL. 2023 was an interesting year for him because he wasn't nearly as dominant as he was in 2022. So that was a full season of Javier. He started 31 games that year, and he had an ERA in the mid-4s.
Yeah, that was his worst season, and that was after a year where they ramped him up very slowly into being a full-time starter. Yeah. He was, by the numbers, he was one of the best pitchers in the league, but they also really took their time with his workload there. And that's why I feel, as much as you can find a silver lining in him coming off of an injury, is that, man, the best version of Javier has been when he hasn't pitched a boatload of innings. And this is where we are right now. He's gonna have a third of a regular season in the playoffs, and we've seen him really excel in those moments. So and boy, isn't it crazy? I didn't even mention pitchers.
I was going to ask you when you said the 3 returning pitchers. I didn't want to interrupt you, but my question was going to be: is Lance one of those 3 that you're talking about?
No, he was not. Yeah, I'm talking about the 3 returning from the season-long IL.
Yeah,
those guys, guys with the big stuff. And Lance, at this point, I just don't know. I don't know who he is as a pitcher, and I don't know if he's going to not. How many? What's the over/under on number of 10-day ILs he has in these last 50 days of the season? I don't know.
Yeah. So we'll see. Arrighetti is the interesting one because he's now pitched 2 starts. He just pitched last night. The first start was good control, good stuff, struck out a lot of dudes, gave up a lot of soft contact, also a home run, ended up giving up 6 runs in that one in 3 2/3. This one was better from a runs allowed standpoint, but was all over the place in terms of control. Here was Joe Espada on last night with Spencer Arrighetti.
He pitched out of trouble, which was encouraging to see. For me, just more the command, the high pitch counts because of the walks. But besides that, his stuff is pretty good. His breaking ball was much better today. I thought his fastball played really good today. I just got to pitch ahead in the count more and get some quicker outs.
Yeah, so 5 walks in 5 innings. If I'm not mistaken, he had 5 walks last night.
He had one hit, but 5 walks.
1 hit, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts. So there you go. Yeah. It's funny, the walks and the strikeout, put your hand over all the other stats. And if you just say, would you rather have the Spencer Arrighetti that's walking 5 guys and striking out 3 blindly? You don't know anything else. You don't know the quality of the contact, of the hits. You don't know how many pitches he threw, whatever. If you tell me 5 walks, 3 strikeouts, or 1 walk, 6 strikeouts, I will blindly every single time take the 1 walk and the 6 strikeouts and hope for the best, because that tells me the guy is at least around the plate in a productive kind of way,
Mm-hmm.
So
something about Arrighetti that I always pull for, just because he's kind of almost got like it's like a combination. He's like half goth kid, but then also half metal shop kid.
Yes,
there's somewhere in there, I could totally. You just kind of with his long curly hair, like he could be wearing a T-shirt with some kind of a band from the '70s on it, or The Cure. I don't know. I like him. I like him. He's the kind of kid that he's not in my clique in high school, but I like talking to him during study hall.
You could just as easily see him wearing guy liner as you could with cigarettes rolled up into his sleeve and maybe some smudges of grease on his face.
Yeah. It's all a matter of who grabs hold of him his freshman year
first. That's right. Who's his influence? Who's his primary influence?
Who's his older next-door neighbor?
Dude, that's sometimes, man, life is random. Sometimes, how you wind up is a random occurrence of who you wind up living next door to.
Sometimes I judge pitchers by what they look like as far as if they were an older kid in high school.
Yeah.
Sometimes some of the pitchers kind of look like the guy that knows how to fix it.
Yep.
Teaches you how to adjust a carburetor and everything. I like those guys.
That kid. Someone's texting in. Lance needs to go to the pen. He does. I don't know if he will.
He's got a long thought out philosophy as to why that's not going to happen. And listen, man, I don't know how long you've been saying that. But a lot of us have been saying it for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. Lance's explanation for it this year was that, hey, it's actually a lot more challenging than you think because of the change in routine. It's a different approach, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would politely say, what about the current routine of being a starting pitcher is working out really well?
Yeah.
I know. Oh, no, it's a drastic difference.
Right.
Yeah. Come on.
All right, okay.
So at what point do you have to realize that staying the course is not working?
No, it's not at all. Hey, can I brag about something for a second? Brock Bowers.
As if I'm going to dissuade you from it.
Like that's ever stopped me before, right? Brock Bowers, the tight end for the Las Vegas Raiders. All-pro tight end as a rookie. I wanted the Texans to move up and get Brock Bowers in that draft that year when they drafted when they ended up moving back and taking Kamari Lassiter. That's worked out fine. I really like Brock Bowers. Turns out he's been very good for the Raiders. He also, at the time he was drafted, had a horrible hair situation. I'm going to show it to the camera right there.
Yeah.
To that. I'm going to show it to you, Seth. Like
kind of like a Hunter renovation.
Totally.
A young guy, but he looks like he's got to figure your hair out because you're receding, but it looks like you're still trying to grow it like you're 16 years old.
Like there's still some that's in the back that he's grown, so it kind of drapes over the front a little bit. And so on December the 30th, 2023, he's probably getting ready to play in a college football playoff game.
And for the listeners, for those of you who don't know, Sean is bald as a cue ball. Okay?
Cue ball, yeah. No, I'm allowed. These are my people. I'm allowed to talk about them.
Yeah.
So so Brock Bowers, I mean, handsome young man, aside from just the horrific lettuce back on December 30th, 2023. And they took a picture of him, looked to be at a press conference, probably for a bowl game or something like that. And I said this. The biggest discrepancy between quality of player and quality of hairline is Georgia tight end Brock Bowers. Should be full shaved head by year 2 in the league. If he's smart, he'll allow the vets to shave his head as a, quote, hazing deal to gain A, street cred, and B, a better look. And what do I see on Twitter last night? What do I see? I see a picture of Brock Bowers in 2024 where he had this same horrific head of hair that I'm looking at right now. And I see right next to it a picture of Brock Bowers in 2025 where he looks like Stone Cold Steve Austin. He looks like Mr. Clean. He looks like an athletic version of Sean T. Pendergast. Shaved, clean. If you took the under on 2 years, you're welcome.
It's a
solid prediction by me.
It's been a good solid 15 or 20 years, hasn't it? Been where standard and normal thing to do.
Yep.
Like it's not. I don't know. We have, for whatever reason, it used to be if you were bald, it was Daddy Warbucks or Mr. Clean. Where now people are just owning it and saying like, yeah, just gonna shave it clean and off to the races we go.
Do you want?
It's like to fight it. To fight it, sometimes it's. I would say you either go the hair restoration route or you go shave it clean.
Sure.
Or extremely close cropped. At least.
If you're trying to piece it along with what God gave you. It's a bad look,
It's what it is because the hair restoration has gotten so much better than it used to be. Because it used to be plugs used to be kind of like so now it's now you're caught in between. Like there's not enough guys that are just doing the comb over anymore, so that it's conspicuous when it happens. So guys are either shaving it or going extremely close cropped, or they're getting the hair restoration. You got to make a decision. You got to
decide. You got to decide. Do you want my next prediction on who is the next NFL player to go? And I don't know if it'll be the next one, but I'm going to make my prediction as who I think will be doing the same thing Brock Bowers did within the next couple of years. It's a Texan. It's a Houston Texan. It's someone who we've talked about extensively within the last hour on the Houston Texans. Davis Mills.
Davis?
Yes.
Is his hair receding a little bit?
His hair is receding. Yeah, he put up a picture. Go find it. He put up a picture, or somebody put up a picture, maybe his wife. He's having a kid. He and his wife.
He's about to start receding even faster.
Big time, yeah. I factor that into my handicap here. So there's a picture that surfaced yesterday of Davis and his wife holding up the ultrasound, like in there, and I think she was pregnant in the picture. I mean, she's definitely pregnant. I think she was showing in the picture is what I should say. And I looked at Davis and I said, that's a little further back than it was when he got here. I think Davis Mills, and you know what? I think Davis Mills, with that glorious neck that he has and a beautiful bald head atop that neck, Davis, go for it.
He should get a neck tattoo.
Dude, you could put it. Like he should sell advertising on it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Like a billboard.
Do the old Bagwell's ex-wife deal. Get some advertising revenue from your tattoo.
What company?
And the thing about this is what bothers me about people picking on Davis Mills because of his long neck. He's got an impressively muscular neck.
Yeah.
Which is a weird thing to say out loud. And yet football players, I always worry about their necks, and having a strong neck can help you not just avoid neck injuries, but concussions as well.
Dude.
And so I'm always impressed that he spent some time on the neck flexion machine. Unless that's all natural, which even more impressive. Kudos to him.
Remember the play in the Titans game in Week 18 last year where he landed on his face at the goal line?
Yeah.
And his neck was bent at a right angle, and he just popped right up like it was nothing.
Whoa.
Yeah. Only Davis. Only Davis can do that.
He has a neck durability of a tire iron.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. So that's my prediction. Davis Mills, and if he happens to get accosted in the parking lot by a masked man who shaves his head in the next 2 years, that was not me. I don't have that big a need to be right about.
Davis Mills has I think with his Stanford background too, if he shaved his head and just wore really nice suits, he looks kind of like a hedge fund dude from the movies.
Yes.
Kind of one of the scary ones that walks into the boardroom and says, listen, this is what's going to happen. We're going to buy your company for $1 million or we're going to destroy you.
Yeah.
Which do you choose? And the poor little old mom and pop were like, but sir, it's been in my family for 3 generations.
Shut up!
Price just went down.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is Davis doesn't have that kind of voice. He's got a very kind of passive voice.
He would have to do it. He'd be it's even creepier or scarier sometimes when it's a very soft-spoken sociopath hedge fund guy that's breaking your entire world apart.
Yeah. Or he hires James Earl Jones to voice his stuff like they did in Star Wars. He's got a recorder in his pocket. And every time he opens his mouth, it's just, I am going to buy your company. The price just went down. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, guys, time for the neck Okay, there we go. Time for the neck topic. Yeah, is that a Talk Sports text that we just got sent? Don't talk about Davis's neck.
Coming up next, you're going to get nothing but a breakdown of Davis Mills' neck.
That's
okay?
right. What company should be advertising on Davis Mills' neck? That's coming up next.
Ask that guy what he wants next, and we'll talk about it.
Also, the best definition for swarm that I've heard came from a Texans defensive lineman earlier this week.
Oh, yeah, good call. This is better.
This is better. We'll have that coming up next.
This is better than the neck talk.
Yes, we'll do that coming up next.
The Texans lost their Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 Gas.
Davis Mills in Darth Vader voice. I am altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it further. For those,
he didn't do the but it would have been better.
For those just tuning in, we had some fun with Davis Mills in the previous segment. I made it what I think is going to be an accurate prediction that he's going to shave his head in the next 2 years. I think that's where his hair is going the way of Brock Bowers' hair right now. And there's nothing wrong with it, Davis. I've been there before myself. I know you're getting ready for a walkthrough inside NRG Stadium. That's what they're doing today. Light walkthrough inside the stadium today. And tomorrow is when the fireworks hit. Joint
practice, baby. This is and honestly, the joint practice is where a lot of the Lions work of not just evaluation, but getting things right on the offense. You can do a lot in the joint practice versus the starters from the other team, where you don't have to worry as much about injury or just actually whether you can get the work done. When you send your starters into a regular season game, you don't know if they're going to get any work on the goal line. You don't know if you're going to get any work in a 2-minute drill.
Yeah.
Like you don't have zero control over it. So one of the reasons the coaches love the joint practices is it's not tackle football, so you can get more reps without as much of a chance of injury, but also you can just get specific situations and work done. So I'm excited to watch CJ and the starting offense versus this Carolina Panthers defense, which is not the Panthers defense of old, but still it's actual starters, and it's not your own team that knows your tendencies and everything else like that.
Bryce Young, man. You can see Bryce. You think Bryce Young will walk up to the... Yeah, you think he's going to walk up to her? Hey, guys. How you doing?
There's going to be so many pictures of Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud chatting.
Yeah,
because they've known each other forever. They're good friends. You can't find a quote of one throwing any shade at the other. So that'll be annoying. I wish one of them would just turn heel.
Yeah,
and be like, yeah, honestly, I think the guy's a phony and a fraud, and I never trusted him. By the way, he looks like a 12-year-old.
Right.
That's right. I want C.J. to turn heel.
Oh, that would be great. That would be beautiful. All right, So swarm, we know is a big word, and has been surrounding the Texans since D'Amico Ryans arrived in late January of 2023. Special work ethic and relentless mindset is what it stands for. I saw a video the team did of, hey, do you know what swarm means or what it stands for? And I don't know how many guys know what it stands for, but they all had their own definition of what it meant. Like Danielle Hunter, Danielle, if you're listening, I apologize in advance profusely. Daniil just kind of went, I think they literally meant, like, do you know what it stands for? And he just kind of gave what he thought swarm was all about. Like, to me, it's about suffocating, which was awesome. It was a great answer. It was a great answer. My favorite answer I've heard from any player so far as to what swarm means to him was Tim Settle earlier this week in his media session.
Like D. Hunt said, suffocate. I think more of like this pressure, like a migraine, like a sinus infection or something, like something that you can't get rid of, something that you got to just deal with. You got to go to sleep to get over it.
Best definition I've heard so far. I'm awaiting somebody using something a little more like.
I'd say it's I give it a plus on the imagery and I guess maybe the creativity of it.
Yeah.
I like to think of it as something a little bit more violent and with a quicker onset. If I'm going to go the disease route, I might go Ebola or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm going to go with the disease route, I want something that's fatal.
Yep.
Fast.
Yes.
And scary.
Right.
And I don't know, a sinus infection is one of those things where you're like, I haven't felt right for a while. And like, I guess maybe I have a sinus infection.
Yeah.
Needs to be more abrupt.
Right. Like a sinus infection, you're probably like the 13th ranked defense in the league. Swarm, you better be top 3 if you're going to swarm. And you're right. Maybe like the Mutaba virus from the movie Outbreak. Like those.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
the Mutaba virus.
I think it was a phony virus, but they called it the Mutaba virus, and people were dead within like 2 days from that. It was
Outbreak
moving.
the one with Matt Damon?
No. Outbreak was
Brad Pitt?
No. Dustin.
George Clooney.
Dustin Hoffman.
Okay.
Rene Russo.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Spacey before he got canceled.
Yeah.
It had a young Patrick Dempsey in a cameo role.
Oh, yeah.
As a Mutaba patient. It did not end well for Patrick Dempsey in that movie. He just shriveled up and died.
He made a nice wig for somebody.
Good. Yes. Good movie. It's like 1995, so it's like 30 years old, but it's a pretty good. It's a pretty good thing we have a movie reviewer. Did you watch Outbreak back in the day, Ben?
I did not.
You didn't watch it? Okay. All right. Well, okay, you're fired, Ben, as our movie reviewer. All right?
Dustin Hoffman got to a point where, for whatever reason, he just started annoying me as an actor.
Yeah.
Richard Dreyfuss, too.
Yep.
I don't know. Some of those guys, usually male actors age pretty well, and you start liking them more as they get older. I just got kind of tired of. I got tired of Dustin Hoffman, and I got tired of Richard Dreyfuss.
De Niro has gotten annoying in his advanced years as well for me. I'm not a big De Niro guy.
Well, the problem with De Niro is that horrendous, awful, just incredibly bad movie, The Irishman, which got universal praise from critics in the audience. I implore anybody listening who's mad right now that I'm saying The Irishman was a bad movie, go back and watch that train wreck of a movie. What a disgusting mess. And everybody should be ashamed of themselves for ever thinking it was good. Everybody lost status in my mind when they were gushing over that movie, basically because it was just Martin Scorsese and a bunch of old guys using CGI to make them look like digitally altered old men.
Yeah.
But they didn't. They were moving around. Because Robert De Niro's trying to curb stomp a dude as a 75-year-old man, but he's supposed to be a 25-year-old man doing it. It was an awful movie.
Terrible.
Shame on everybody.
Terrible.
Okay.
It was released in November of 2019. I thought it came out during COVID.
I wanted to blame COVID.
Yeah.
Now, the reason you remember it as COVID is I think it was streaming during COVID.
That's exactly
so a lot
what
of
it
people
was.
watched it.
Yep.
Because when do you have 3.5 hours to watch a movie?
Yep.
When you're locked in at home. Yeah.
November 1st, 2019. Yeah, that was, I would say, the two worst things about March of 2020. The Irishman being released on streaming and COVID. And not necessarily, not maybe in that order, not necessarily, though. I mean, they were both pretty bad. COVID and the streaming release of The Irishman, both pretty bad.
As far as Tim Settle goes, I'm intrigued by him so far. Caserio told us there was a kind of conditioning factor last year, and he didn't participate in camp a whole lot. He's a big guy. My first impression of Tim Settle last year during training camp was, oh my gosh, he's bigger than I thought he was. But he moves pretty well.
Yep.
And then lo and behold, Nick Caserio thought he was bigger than he thought he should be too.
Yep.
And D'Amico Ryan. So this year, I think that he showed up with some big impact plays and some flash plays last year. I think that you might see a better version of that this year.
That's got to suck being told by a GM who does the Versa Climber for like 8 hours every day that you're out of shape because you can't even come back and go, no, look at you. You're out of, hey, GM, guy sits in his chair all day. Like, no. It's Nick Caserio who could probably wake up and do a triathlon if he wanted to.
Yeah, but you could beat him in a bench press competition.
Okay.
There's always something, There's always nobody's ever superior to you physically, in every regard.
I knew
usually.
You'd be the right person to bounce that off of. Speaking of Tim,
sometimes Nick's not this guy. Nick played football. Yeah. There is an element sometimes. This is this middle-aged bullying that goes on. Yeah. There's sometimes I'm very impressed by endurance athletes.
Mm-hmm.
Always have been. They're good at something that I'm bad at. They're just different body types. So athletes. I was never the guy to pick on a 98-pound weakling or anything when I was in high school. And yet, there's a segment of the adult endurance, people who run marathons and everything, they try to bully people in adulthood. It's like they're having their Jerry Springer moment, where they're bragging about how they beat some. Oh yeah, there was this guy who used to be an NFL linebacker, and I dusted him in the 13th mile of the race. I'm like, dude, the guy weighs 230 pounds. What'd you expect?
So stupid.
It's just out there running. You're not in the same category, man. Let it go, okay? He didn't give you the swirly, all right?
Right.
It wasn't him.
Right.
Just leave him alone.
Here is that's perfect. Here's D'Amico Ryan's on Tim Settle.
With Tim, what I've seen is I've seen him get more familiar with how we do things. It's just a matter of him just being consistent, doing it right every single time. And when Tim does that, he has the power, he has the strength to knock guys back, reset the line of scrimmage, and he's athletic enough as a pass rusher to really disrupt the quarterback. So Tim's just about him being locked in consistently, doing things right consistently, and he should be an impact player for us.
He was last year. at times. He was an impact player for this team.
They don't have a 3-down, all-pro caliber type of defensive tackle, but I feel really good about the rotation, and they're going to rotate, as they do. They're going to rotate their defensive linemen, their defensive tackles especially. This year, with all of those guys, a lot of those guys like Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards, Sheldon Rankins coming back, you've got guys that now have it, and that helps a lot. And they've learned. And this is a big part of, hey, if you're not a pass rushing all-pro type of defensive tackle, but you're playing next to Danielle Hunter and you're playing next to Will Anderson, there's a certain part of your job that's you almost become like a linebacker who's playing off of the guy in front of you.
Yep.
Because Danielle Hunter is going to be across the line of scrimmage before you are. And you you tweak and tailor your pass rush to whether you need to hey, if Danielle takes an inside move, I got to be ready to get outside and take contain.
Mm-hmm.
In the preseason game, we saw that with Tommy Togiai, who's not there yet in terms of just being an experienced veteran. You saw some times where that he should have replaced on contain and he didn't. And I like Tommy Togiai a lot, but he's still a young player.
Yeah.
With Sheldon Rankins and with Tim Settle and those guys, you can have a little bit more of that improvising on the fly because they've played next to each other for a year.
Yep. Quick text here. A lot of people have seen Outbreak. How could you leave out Morgan Freeman in your cast break? That Morgan Freeman, I left out Donald Sutherland. I left out Cuba Gooding Jr. It's a pretty all-star cast. It's a good
all-star
movie.
cast for sure.
Yeah, man. Someone says Outbreak scared me as a kid. I could see that. I could see, if you were a kid, if you're like 8 years old and you went and saw Outbreak in the theater, I'd be like, I would have been like, holy crap. If just some monkey escapes from Africa and gets brought over here and starts biting people, it could wipe out the whole population? Yes, kids, if you're listening, if that were to happen. Just kidding.
One thing I always kids outbreaks in general, if it's a really, really, really nasty virus that kills people very quickly, that's also what saves you in the long run. Is that it doesn't spread as well.
That's right.
The ones that
what they
kill
said
you more
in Outbreak.
slowly.
Yes, yeah.
That's what I remember from the movie.
Yeah.
And I've never fact checked it. I think they said the same thing during. I don't know. What happens in Outbreak? There was a longer incubation period, so it wouldn't spread. So it was able to spread, or
the problem with the virus in Outbreak is at first it was a transferable by blood only.
Yeah.
Like if you got scratched by the monkey or by somebody who had when it mutated and went airborne. And you could just get it through the air. That's when the bleep was on, man, on Outbreak.
I miss, having this conversation. It kind of makes me nostalgic for back in the COVID days when we all wanted to pretend like we were virologists and explain to people exactly everything about these things.
Herd immunity. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. I interviewed Jalen Knoll after practice. Yesterday. He was great. Played it earlier, got a lot of good feedback. If you missed it earlier, how's it going with the install of the offense, especially the position that he's playing? What's it like playing with C.J. Stroud? What's the perfect steak? He's a master griller, Jalen Knoll. I literally asked him that. We'll have all that for you coming up next.
It's just one preseason game, but it looks like the Texans got the Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop in about 10 minutes or so here. In the meantime, I chatted with Jalen Knoll, rookie wide receiver for the Texans, yesterday after practice. How are things going for Jalen Knoll his first few months as an NFL player?
Hey, it's Sean Pendergast out here at Texans practice with Texans wide receiver Jalen Knoll. Jalen, you got your first catch as a pro in that game against the Vikings on that little screen to the outside. You broke a tackle. How did it feel to finally get that first catch under your belt?
It felt great. Obviously a dream come true to be able to get your first catch in the NFL, but it was a really exciting moment.
How are things going so far at camp for you?
I feel like it's going good. stacking and just continue to work within the offense, becoming a reliable guy for the quarterbacks.
So let's talk about the installation of this offense. It's new to you because this is your rookie year in the NFL, but it's new to a lot of guys because it's a new system. I'm curious. You play a lot of slot receiver. Cecil Shorts is a former slot receiver for the Texans. We used to do the post game together. And one of the things he told me is the second hardest position to play on offense, aside from quarterback, is slot receiver because of how much you've got to look at pre-snap. How has that gone for you, and do you feel like that's an accurate assessment of that position?
Yeah. I feel like it's a position that your IQ has to be there. You have to know the shell of the defense, knowing what everything that's going on from the linebacker position to the corner position. So I would agree, and I feel like I've done well so far within that position. Just that's also what I did in college, playing a lot of slot, played some outside too, but just being able to be savvy within the zones and understanding what looks I'm getting in the defense.
I remember watching the draft, the day you got drafted, and the scene from inside your house there, and obviously getting drafted to a team where your college team, a couple college teammates actually. Can you take us through that moment? What was going through your head when you got that phone call? Yeah, a lot of emotions, just the realization of all the hard work that I put in to be able to get to that point in time, and just to be surrounded by family. It provoked a lot of emotions out of me, but it was a very special moment, a moment I'll never forget. And like you said, to be able to join two of my teammates, it's an honor. So what's the dynamic with all? I mean, you and Jaden appear inseparable out here. You know, we were doing our radio show out here the first week of camp. You guys are always going over the bridge together. What's the dynamic between the three of you, though, when you add X into the situation? Is he like a big brother to you guys, or how's that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's kind of been through everything, being in the league, going into year 3 now, so he kind of just gives us the heads up on certain things, knowing what to do. And but there's a big connection there. We're all Iowa State guys, so being able to talk about Iowa State and the memories we had together.
What is it about Iowa State? Because we have Nick Caserio on our show pretty frequently, and right after the draft we had him on, and he could not stop talking about Matt Campbell and the program that he has there. I think there's certain coaches he has a really high level of respect for. Take us through what is it about that Iowa State program? You guys had a lot of success while you were there. What is it about that program that you feel has gotten you prepared for this moment?
Yeah, just like you said, preparation is the biggest thing, and they teach us that from the very beginning. Just to learn our process, go back to the fundamentals and stick to those fundamentals, and just trust in the process, honestly. And Coach Campbell's big thing is if you can find your process and you can keep that process going and build off of it, then you just become a better player. And then one of the big things that we went through in the past year is just curiosity, being curious, what we can learn more out of the game and just add to our game.
Have you been taking the process you had at Iowa State and just transforming it over here? Have you added anything to it that, now that it's solely football that you're focused on, now you don't have to focus on studies or anything like that? Yeah,
really just picking the brains of my teammates that have been here, like Christian Kirk, Nico Colley, and on the defensive side, Z's and Sting, just seeing how those guys work and what their process is, and just trying to add little things to mine, because those are all the guys that have been doing it right while they've been in the NFL. So whatever I can pick up from them and add to my process, I'm going to do that.
What's it like playing with C.J. Stroud?
It's amazing. He's a very big communicator, so you know exactly what he wants from you, and then he's going to pick guys up. If you make a bad play, he's going to be the first guy there, making sure you're good, and just talk to you through the play and what he feels like you can do better. So he's a big motivator within our offense and a big connector.
I saw your appearance on the St. Brown podcast, and we played some audio from it. You immediately became a hit with Texan fans when we played it. But one of the things you talked about was you got your signing bonus, and they were asking you, what have you splurged on or anything like that? You're still like, I'm driving my same car, I'm renting, I'm not buying all. Have you done anything yet now? Have you splurged, or is it still just, kind of business as usual?
Yeah, just business as usual.
Okay.
I'm focused on the season so far, so just making sure I'm staying in the playbook and focusing on that.
Okay. Now, the other thing I was told, too, obviously I know you and Jaden are big fishermen. You guys had your YouTube channel, but I was also told by somebody that you are a master griller as well. Is that true?
Yeah. No, I'm
in search of the perfect steak, right?
Yes, in search of the perfect steak. I love to grill. Whatever I can put on the grill, and just kind of try to learn new things, not just steak, honestly.
Okay, so when you go to a steakhouse, then it's not just you're just ordering off the menu to eat. You're like, it's like a chalk talk with you. You like get the chef out here. I want to talk to him.
Yeah, I'll never ask for the chef, but I do ask the waiter or waitress how being cooked and prepared. So
Okay, so what's the perfect cut for you then?
Ribeye.
Ribeye?
I know a lot of people like filet mignon and maybe the T-bone, but I feel like you get just the perfect amount of tenderness out of a ribeye.
Ribeye's blue collar. Ribeye is Iowa State cyclone. Right? It's blue collar, right?
Yes, sir.
What are the sides that go with it?
Any type of potato, whether it's a baked potato, mashed potato, and you got to throw a vegetable in there, maybe asparagus, green beans, broccoli, something like
Just
that.
to color up the plate a little bit. Wash away some of the guilt from that meat and potatoes you're about to eat. Texans wide receiver Jalen Noel. Jalen, it's great to have you here in Houston, man. And flash those H's up to the camera.
Yes,
man.
sir.
There we go.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, man.
Yep, thank
All
you.
right, thanks.
That was good stuff, Jalen Noel. Now, the big takeaway from that for a lot of people on the text page was my categorization of ribeye as being blue collar. And I will tell you, I know cube steak and flank steak and whatever other cuts are out there are a little more blue collar. Somebody called cube steak poverty meat earlier. Might be a little harsh. It was just because he mentioned filet mignon first. Filet mignon is sort of, the cliche for uppity. Maybe if he'd said Wagyu also,
Oh, yeah. And it's an expensive cut and everything.
Yeah.
I feel like the true steak connoisseurs tend to prefer the ribeye over everything else, but whatever. We played that interview earlier, and then also that Amon-Ra, the St. Brown podcast that he had been on, he gave some answers where you could really just tell that this is a mature kid, and he's got a fiance. He still drives his Camry that he had in college. Sounds like it's a nice Camry, but it's not a or anything. And he just wants to play football and hang out with his fiance and learn how to grill better.
Yes.
I like that. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I like maturity. I think D'Amico's done a good job of. Well, Sean, I asked him about energy vampires when I interviewed him last week, and I said, we heard that a lot the first couple months you were here, the first year you were here. We haven't really heard anything about energy vampires this last year. And he said, I got rid of all of them.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah, and in the draft process, remember when Nick said that the Texans draft board is probably smaller than a lot of teams?
Yep.
I think that's strictly a function of D'Amico said, hey, we talk to everybody, we talk to the academic people, and if there's just too many negative reports on a guy, we don't want him. We flat out, we're not going to entertain it because we don't have enough time we got all this other stuff we got to do. I don't have time to deal with all the nonsense that comes with guys who aren't mature enough. And I think they've done a good job, whether they're good players or not. In a lot of instances in these last couple of years, we're still waiting to see. But the number of just duds or putzes that they've drafted in the last 2 years compared to some of the other draft classes in previous Texans drafts, it's night and day.
Yes, dude, compared to some of the guys that were even guys that given second contracts to in previous regimes,
DJ Swearinger not wanting to play special teams.
Yeah.
I can't envision any of these guys that they've drafted in the last couple of years since Caserio and D'Amico teamed up think they shouldn't have to play special teams because they're second rounders. That's just they've changed the standard for what their football character is.
Yeah, I just think the ones I think of are with the really dark times with the teams, like when Zach Cunningham doesn't want to be here because the team's not good anymore, even though they gave him $15 million a year or whatever. He just sulks about being a Houston Texan. So Nick's like, okay, fine, you're gone. I'll trade you for you. You were paid by the previous regime, not this regime. So, it's good to see.
I do give a lot of those guys passes from the dark era of the 2021-2022 era.
Yeah.
It was such a dysfunctional situation all around that I think there were guys. I think there were some good players like Reed that like Justin Reed that just realized that this is a bleeped up situation.
Yeah,
what the hell's even going on?
It's
here?
interesting though. Like Justin Reed left here and became, and he already was a good player, but he was played a prominent role on a Super Bowl championship team. Zach Cunningham left here, and I know he still was in the league for a little bit, but he was never heard from again to the degree that he was getting paid for sure. It's just, It's really interesting. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are in the house. Gentlemen, how are we feeling?
So you're telling me that Jalen Noel likes fishing and barbecue?
He likes he is. I should have name dropped you. I should have said I got a friend for you.
He doesn't need that.
Are you looking for friends, Jalen Noel? Yeah, he doesn't need
that.
I was like, well, I knew the first.
He's your
part.
spirit animal. Yeah. By the way. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
Yeah.
You like him, huh?
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
And I mean, if he didn't like him before, seeing him in training camp has made it incredibly easy to like him.
man.
He just keeps getting open.
Yeah, but both these rookie receivers. Look, I know Braxton Berrios isn't a rookie. I know he's been around a while. He's getting open. We did a whole segment on Mechie. Mechie had a great practice again yesterday. Like Mechie is a guy who, if you didn't come into this training camp with the preconceived notion that he's not going to make the team, which I know I did and a lot of people did. Yeah. He's been one of the 6 best receivers in camp. You know, he's been really good. So they got some tough decisions to make at that position. All right, question of the day.
Question of the day. You saw Taylor Swift, big night tonight.
Is it tonight? I know she's going to be on the. She's going to be on the podcast. So they recorded it already.
Yeah, they recorded
is that what that was all about?
Yeah, they dropped some. They dropped some teasers.
I love how interested Seth sounds.
My daughter already.
I didn't know. I just saw her all over. Okay.
Well, my daughter already texted the family. Nobody texted or called at 6:00. So that's how big it is.
That's how. Okay, I got to text my daughter. She's a big Swiftie.
Anyhow,
she feels the same.
How big
way.
of a Swiftie is she? If you feel like you have to like make. Oh no, you're checking. Okay,
I'm checking
like,
with her to see if it's okay to text her. I'm just want to see
she's
if
an adult with a job too.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not like she's a teenage girl.
Yeah.
So Taylor Swift, in the one clip that they released, I guess this morning or yesterday, said, "You guys have a lot of male sports fans on this podcast. I think we all know that if there's something that male sports fans want to see in their spaces and on their screens, it's more of me."
She said that? Very edgy and braggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are some guide things, some things that are off limits to your significant others? Like,
wow.
in other words, you can hang out with my friends, you can do that, but this is off limits.
Okay. I'll tell you, one for me used to be fantasy football. That's my thing. But appropriately enough, tonight, Amy and I have our fantasy draft of the team that we share in the league. We're in a league with friends of the show, Perry and Jen. And we're in their league down in League City. So that's crossed off the list. I would say the only thing I can think of, because
that's my thing. You know, one of the, like, I'll give you an example while you're thinking about it.
Okay.
When I go buy meat to smoke, to barbecue, she'll go with me occasionally and she'll say, "Well, this one looks cheaper. This one's cheaper." And I'm like, "You don't get it. I'm looking at the meat,
right?
The marbling, the cuts, and all that." And I just go somewhere else.
And she's just trying to make sure that you can retire someday with money in your bank account.
How
John.
dare she?
Yeah.
I do. You know what? This is a weird one. I don't know if this probably doesn't quite fit the category, but this is a long-standing pet peeve of mine of guys where they break a guy code in a way that they don't even realize they're doing it because it's got a spillover effect. It's that, all right, obviously, if you go to a bachelor party and something crazy happens, you don't tell, the bride's friends about it or something like that. But guys will tell stories in groups, in mixed company, to like their female friends who are unaffected by that bachelor party or anything, don't know any of the women involved or anything, and they think they're just telling a story. And then some of those women in their minds get this impression of bachelor party, like all this stuff is happening at every single bachelor party. So you end up screwing over some guy that you don't even know somewhere off in the future because his fiance heard you tell a couple of tawdry stories from some bachelor party you were at.
Yeah.
Keep your damn yaps shut, okay?
Guy code.
You don't have to tell every story all the time.
Guy code. So do you have anything that Brandy, any activity you engage in where you're like, "Nope, Brandy, this is my own time to myself here"?
I don't remember. Yeah. I don't know. I probably back. I did. I just don't care.
Well, that's the thing. That's when you guys asked me the question originally. I'm like, dang, it's actually a good referendum on my marriage. I'm like, actually, it's hard for me to come up with this because Amy and I share a ton of the same interests. We like doing the same things. I would say the only thing for me is I like on the weekends, like either Saturday or Sunday morning. Most mornings I've got like a list of a few things I need to go do. Like I got to go to the men's tea clinic. I got to go to I go to Target, go hit the grocery store. It's kind of quiet time for me to be in the truck and just like listen to music or listen to sports.
What about your walks?
My walks sometimes, because Amy does not like to walk as far as I do sometimes. Okay. So that is definitely one where I'm getting ready and I got in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to be going 4.5 miles.
And you're dragging her by the leash, panting and everything.
That was Seth who said that, Amy, if you're listening. That is a good one, actually, because there are times where I'm like, I'm getting ready to go for a walk, and in my mind, I'm ready to go like 4.5 miles. It's hot out, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, "Oh, I'll go with you."
And she goes 2 miles.
And I know I'm gonna have to walk with, but then knowing I have to dial down the trip.
Oh, yeah, or the pace and all that stuff.
Yeah. So it's Amy, if you're listening, I'll still want to go on our walks and everything, but just know that if I'm ready to go on a Tuesday afternoon at like 4:30, yeah.
I'm with you. She does a lot of stuff, so you have to think.
Yeah,
like fishing, she'll fish with me now.
Right. I asked you about fishing, and you were like, no, that's cool.
She but Texter says hunting. Hunting, I could see.
Oh no, I bet Amy's. There's a better chance Amy would want to go hunting than I would, for sure.
I'll tell you honestly. I think probably most guys are like this. It's like to generalize. A lot of guys just need some time sometimes where they're doing nothing and they're absolutely quiet.
Yes.
And that it's that you just don't want to talk. And I think like Brandy and I have kind of we've settled into it. We've been married over 20 years. Like she appreciates that there's times where I just need to be by myself. And it's not because it doesn't have any reflection on her or anything. I just need some alone time and I need some quiet.
That's my errand running time that I'm talking about. I just need to be in the truck with my own thoughts, just driving around, grab a cup of coffee, just sipping it.
Yeah.
Maybe take the long way to a few places, so I can think a little longer. Yes, that's exactly what mine is, Seth. Thank you. All right, boys. Well, have a good show.
Thanks, man.
Heading out to the stadium to go watch a walkthrough.
Yeah.
I will have no report for you on the walkthrough.
No.
You sure?
Report.
Somebody shreds
No
an
depth chart report.
Oh yeah, depth chart. Yeah, maybe. If anything, I'll promise you this.
Read
if anything
into it.
significant happens, No, I'll call in.
Okay.
But just promise me that I won't wind up in an article on the Houston Chronicle.
I don't run anything over there, so I feel like I can't guarantee you that. But I'll do my
Clinton, if you're listening, I love you. I'm just joking.
Brandon Scott is the guy you need to talk to.
Ooh, that's true.
He's got pull over there.
Yeah.
That's right. Seth, antibodies to you.
Oh, antibodies and some alone time to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, we're done. We're out of time.
Antibodies and a forced march to Amy.
You're listening to KILT,
4 miles, not 2.
KILT AM. Did you see my humble brag about 4.5 miles?
I like
there?
that.
Yeah, that was it. 4.5.
I was proud of you, honestly.
Thanks, man. I got the proof in my walking app on my phone. KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. That's what you're listening to. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig in the building. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Wednesday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the people involved. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out. And you, as always, on getting involved with the program with the various mediums or media that are available for you.
Good for you.
I knew that you would appreciate that.
You
incredible word dork. 713-572-4610 is the text line. That's where you can also be a word dork or whatever the antithesis of word dork or dorkdom is. Text in to the program. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams.
We keep it 100.
For both the YouTube page, and, which is Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. How you doing, buddy?
I am great.
Great is the word that you go with.
Great every day, man. You got to be great just on the green side of the grass.
Okay, colloquialism that I don't think I've heard in a very long time, but absolutely fits. So that is fair.
On the green side of the grass, baby.
Sean, every day you wake up and you're like, make sure you're on the green side of the grass.
You'll get to this age at some point. I actually have my notebook right here.
Hey, there's the sun.
See, you guys have seen my notebook where I've got...
I have.
And all the way through December. This is where I look down and glance and see what I have going on today. See that check mark right there?
Yeah, I mean,
every day I wake up and I put a check mark next to that date.
I'm here,
I woke
baby.
up this morning.
I'm here, baby.
I do that. I don't know if that's morbid or whatever, but that's what I do, and I'm unflinchingly rigid.
It's probably both of those things. I feel like there's duality and complexity within there, and that's not a bad thing.
It's a check mark of gratitude.
Yes, yes.
To the big man upstairs.
That's right,
brother.
That's the big man, huh?
Not that big man.
Are we certain he's upstairs? Anyways, let's keep it moving here on a Wednesday. Some people might call it a hump day. Hey, look.
Yeah. We need to move like Sean Pendergast on a walk.
Yeah, right. We need to keep it moving. No Amy speed. We need to keep it at Sean speed right
that was
now.
my line.
Yeah.
I'm rubbing off on you.
I'm just really stalling because I don't want to talk about a 14-1 beatdown at the hands of the. You don't mind it, huh? Why is that?
I'm looking big picture right now. Because big picture is what it's all about today.
What, you feel like you added another arm to the bullpen in Chaz McCormick? I see where you're going. Nice 80-mile-per-hour pitch.
Nice little lefty.
Yeah, maybe. No, look, I mean, nobody.
You need a lefty, all things considered, from
really
what we learned.
I mean, Hader's gone. Is he going to replace
15-day IL? You said go. gone like he's for a couple
Is
of
he
weeks.
gone for the season?
Yeah, well,
You never gave me an answer, by the way, yesterday. As this is clearly scattershot right now.
Yeah.
I apologize for that. But yesterday when I was like, okay, how long would you be good, Josh Hader being gone for?
I didn't give you an answer on that.
I said a week or 2 weeks, and you were like, a week. And then I was like, hoping to see, because 2 weeks obviously is what you'd be looking at with a 15-day IL stint. We're actually here.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Well, I'll say 2 weeks then.
Okay.
Anything above that, and your skepticism meter goes off the charts, right? If he's not, because we've how many times we say no, he's going on the 10-day, he's going on the 15-day, and 30 days later he's still not back. If that happens with Hader, the skepticism meter is going to go. Whoop, it's going to be redlining, as they say.
Yeah, and that'd be a real problem, especially considering you are in a new ball game. You are in a fresh race with the Seattle Mariners, who won against the Orioles, and then you obviously did not win against the Red Sox. I think that's the kindest way I can put whatever happened yesterday.
It was a ball game.
Which one?
Last night for a while. 2-0 going into the sixth.
Sure,
it was.
That is
It was a ball game until it wasn't.
All right, so let me ask you this, because you look at the box score, and you're right. Like, it was a 2-0 ball game for a good period of time. Spencer Getty on the mound gave you 5 innings, only 2 earned runs, and yet and still, and he had 3 strikeouts. He did, give away 5 walks.
Yeah,
and I was looking at the box score, and I was like, this doesn't feel like what it felt like watching Spencer Getty.
100%. Yeah, you're reading my mind. Nobody likes to lose 14-1, so I was kind of just being facetious.
713-572-4610. Let me know if you like to lose 14-1.
Nobody likes that. But I really have, and that's part of the big picture I'm looking at right now. Today is a big picture day. If you didn't know already, the Mariners and Astros are tied for first place in the top of at the top of the division.
Mm-hmm.
That the season begins today. 42 games left, just over a quarter of the season. It's a sprint. It's a sprint now. It's time to start looking at the scoreboards. It's time to start looking at the schedules. It's time to start looking at who's hot, who's not. And it's time to start looking for the Astros at that starting pitching rotation. And that's where Spencer Arrighetti comes in.
Sure.
You're absolutely reading my mind. Because remember, after his first outing, I was like, people were talking about, the 11 hits or whatever. That's because he was missing in the zone. He was missing his spots in the zone. He wasn't hitting the corners. It wasn't, a sweeper or slider diving into the left bottom corner of the strike. He was missing. He was throwing papas, as they used to say when I was playing baseball, big potatoes, and he was missing in the zone and gave up 11 hits. Last night, he was missing outside the zone. I don't think it was that much better an outing last night than his first outing, because he was missing in the zone and now he's missing outside the zone. Well, they say, he only gave up 1 hit and 2 earned runs, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't matter. It was 5 walks, 6 walks,
5 walks,
yeah,
3 strikeouts, and as you were mentioning, it felt worse also because he was bad in a different way.
Yeah, he's missing.
Than he was, and so it's almost like what happens, or at least in my mind, and I don't even know if this is a full comparison, but it's like when somebody gets hurt and then there's like a shooting pain. Like at first it was my ankle and now it's my knee, and now we have all sorts of things that seem to possibly intimate something larger or something that's a little bit more unwieldy to get in tow. But ultimately, I'm in the place where I think that I'm outside of the space where I can get to, all right, Arrighetti's going to be one of those guys that I lean on in the postseason. There's still a lot of baseball to be played. There's a lot of opportunity for him to find his groove coming back from his IL stint.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if I'm going, hey, okay, now I need Arrighetti to be.
Yeah.
I'm leaning on Arrighetti to eventually get to that place because maybe I'm scarred from the return of Lance McCullers when he comes back from the IL and does not look like himself, like he had been prior.
Sure.
But I'm getting out of that game, which now puts even more, at least in my mind, on Christian Javier to be the best version of himself.
And that's the good news, and that's why I'm looking at the big picture. Christian Javier made me feel pretty good. Made me feel pretty good about his pitching, and of course Hunter Brown, who goes today. Fromber, we'll see, but they don't seem to be going anywhere. So if Christian Javier, I've been saying it all along, just give me one. If Christian Javier is that guy, you can deal with Arrighetti if you have to and hope that he comes around. The other big picture thing here is, and I mentioned it, is the timing of the schedule. They're tied at the top of the division right now.
Mariners and Astros?
Yeah. The next 2 weeks are going to be crucial for both these teams. The Mariners, they've got a pretty tough 2 weeks. They play the Mets, the Phillies, and the Padres, with, I think, the A's mixed in there. So that'll be kind of an easier route. But still, those are 3 good teams out of the National League. Meanwhile, the Astros have 2 against the Orioles, 2 series against the Orioles, and 1 against the Rockies in the next 2 weeks. So these next 2 weeks, that's what I'm saying. It's okay to start looking at the schedule, start looking at the scoreboard. If you do what you're supposed to do, and they sort of, ebb and flow against some really good teams, then you'll create a little bit of a cushion,
Oh, I don't think we need to get to this place, 832. Who's worse when they are rusty, Lance or Spencer? I don't know that there's I don't know that there's enough separation for me to feel good about either answer there, which I think is the problem. 936, I think you might be doing a lot. They said, sadly, the Red Sox are the Astros' daddy. You might be doing too much there. Might be doing too much there. That was a really, really rough game, but I don't know that I'm in that place. You still have an opportunity to win it with Hunter Brown out there on the mound today. 6-10 first pitch, I believe, versus Walker Buehler, who hasn't been incredible this year. So, no, I mean, I don't know if I'd go to that place, but how do you then feel about this race then? I know that you're talking about the next 2 weeks being kind of pivotal and really telling you a lot, but just if you were forecasting the way that this thing goes, because I know people have talked a lot about how the Astros already had their soft part of the schedule, and here come the Mariners portion of it. However, if you are willing to lean on like strength of schedule rankings, obviously going off of the win-loss records or like the win percentages of of your opponents, remaining opponent, end all, baseball is a game of runs. Sometimes a team that does not have a good win percentage then gets hot. These types of things can happen. But with those caveats, the Astros actually have the easier remaining strength of schedule than the Mariners from this point moving forward. How are you forecasting this in your mind?
Well, the next 2 weeks after that, we'll see how the strength of schedule goes and where they are in the standings. You asked me also, like, how do I feel about the race right now? How do I feel about where they are?
Right.
The Mariners are piping hot. We talked about it. We talked about it at the trade deadline. They had a really good trade deadline, and it is outside of Eugenio Suarez, who you got to figure he'll sort of wake up a little bit here. Josh Naylor is crushing it.
He is
absolutely crushing it. Victor Robles is on assignment and will be back. They have a very incredible lineup, and we already knew about their pitching. So they scare me. But here's the counterpoint. Do the Astros still have it between the ears on the Mariners? Or has that changed? The Mariners have always seen ghosts.
Yeah.
They've always seen ghosts when it comes to the Astros. So it's a tangible versus an intangible. Tangibly, the Mariners are playing better baseball and have a better roster than the Astros. Pitching, hitting, everything. Intangibly, the Astros may not be that far behind in terms of the roster, but they definitely have a big advantage between the ears.
Historically speaking, for sure. And it does feel like if there's one thing the Astros have done is seemingly tried to take it back a little bit. Like there's been a lot of you can always come home, including obviously the biggest one in Carlos Correa, which kind of reinstills some of those things that you had previously as an Astros team in that decade about of being the highest, one of the best teams in all of baseball for that period. Yeah, I don't really know, and I guess that's the fair point is let's see if the Mariners really have it this time. Won 9 of their last 10, but this is when the pressure's
8 in a row. I think 8 in a row.
8 in a row, yes sir. This is when the pressure starts hitting for them.
September 19th, 20th, and 21st. Mark your calendars. Mariners at Astros.
That's going to be a huge
series and determines who wins the season series.
Right. Who then has like tiebreaker.
The tiebreaker.
And I don't know how much you are. I'm scarred from last year's wild card experience, or wild card series or what have you. So yeah, as much as I like what this team is doing, hey, give me the best opportunity to actually just not have to play that one. Obviously, that would be still an uphill battle yet because the Blue Jays have been really good, and the Tigers, although they've seemed to come down a little bit over the last 10, but they have a nice lead over the U as well. So,
and I got to ask you this. As much as you want the Astros to win, you want them to, make their run, get their things together, etc. I kind of like this race now. It's been a while, man. When was the last time we had a race like this in the division? How long has it been? The Astros have just been winning this.
Well, a race like this where it looks like there's both teams are good as opposed to hey, we're crawling to the
the Rangers had their moments here and there, but you could tell this is a real real threat.
Oh, right?
Yeah, but I think last year felt a little bit more like what I was describing, where, hey, we're both crawling to the finish line to see who can make it, as opposed to this one really feeling like there's good baseball being had, which, who will come out as the better of the two.
Yeah, but it's undeniable. Even the biggest Astros homer in the world, the Mariners are good, man. They are really good, and I kind of like the fact that this is going to be, 42 games. It's a sprint, man.
Yeah. So, and you're going to have to make some of this sprint without your closer. We mentioned it, didn't really lean too much into it. We'll talk about it more as we go on the day, but Josh Hader, officially 15-day IL stint for him. And that's a lefty that obviously you won't have, but more importantly, that's a guy that helps close out games and has been very good at doing that this season. And it kind of slides everybody up a roll. How are you feeling about this pen as well? Because, Sean Dubin made his return and didn't look all that great. Again, coming off the IL immediately is not something where you expect everyone to come back and, handle it flawlessly, but that was definitely not what you were hoping to see.
How do I feel about it? You can't make a living with the way the bullpen is currently constituted. Can't do it. You need Hader back. Shout out to the way they're Sousa and others, the way they've kind of pieced things together in the last couple of days. Well, yesterday notwithstanding, but
yesterday I don't think really fit in the.
But you can't make a living like this.
Yeah, I don't think so. All right, we'll talk more about this. The Astros have an opportunity to put their best foot forward. In fact, they probably need it to make sure that they don't fall behind the Mariners. Not saying that I know for certain what that game is going to look for the Orioles today, but I mean, just saying, it feels like they are handling the Orioles decently well. It was only a 1-0 victory for them yesterday, though.
They're pitching this time. That was last night.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll keep up with what's happening there as we continue. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Wednesday. Coming up next, the Braxton Berrios give us a reason as to why losing Brevin Jordan for the season won't be as big of a hit as we might think. 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready!
stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Clogging the toilet like at somebody else's house and you can't find them.
That's not awkward at all.
When you Dumb and Dumber it?
Not awkward at all.
Yes, it is too.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. 713-572-4610 is the number to text and get involved with. Texans still, gearing their way towards football in the 2025 season sense. But, of course, preseason football, we had a fun game that we got a chance to watch on Saturday, and another one this upcoming Saturday, actually at NRG Stadium. We were just talking about getting ready to go tailgating. I cannot wait. It is one of the best parts of the season.
Make sure y'all hydrated.
That is also a great point.
Because this is going to be the first. I know y'all was out there with training camp and all that stuff, but this is going to be the first time you actually out there for hour maybe.
Right. And here's
maybe an hour or two. Drinking, eating.
That's the thing.
That was the thing. That's the thing about training camp.
Hydration.
Right. The hydration is necessary because it's not just sitting here watching football. It is also taking these shots.
Yeah. And that's not just for y'all. That's for everybody.
Yes.
Man,
Public service announcement.
Drink some water, man. Drink some water. If you feel like you ain't had enough water, drink some more.
In fact, if you got some water, we're looking at you right now. Just go ahead and take a sip.
Yeah.
Just a quick sip.
Yeah. Don't pass out, man. We don't need nobody passing out.
Absolutely not.
Feels like 99 at 11 a.m.
Right now?
No, Saturday.
Saturday? Very good. Yeah, definitely need to make sure we're hydrated. But yeah, it's just gearing up for football. And obviously, you never enjoy what happened on Monday, which was Brevin Jordan. We found out officially yesterday, ACL tear, same ACL that he tore the year prior. And we talked about all of the, all the emotional parts of this, especially for a dude like that who is, fought to come back from injury, has dealt with a number of injuries, seemingly just has such a joy for the game and for life. But IR, he's going to miss the season. And yesterday in talking about it, I was very big on the idea of, man, this sucks. But also I think that, like, skill-wise, I kind of hate losing that guy. But there's been kind of like various – it's been like kind of a scale of sorts of various different degrees of belief in how much this impacts the team.
Mm-hmm.
And in listening to Braxton Berrios after practice today, you heard something that you think kind of gives us that should at least get me off of the edge when it comes to the Brevin Jordan injury.
Obviously, just heartbreak. It was one of the more heartbreaking stories. No matter the injury, just we talked about it, just how it was. So not to downplay that and its significance on the field as well. But listen to Braxton Berrios and tell me if you can figure out what part made me go, huh.
I think it's been awesome. Obviously in the spring coming in, everything was new to everybody. So learning the playbook was the main focus there. And, I think we're very multiple all across the board. I think a lot of us can do a lot of different things. And, it's not necessarily outside routes or big guy routes or slot routes. I think we mix that up a good amount. And, I think we have the versatility in the wide receiver room to do that.
That's pretty obvious. What part made me go, huh? He says it's not necessarily outside routes, inside routes, et cetera. And it made me think about a couple of things, including this question that I'm asking you. If he kind of told us that on the field, despite the heartbreak and losing Brevin Jordan, on the field, it may not be as significant, we might not miss him as much on the field as you may have thought, simply because I went back to one of the passing thoughts I had early on in camp, and I was talking to you guys about it. Like, I saw Cage Stover,
correct,
and then Brevin Jordan was lining up on the far outside, and then they would line up at fullback. And to hear him say that right there, it's kind of validation, verification, whatever you want to say, that even though, Brevin Jordan is going to be a big aspect, would have been a big part of this offense, they've got guys, and you kind of alluded to it yesterday with Xavier Hutchinson and maybe Higgins. They've got guys that they're going to be putting in various different spots, inside, slot, outside, in the backfield, et cetera. There's that, but then there's also, the fact that you still have to worry about blocking, and that's kind of the down part to it all. But I think they're going to be able to manipulate the receiving room with some big receivers to kind of make up for what Brevin Jordan was going to bring.
Yeah, I do think that is one of the beautiful parts about the construction of the pass-catching core, I guess is the way I'll say it, including wide receivers and tight ends, is that it does feel like you have a lot of size in a lot of different places, and your offensive coordinator and just the entire offensive approach of the staff has been, we're going to move things around. We're kind of going to have different guys in different spaces to give them opportunities to, get open, I guess, in essence. And so I do think that could lend itself to some more interesting opportunities for the likes of, as I mentioned, or as you mentioned, rather, Xavier Hutchinson as like a big wide receiver, maybe even Jaden Higgins in different spaces as a big wide receiver. Or maybe just, zigging where one might zag previously and maybe going, all right, well, we'll have two of these, smaller, shifty guys. Maybe that's more Noel opportunity to do certain things. I see various people like our guy Houston on the text line who said, don't get me wrong, it is unfortunate for Brevin. I do love that we all, by the way, as I pause in the middle of this text, I do love that we all want to make sure.
We got to make it clear.
We got to have it clear. No. We don't. Nobody's happy about this with Brevin. However, press play, he wasn't a major offensive contributor for the team. And that is fair to make note of. He has not been a major contributor, in part because of a number of injuries. I do think, however, with this different coordinator with Nick Caley, how he has talked about, hey, building an offense, in essence, around the strengths and the talents of your team, you look at it and go, all right, well, that's the tight end that you have that has that athleticism. In fact, we were just looking at the TV and ESPN, and they're showing who I believe to be the best team in football going into this year in the Baltimore Ravens. And Isaiah Likely has been such a valuable piece for them in having this mismatch guy at tight end in Isaiah Likely, right? Like he's big, he's athletic, and I feel like that's sort of what Brevin Jordan was going to profile as for this team. And I love the idea of what a new, fresh perspective from a coordinator, an innovative perspective might have been able to bring in that space. And I think that's more of what I've lamented. And I hope, though, that, if Nick Caley is worth his salt, that he can find ways to have some of those same ideas brought to the life with some of those other guys.
That absolutely is what you would hope he could become, and a likely type player if he lines up at tight end. And creates that mismatch on a linebacker or whatever. But what I'm saying is I think they're going to be able to just mix and match, outside the initial 5 people on the offensive line. What it does do, and this is the one sort of, much pressure on the offensive line for blocking purposes, protection purposes.
Well, Brevin wasn't going to be as much of a blocking guy, though,
but he would have if
they use him as a tight end.
If they use him as a tight end,
sure.
So it puts that much pressure on the offensive line, that much pressure on the tight ends that are there. Maybe you give your hand away a little more because if he ain't going. If Kate Stover is in instead of Dalton Schultz and it's only a one tight end set, you kind of know. The likelihood of him blocking it puts more.
Maybe. I mean, hey, look at him limiting what K Stover might be able to do. Don't go back to the preseason game where it seemed like he had the wrong. Or he had the wrong landmark according to our guy Cecil Shorts on that particular pass. He's growing. He's developing.
Stay tuned at noon. He's going to be a part of the what ifs that we're going to talk about. It also puts a lot more pressure on the fullbacks and the running backs in protection situations.
Sure.
Yeah,
that is fair.
So it puts pressure on you, but I think in terms of the routes and the receivers, it gives you options.
No, yeah. I mean, look. There's a lot of other things that are still going to be significantly more pressing matters determining factors rather on what are going to make this Texans offense successful this year than Brevin Jordan. However, I loved the idea, especially for a first-time play caller, for a guy who's developing an offense anew, to have that particular skill set. And so I did find it interesting in the same way that Braxton Berrios kind of alluding to one of the things that we were talking about yesterday. The idea of, hey, can you get some of that type of I don't know, like gameplay style, whatever things that are going to like hopefully force a defense to operate in a different space from different wide receivers.
Yeah.
From the text line, from the match. Do you view it at all as that way, especially compared with, when you put that in tandem with the day that John Mechie had yesterday? He showed out pretty well against Derek Stingley, one of the best cornerbacks in all the league in one-on-ones. Now, admittedly, a great throw by CJ helps him out. And then, maybe a little bit of what I like to call a pro push on the other, that, if you do well is what the best players do. And if you don't do well, or maybe if you're just not as big of a player, you end up with yellow on the field. But, I mean, he is starting to show up even better in some of these instances. How much do you look at maybe not the Brevin Jordan injury in particular, but what are you kind of thinking with Mechie, or maybe who could benefit from the possibility of Brevin Jordan, who felt like he was almost a lock on this roster, no longer having this season available to him?
I like the question. I think it's a good question, but I'm still going to side with no. That in and of itself is not going to necessarily, quote, save Mechie, because they're still, we know how many tight ends they like to use. They're still going to either use someone else in that
Irv
role.
Smith,
yeah.
who I believe, did he end up coming back yesterday? Am I remembering?
I believe
correctly?
he did. They're not going to compromise the number of tight ends that they keep that they roster just for another receiver. I think what the receivers they do keep are going to be using in that role.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Another practice day today. In fact, they're probably just now getting going, but it's a light day. They're walkthrough. However, we're going to get some updates on depth chart, right?
Yeah, we are.
So that'll be fun. We'll talk about that as we get it in. All right. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. I know that some people are sick of hearing this name when it comes to football, and some Taylor Swift is going to be on the New Heights podcast, and she had some self-awareness about being a woman and being her in particular in this space that seemingly some dudes have not been super excited about. So in honor of that, question of the day, what are some of the guy things that are off limits to your significant other? 713-572-4610. Text in. We'll talk about it next.
Yeah, man. Talking about D&M leasing.
minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to get to our question of the day, but before we get there, a little bit of, Texans news worth noting. We were just talking about, the Brevin Jordan injury. Obviously, he's headed to the IR, or actually is on the IR already, and he's out for the season. If you were at all wondering if the Texans would add a tight end, the answer is yes. According to Aaron Wilson, the Texans have signed veteran tight end Trey McKitty.
We were just talking about it. They got a question from the listeners.
There you go.
Yeah.
I have a strong doubt. Yes, yeah. I was trying to find
explain to the people who that is.
What's the nice way of saying this?
Explain for me.
We used to talk about Trey all the time.
Yeah, Trey Roosevelt McKitty. Come on now.
Hey, buddy, I'm not familiar with your game. No disrespect. I'm not.
Likewise, I wasn't either. Yeah. I did my Googles. Florida State.
I knew everything there was to know about him.
I bet you did.
I bet he went to Florida State, right?
He sure did, and Georgia, apparently.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Drafted in the third round to the Chargers in 2021. And he's had, over the course of 3 years, played in a number of games. 30-some and that's pretty much all. He's bounced around to a couple of teams, practice squads. I feel like this is just going to be kind of a depth guy. Give him an opportunity.
Take a shot.
Chance, see what's happening.
I don't think Mechie should be worried about him.
Well, it's not Mechie. Don't say that again.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, if we going kind of that route, I don't know if Mechie's like, oh, man.
Yeah. Mechie and the tight ends that was a listener question.
Yeah, I was like, we probably shouldn't continue to tie John Mechie to the tight ends. It's probably not the way.
Every time somebody gets signed, Mechie.
Oh, Mechie's in trouble.
They signed a left tackle, Mechie.
Left tackle.
So unfair. All right, let's get into the question.
Looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. That's the number to text. What are some guy things that are off limits for your significant others? And I actually agree with this text line, on the text line from the 281. Really, though, nothing should be off limits, quote unquote. Seems silly that she wouldn't be able to do whatever if she enjoys it too. Having your significant other enjoy one of your things is so good. I strongly agree with that.
Yeah.
It can't be everything. And so for everybody, there's probably one space in your life where you're like, actually, this one I want just for myself. And I think that's where we're going to probe, because it seems like Taylor Swift, I'm sure maybe in their relationship with Travis Kelce, there is some of that. But he is.
What if he went like, "Oh, you want to come on my podcast?"
She is going to be on the New Heights podcast.
That's me and Jason's thing. What are you talking about? Okay, let me clarify real quick, before we hear from Taylor Swift. I'm with the texter by and large, but there's always something.
It's not.
There's always something like.
But it's not a thing where it's like, "Oh, I don't want her here." Because
I get it.
Sometimes you need that peace of mind.
No, and in a relationship, if it's good. You share a lot of things, like fishing. To me, you might think, "Oh, I just want to get away with the guys." No, she likes to fish. I like having her fishing and all that. No, by and large, it's good to have them. But there's always something where you're like, "Man, that's my thing."
Yeah,
that's my thing.
And it's not even a macho man type thing.
Yeah, it's my thing.
It's more. Yeah, it's more like I'd rather do it myself.
Yeah,
than have somebody help me or do it with me.
Like, I respect this from the 346, right? Kitchen's off limits for my wife when I cook. Don't need a supervisor. And I understood, those 4 words told me everything I needed to know. Like, hey, love her to death. However, in this case, it gets a little annoying when she's like, hey, did you cut up? Yes, I know how to cook. Can you let me cook?
Well, turn the eye down a little bit.
Yeah.
Turn the eye down.
God. Oh, that's one. You just gave me another one.
Whoa, a little too much. Too much seasoning.
You want me to lower this? No. Oh, but let's hear from Taylor Swift first, because she actually had a good attitude about, Travis's and Jason's domain. And she's invading it.
Tay, welcome to New Heights.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on my favorite podcast. As we all know, you guys have a lot of male sports fans that listen to your podcast. Mm-hmm. And I think we all know that if there's one thing that male sports fans want to see in their spaces and on their screens, it's more of me.
Now, was she being funny?
Yes.
Oh yeah, 100%.
She was being funny. Okay. Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Buddy, it's gotten to her. She knows the response. It's multiple years now. Like, I feel like it'd be very worth noting. The Trey McKitty signing, there's a corresponding move. Mm-hmm. Dalton Keene on the IR.
Okay.
So that explains a little bit better.
Mechie safe.
Yeah. So as much as I said, it's cool if she goes and you share a bunch of things. Sean was talking about it earlier as well. But there are a couple things that came to mind. if I'm going to barbecue, okay, I don't even mind if she comes out there and whatever helps here and there. But when I'm buying the meat, brisket is a very important thing to buy. You look at the marbling, you look at the cut, you look how much fat there is, where you have to trim. How much thicker is the tip than the flat, and all these are very particular things. The tip is the fat part.
Sure.
These are very particular things.
Hey, calm down.
And then I'll be looking at all the briskets for 5 or 10 minutes, making sure I get the right one and all that. And she goes, "Well, this one's cheaper." Get the hell out of here.
Technically correct. Technically correct.
In fact, those words may have come out of my mouth. Get the hell out of here. Let me do this. Let me just have this. All right. And the other thing, and I don't do this a lot. I used to do it more, but still, poker.
Ooh,
poker is me and the guys. Poker.
Is that more
that
about?
Sounds like fun.
Do she know how to play?
Sorry.
Does she know how to play?
I don't know.
Sometimes that's the worst part. Like sometimes that's actually the worst part. Having to teach somebody when you just trying to chill.
Yeah.
That's rough. Like, all right, so no, you don't want to play like that. And you're just like, I just want to play right now.
Yeah.
But I also wonder how much of that is you. How much of that is the guys that you hang out with, and now you have to try and pull. They might say,
and also the conversations you
lady.
have, the conversations you have.
That's right.
And you might extend it even just to a guy's night. You're going out to eat some wings. Oh, I want to go. No, no.
We're about to be talking about some nonsense in here.
Yeah.
What about you?
For me, it's funny because you were talking about one of them, and it comes up on the text line, but it's actually not the one that would come up for me from the 281. They said gaming. I get that.
Yeah.
For me, it's actually, and you wouldn't be surprised about the activity, but I think a lot of people associate this with, hey, bring your girl around, which is pick up hoop. I don't want my significant other. I don't want my girl around because I know
that used to be a flex back in the day.
I know,
especially if you had a baddie.
Yeah.
I know,
and she come up to the gym just to watch you hoop.
I don't want y'all oling my lady over there. Also, every time that people bring their lady, she be over there looking bored all the time. I'm like, hey,
100%.
Don't do something that you want to do right now. Don't be over here as a trophy. Plus, look, let's be honest. We're not always hooping every day. And sometimes you got to be on your A game when your lady around. I don't want that kind of pressure. I'm going to be completely honest. I want to be able to hoop in peace and get this cardio because that's all I'm doing is getting cardio.
Yeah, I'm actually the opposite of Travis Kelce. I don't want my wife on the podcast, man.
Yeah.
I do a podcast every
He may not have.
Yeah. No, I think, but see, I think he wanted to because he know how big of a star she is and what that would do for that podcast. So I think from a business standpoint, he let's go, let's do it.
Yeah.
But as far as me, my wife is not into the music type of stuff. And once in a while, she'll be like, "Oh, I want to hop on your pod." I'm like, "No, what you gonna talk about? what you gonna weigh in on?
Yeah.
You don't care about none of that stuff."
Exactly.
And then it was another thing too. So me, T. Mill, and Reggie, we usually do a state night once a month, something like that. It was one time she did ask "Oh, I want to go."
No.
And I was just and see, I wasn't trying to be mean or anything like that, but I don't want to be that guy that bring his wife around.
Right.
And we kind of going after work a little bit just to kind of, button the shirt a little bit, just kind of chill, relax.
But it's like I said, the conversations too.
Yeah, because I know if another lady come around that's their significant other, you automatically gonna dial it back a little bit. You ain't go, And I'm not, and we don't be talking about no crazy stuff, but just out of respect, you just gonna dial it back a little bit.
I like the way 832 qualified his. He was so careful in case she's listening, or she's probably in the car. She's my best friend. She literally makes everything better.
Mm-hmm.
That said,
I don't feel like that. I feel like they mean that. I feel like they're like, look,
that's the disclaimer.
I love her in every which way. There's just this little.
That said, when I'm watching the Texans, I don't want to be talking about her sister, her mother, etc.
That's the tough thing. It's like, all right, I know that you're letting me do this, but I pay attention to this in a different way that you pay attention to your thing, right? Like whatever your thing is, you might want to talk during it. This is laser focus right now watching this game, right? Like this is different. Our bars can't go.
Oh yeah,
that's interesting because I like going to cigar bars where the ladies are hanging out too.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
But I understand what you're talking about. Like, I understand the thought process. Somebody said fantasy football, the smack talk is a little bit too much and her feelings would get hurt.
Well, they do now. I play fantasy football with not just my wife, but my kids' wives and husband, et cetera. It's fun, but I will say, while we all want to just have like a fantasy draft, they're like, "What's the theme? What are you bringing? I'll bring this. I think I'll bake a cake." And we're like, dude.
Yeah, these are not the parts that we typically
Pizza
focus
Hut, some wings, some pizza. Let's go.
What about this one too? Because my wife, she's not into sports at all. So she don't know what's going on the field and all that stuff. But once in a while, whenever she want to make small talk, she tried to talk to me. Oh, what happened in the game? And I'm like, just don't. We ain't got to do all this. You don't care.
Don't try so hard.
Yeah, you don't care. Like, I respect that you don't watch football and all that stuff. So you ain't got to try to entertain me.
Exactly.
I love the idea that you're like, I'm saving you from this right now. You think you want this. You actually don't want it.
It's crazy. She don't even listen to the show.
Yeah.
She do not like AM radio at all. So I ain't about to. Like, don't try to fake it.
Yeah.
It's good.
All right. Real quick before we go, looks like we got somebody on the phone. You said it's Wood on the phone line. Wood, what's popping, man?
Fellas, Houston, Texas, we going to do some things this year?
Yeah, man.
I think so.
Yeah. Hey, I hope so, too. All depends on the offensive line. And I'm not good offensive line together yet. But let's get to y'all talking about things that the ladies me and my buddies used to always get together on Saturday mornings. I mean, from 10 o'clock to about 3 o'clock, we get together, work out, go get a bite to eat. It just follows out doing the good things. So the ladies called, they said, well, we going to come join y'all, and everything. So they come out, and they're like, this is how y'all do. This is it? I said, yeah, this is what we do. We just hang out. We work out in, get a bite to eat, and we just enjoy life. But this is boring. This and that. That's right. This is what we do. After that, they wasn't worried about what we do on Saturdays no more.
That's a great point. Hey, appreciate the call, Wood. No, that's a great point because I don't want to paint with a broad brush, but there are a subset of ladies that are like, they don't realize that, this is all we're doing. We are just, what we're doing for 3 hours? Naming former football players. That's all we're doing. Like, I got a kick out of mentioning Kevin Walter. What about Kevin Walter? Nothing. I just said Kevin Walter, and we laughed. Right? Like, this is all y'all doing? Yes, this is it. This is all it takes to entertain us.
I think Seth brought up a good point earlier talking about the guy that just be talking too much around other women.
Yeah.
Where women kind of get a little bit of a stereotype of, oh, this is how it is when it's guys' night.
Yeah.
And I think he brought up a great point. I hate people that do that type of stuff too, man. They bring up something like, oh, remember all the girls were trying to hit on you that one night? It was just,
what are you doing?
Now I'm involved with it.
Good one here too. Let's flip the tables. Girls' night out. Yeah, I think I want to go.
This is the thing. There are some ladies that will take you to that, and you will just be deeply, deeply uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And it's not even that they're doing anything wrong. You just you have to be on your P's and Q's in a way that you normally, I feel like, would not be.
Yeah.
So no, I feel it. Shout out to Tay-Tay. Hope that she's enjoying being in the men's space, and I hope that the men enjoy her being in there. I have a strong feeling there's a good amount of New Heights listeners that are going to be like, you know what? I can miss this one. That's fine.
The other thing, too, is there a lot of men listeners that listen to that podcast? I know a lot of women that listen to that podcast.
But that's already, that's the group that was already because of Taylor Swift. They've made Travis Kelce part of their routine. Oh,
it's a sales lady around here, a little older sales lady. She listens to that podcast all the time.
Really?
I'm like, really?
I'll bet you the viewers are going to be double. At least.
It's not a bad podcast.
At least.
It's a good podcast. Yeah.
They be having fun.
That's some good guests on there, too.
And we appreciate y'all having fun with us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including this latest hold-in actually worked. I kind of want to talk about hold-ins in general. We'll talk about that and more next.
Ready? Texans football is back at NRG Stadium on Saturday. Hear the Texans' second preseason matchup with the Panthers right here, with pregame coverage starting at 9 a.m. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits 0. Around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, about to go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We were just doing our question of the day. What's something for you that your significant other rather is off limits on? And I from the 7-3, they said all their casino trips, no women allowed. They said the women in their circle are always ready to cash out on $10 profit bets. And I'm not gonna lie, dear friend, I hear what you're saying. I wonder if you might actually need that woman there to help you out. Like I wonder how many times you come home after getting up like $200. It's like, all right, but how much did you come home with? So I'm down 150. But I was so hot. I had to keep going. I was
frustrating,
hot.
though. I've been there where she's like, I won $3. Let's go get dinner. I'm like, what? We're just
like,
getting started.
I was planning on spending about 5 hours over here. She's like, no, I'm done. We did it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, let's go around the NFL where, man, we were talking a lot about the injury that obviously Brevin Jordan suffered. You'll recall on Saturday we saw one that was really sad for the Vikings and Rondale Moore. Well, Rondale Moore has been placed on the IR, a season-ending knee injury himself. So, obviously, really tough. You never want to see it. I know D'Amico Ryans mentioned it.
Yeah, he talked about it.
In his press availability on Monday as well. But that's official as of yesterday. Rondale Moore will not play in the 2025 season. He also having a second consecutive year suffering a season-ending knee injury. So, yeah, that's really tough. And that's one of the things I think I saw someone on the text line one of these days of this week mentioning. Feels like there's a lot more injuries. What's happening? And I don't know that there are more injuries. Maybe I need to go and see that there's, see what the actual data is. I feel like we do this every year the last few years. Just like, oh, man, there's more injuries. And it's probably just we're more aware to them and we have, more of a news cycle that's giving us available that are actually happening, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, or at least it's not like the superstar type of injuries where you got the superstars tearing ACLs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe they more low tier, but I don't see it.
By the way, as we're speaking, I'm not saying superstar, but certainly popular. Shedeur Sanders has left practice with an oblique injury. Woo. And so he's going to be reevaluated. Might not be anything big, but that's.
I just seen Mary Kay Cabot say he would be slated to start the next game if Dylan Gabriel.
Rappaport and Schefter say suffered an oblique injury, throwing during the early portion of practice, held out the rest of the session. More evaluation.
I saw people kind of making this joke after Monday finding out the Brevin Jordan injury, or actually probably yesterday after finding out that he was officially done for the season. Like, what are the Texans doing to practice? And I'm like, just practicing. It's football. However, in my mind, I do look over at the Browns and like, those are quarterbacks. How are y'all injuring all these guys? Yeah. Like, how are all these dudes ending up injured out there? Like y'all got about 7 quarterbacks and all of them dealing with something.
It's like the Astros with pitchers.
Yeah.
Somebody said, and here it comes from the 972, done losing players in practice. Anyone who's on the roster lock needs to be off the field until the Rams game. You will be dealing with a bad football team.
Yeah, it will.
Like, that's just not how this. You got to practice to be able to play football.
And ain't no way around practice like that.
They don't practice enough.
Yeah,
coaches will tell you.
Yeah, they barely playing in preseason games. I don't know. I mean, unless you just want to start week 1 fresh like that.
Yeah, I don't know about
new
that.
Playbook and all that stuff. That's going to be tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think as you mentioned, the limiting of preseason and probably all summers of practices. We see it once we get to the regular season, and teams aren't playing their best. They're not playing their most polished football, which of course I don't think you can expect most polished, but the lack or the level of polish has seemed to step back in those early weeks of the season over the last 5 to 10 years.
Now you know how I feel. I would like to have just joint practices and no preseason games, because the preseason games when you get. You don't get really a true evaluation, of ones versus ones necessarily, and you do get some nonsensical injuries. But just have I'm on a tangent now, but just
go ahead and get your point off.
Just
don't half-ass
the
it.
Joint practices. It's the most important thing. We're going to have one tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great, and then you don't need to do anything with the preseason.
There you go. See, go ahead and finish that take strong.
Better.
You're wrong, but I appreciate you doing it anyway.
I feel better.
All right. Shout out to James Cook, who is a running back for the Buffalo Bills. He was holding in, which has become the new in vogue thing or to do for players in order to try and affect some level of leverage or pressure upon teams as they are trying to seek some level of contract negotiations or resolution or what have you. He actually gets something that feels actually relatively fair. James Cook, a 25-year-old, if memory serves, coming up on the end of his rookie contract, able to extract a 4-year, $48 million contract.
38 guaranteed?
30 guaranteed
30
was what I had seen.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's the most guaranteed money that we've seen from a running back. I think average million a year, falls in at about 7th when it comes to running backs. So obviously this is good for him. I did find it interesting, though, like there were some people maybe saying possibly a Bills overpay when you consider that the extensions that they've had this offseason include quarterback Josh Allen getting 6 years, $330 million. Defensive end, the edge rusher Gregory Rousseau getting 4 years, $80 million. They gave Khalil Shakir an extension. They gave a linebacker an extension with a decent amount of money. They gave a cornerback, Christian Benford, a 4 year, $76 million. They've spent a lot of money, but they're a team that's trying to win. And, maybe you can look at James Cook and say that he had 16 touchdowns last year, which was a career high, but the 2 years prior, he had 4 combined touchdowns. Was last year an outlier. He doesn't get involved in the passing game. But he's relatively young, and they need that running game significantly if they want to be what they are going to be. Like, how did this extension hit you?
Well, I'll tell you, it hit me more in more of a abstract way, and let me explain. Top 3 teams in the AFC, probably inarguable: Baltimore, Kansas City, and Buffalo. Right? Have you noticed that they're locking up guys? All 3 of those teams are giving out contracts, locking up guys, for 4, 5, 6 years. This is what the thought that passed, that I had. Here we are, like, okay, the Texans are, it's time to start signing their guys. They'll be built for the long term. What is the long term? If these 3 teams have, these talented, really good players locked up for 4, 5, 6 years, what is the long term for the Texans?
It seemed like they making a statement by saying we're going to be here.
We're going to be here.
Yeah, we're going to be battling now for years.
Yeah.
And I feel like other teams are kind of planning more in the 2-3 year like a year plan, and they don't want to commit that long because they might blow up the team or something like that.
But the other thing, Reggie, is it's not just the quarterbacks. It's not just Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. All these surrounding important pieces. Now they're having to make some sacrifices here and there. But these teams are not going anywhere. And so the Texans, it's like, hey, the window's open. We can re-sign these guys after this year. We're going to be making a run for the top of the AFC. Are you? Yeah, you might. But those guys aren't going anywhere.
I feel like you could do that, especially when you had those type of quarterbacks, too, that aren't going to drop off anytime soon, or you don't have any questions about their play. They're going to ball out whoever's on the field. So I think that makes it easier to do that too.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
No, I feel you. No, I mean, like, this is the nature of the game. This is why we can't be too, myopic is the word that comes to mind. I can't remember what the more commonplace way of saying that is.
First of all, you're throwing too many big words.
I was waiting for that.
Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Yeah. I was waiting for that. No, like, I don't know how to, kind of pare that back to some degree, but, like, yeah, man, this is the thing where when you go, oh, man, this team is looking nice, you got to look around and see all the other teams that are gearing up. And the tough part, as you mentioned, there's a lot in the AFC at the top. Like, you're just going to have to beat them. Like, I don't know that this is going to be you outlast them to the point where, okay, now we are the last man standing. Because also, even when you think else pop like whack-a-mole, and here I'm ready to have my attempt at the claim or at the throne. Yeah, this is going to be a team that they're just going to need to find a way to beat the best in order to beat the man. You got to beat the man. That type of vibe clearly is there. But I mean, the hold-in at least works in this one running back situation. Yeah. There's a number of players that are holding in, right? There's Terry McLaurin. Trey Hendrickson is in that space still for the Bengals. We were kind of following his space. In fact, he is kind of committed seemingly to missing games behind this, which I think is the big deal of this. And then it's Cam Hayward also with the Steelers, which I think
I haven't really talked about that, but yes.
That one's really interesting as well. Like, we haven't talked about that, but he's been pretty vocal about him trying to get money that feels like it falls more in line with what somebody of his caliber deserves. Which of those do you feel like is going to be the least likely to be successful? Because I feel like those 3 are the most interesting ones that are happening between Terry and Washington. Yeah. Trey Hendrickson with a notoriously cheap owner with the Bengals, but also I think Cam Hayward with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who are notoriously also like they had an MO where they were not here to pay dudes out of schedule, and they were willing to let go of players once they had kind of be past that opportunity to be paid at a high level. They were like, all right, we'll move on. We'll figure something else out.
They just point to the logo. Yeah. And, no, we're not paying you that. We paying for that logo right there.
Yeah, no, that's all true, but I still got to say Trey Hendrickson just because of the Bengals. And it would be so Bengals-like to pay some guys and then a guy that had 19 sacks or whatever it might have been last year to leave him hanging. I'm going to say Hendrickson would be the least likely. likely.
3-4 for a lot of years. Have you heard of something called injuries? Yeah, I mean, like that's the
what?
That's been the battle with guaranteed money, but I think that you're seeing, oddly enough, a little bit of progress gained by players in some of that space because, teams have always had different ways of getting out of various guarantees. And then sometimes the guarantees that are reported aren't like true guarantees that can be voided in various different ways. But that's the battle.
Well,
that is absolutely the battle. Teams inherently don't want to undertake the risk that exists with injuries. But players want some level of protection from those.
I don't know about that text, to be honest, simply because you assume there's going to be injuries, but you don't let the assumption prevent you from signing a really good player. You just don't. I mean, do you not, based on this, the 3-4-6, do you not want them to re-sign Will Anderson?
Not to a long deal, which honestly, funny enough, the Texans have kind of taken it within themselves to not sign crazy long deals. And
but the Cook
I wonder
thing
how much
isn't
that
crazy
injury,
long.
What was that?
The Cook thing isn't crazy
No,
long.
it's 4, and he's still, maybe you can make the argument at 25 that when that contract ends at 29, he could be very much on the other side.
Well, good,
of the
fine.
hill.
Fine.
But they get there when they get there. But right now, they trying to get to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, especially when you're in that place where you're contending. You'll pay on that back end. At least that's been kind of conventional wisdom at some point. You pay on that back end in order to get the good on the front end. And obviously, it's not fully guaranteed the last year or two of that, I imagine. You could do a little bit of wiggling on to get out of. All right, some other things that are happening around the NFL. Did want to mention this. CBS has a very interesting broadcast that they've got coming up. The 50-year celebration with a retro pregame. What is it, the NBA Today?
No, it's
CBS NFL
Today.
rather.
NFL Today. I am so here for this.
Brent Musburger coming back for it, too.
Brent Musburger's coming. I wish the late, great Phyllis George would be there. It was 1975 to 1990. Come on now.
I can even see the plays.
Oh, my gosh.
Many of which you could not allow to happen in modern-day NFL.
Dude.
Actually, many of which you probably couldn't see in the NFL of, 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Lawrence Taylor, what the taco?
Oh, my gosh. This is so good. Such nostalgia.
Harry Bradshaw.
Oh, my God.
What the pass?
The little grainy slow-motion pictures of the guys running and such. And did you see they're gonna actually, what's it called? I forget the actual term, but they're going to make the studio look retro digitally. They're gonna digitally make it look like that old studio. And Phyllis George's daughter, Pamela Brown, is a polished broadcaster. She's like an anchor on CNN. I wish I hope they bring in Pamela Brown to play the role of her mom with Brent Musburger. That would be sweet.
That would be fun.
That would be sweet.
Look at the NFL leaning into a little nostalgia.
Yeah, I love this. I'm here for it. I will be there September.
We need to do more stuff like this.
It's badass.
It kind of got me excited about the NBA too. The NBA, they've been pumping up that NBA on NBC too.
Which I mean, I'm pretty sure if memory serves, that opening night versus the Thunder where the Rockets are playing, that's NBA on NBC. Like you're going to get that whole feel, round ball rocking on as well.
This was a great run on NFL Today. Great run. 75 to 90?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't born. How's that make you feel?
We're not talking to you.
Okay.
I was born in '88, so
you caught a little bit.
Yeah, I caught a little bit. I was watching it live.
Just drinking your milk.
Yeah.
Real quick before we go, top 100 update.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
As voted on by the players. The two players in the 30s that we get now are both Cowboys, interestingly enough. Number 36, Dallas Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons, who falls down about 20 spots.
Wow.
And then another man who falls down a number of spots, Dallas Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a surprise.
So he fell down twice.
Yeah. He fell down twice.
Salute to that referee, knocked him down.
He sure did.
Yeah, he fell down twice.
Thoughts?
Not a lot on this one. I think they're back in their groove.
As we're getting to this, and you're seeing, of course, we mentioned that you had earlier CJ at 39. You see that you have Travis Kelce, Micah Parsons, CeeDee Lamb were the last couple. Are just checking in. Who do you think still remains? Because I mentioned at one point Will Anderson Jr., I thought. Obviously Nico, Derek Stingley, those guys probably still up here. Are you certain that those guys still coming?
Nico for sure. And who else is still available?
Will Anderson happened already.
I thought he already got.
Yeah, Will's already. Oh, that's right. Yeah,
he already has. So I would say Nico. Yeah, that might be it, huh? Oh, Stingley.
Yeah, it's Nico Stingley.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep watching for that as we keep going here. and Loop on. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, the NFL kind of ESPN rather put together their future power rankings for these NFL teams. What do you think that this tells us about the league? Let's get to ESPN's future power rankings next.
The Texans lost their preseason. stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Hope your Wednesday's going pretty well. Looks like, from what we can see at NRG Stadium, Texans getting some good stretching in for the.
Stop.
What?
Let's be honest here.
Does the stretching not look good?
It looks like 5th grade field day out there. They're all just lying around, kind of, sort of. Hey, y'all stretch. Okay. And they're like halfway to their knees stretching. And by the way, I'm not passing judgment because I'd be doing it. It's just.
All right. BS.
No.
Nah, BS. No. I'm calling shenanigans.
Lopez got
I'm not passing judgment.
No, they're just
look. You said it would look like a field day for grade schoolers, and you're like, I'm not passing judgment.
That's definitely judgment.
Davis Mills got his cap on, just sitting there talking. They're not throwing. They're just
no shade. You look ugly as hell, boy.
No disrespect.
No disrespect.
No, man, this is one of those where they got to be there. They ramp it up big time tomorrow, as we all know. With
they sure do
joint practices, so they're like, oh yeah, let's just stretch a little bit and. Kind of.
I'm sure D'Amico was like, hey, y'all take it easy. Y'all do some stretching. Take it easy.
Yeah.
I mean, they are doing red zone apparently. Red zone 7-on-7.
Okay, well, I missed that.
So hey, man, they're doing a little bit of something. And Irv Smith is back practicing today, so that is good as well. Especially when you talk about the tight end room and trying to make sure and see, you know, who steps into that space. I saw that. What was it yesterday? You got a little bit more Luke Lachey. So let's see how Irv Smith does, because he was that third tight end later in the season last year. Obviously, once Brevin was no longer there. So we'll see how that continues to show up. I do want to return to this, though. ESPN, they kind of have various different ways of looking at a season, especially walking into it. And I thought this was interesting because this isn't just for 2025, but this is the 2025 future that looks where the teams are in the moment. Obviously, power rankings are good for that. The snapshot of how do we feel about these various teams. But this is a projection one, and there's multiple contributors in the NFL space for ESPN that has the goal in order to look at what the team looks like for over the next 3 seasons, not just this upcoming one, which of course for a team like the Texans that is trying to walk into a level of contention and with a lot of youth on the team, this is very intriguing, right? So the methodology here, they have a panel of experts, including Ben Solak, Louis Riddick, Aaron Schatz, my favorite, as I knew you were going to say anyways, Seth Walder. They rate each team's quarterback situation, remaining roster, obviously without the quarterbacks, their front office, and their coaching staff. And the scale is pretty simple. I think it's a very basic, grade school grade scale. 100 is an A+, 90 to 99 is an A. I think you could take that further on from there. With that being the case, you've seen this, haven't you?
I've glanced at it.
Okay.
I won't open it now if you want to ask me some questions because I don't remember exactly the order.
All right. You want to go ahead and guess the teams that are up here. Actually, first and foremost, where do you think the Houston Texans fall on this?
Oh, they have to be high. They have to be high.
If I separate this into thirds, bottom third of the league, middle third of the league, top third of the league.
Top third, for sure.
You are correct.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so they are in.
But just real quick, this ties into what I was referencing earlier about these other teams are signing players, and they're not old players. So I think those AFC teams in particular are setting themselves up pretty good, not just for this year. All
right, you know that the Texans are in the top third of the league in this. What number would you think that they are?
Top third.
So I'll give you top 10. They are a top.
They
10
are top
team
10 team
in this future power rankings from ESPN.
I'm gonna say 8.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, just to be different, 7.
What would you have said if you weren't being different?
8.
Probably 8.
And y'all are both correct. They are 8.
Oh.
Overall score an 84.1. So that's what, a B minus, or just like a straight up B, right? Like that's what
solid B.
Solid B.
Yeah.
All right. So when you look at this, I mentioned the categories: overall roster, minus a quarterback, coaching, and front office. Those are the things that are ranked. When it comes to those scores, the highest ranking for this Texans team between those 4 places is what?
Quarterback, non-quarterback, coaching. And what was the other one?
Front office. Which of those do you feel like they are the strongest at?
I'm going to say coaching.
Okay.
Figgy?
I'm going to say I'm gonna say quarterback.
Okay. Coaching, they have the highest score.
Okay.
So the score for D'Amico Ryan as the coaching, I imagine this might filter out further, but when we talk about coaching, we're often just focusing on the head coach.
Head coach, yeah.
86.8.
Okay.
Is that so? Like all of
I
these,
almost said front office. But he's had some slips here.
The highest score that you have with any of these categories is B plus thereabouts.
Yeah.
For D'Amico Ryans, that is good for 12th in the NFL.
I think it's 8.
Their highest relative is their overall roster, which is given an 8th ranking, and that's an 83.
Okay.
So just to lay this out further, because I'm not going to make you guess everything. Coaching is a 86.8. Quarterback, obviously C.J. Stroud, 86, which is good for 9th best in the NFL. Overall roster is an 83, which is good for 8th best in the NFL. And then the front office gets an 81.3, which is good for 10th.
Solid.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's solid.
Yeah.
Sounds about right. I'm sitting here thinking about like which teams are like top 5.
Sure.
Yeah, because I'm
Eagles.
Number 1. Are you surprised at all by the Eagles being up here?
I think Eagles definitely they are number 1.
They are number 1.
Okay, but here's where
with the best overall roster in front offense, and of course those are the two things that you immediately think of, right?
Yeah.
Howie Roseman and the way that he continually puts an offense together to the point where we can be disrespectful about the quarterback because the offense
and the head
team
coach,
is just so good.
to be honest.
Yeah,
that's true. I do be disrespecting that head coach.
But here's where it got interesting to me, and I'm trying to parse it out in my mind. I don't want to put the Chiefs as high as you might think. Simply because Patrick Mahomes is probably a 90-something, and I get it, and I understand it. And
He is.
I wouldn't. Is he?
A 98.5 as the number one quarterback, clearly.
But elsewhere,
head coach
is high.
The number 1 coach in the NFL as well.
So maybe I'm talking. I was going to say Ravens second.
Ravens are second.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Chiefs are third.
Okay,
yeah, I can see that.
And I mean, this is not surprising because there is a level of youth, but with also the amount of talent. But you're starting to sense a trend here, right? Like Buffalo Bills, 4th.
Where are they?
They are 4th, right? Quarterback, highly rated. Entirety of the roster is 6th. Front office and coach 9th and 8th, respectively. But again, that is a well-regarded team that seems like it's going to have some longevity.
So who's between 4th and the Texans?
Lions, Packers, Broncos.
Packers
so you
get
have
a lot of love. Man.
They do.
Broncos getting a lot of love too. Man.
I understand the Broncos. A quarterback that had a really good rookie year, great coach. Sean Payton haters. You know who you are.
Great offensive line.
Great offensive line.
Quietly.
Great defense. Young defense in spots.
That's the thing with all of this. Not only are we talking about good, we're talking about youth.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that makes this like these teams, 4 AFC teams ahead of the Texans. And it seems like there's a level of sustainability with, Bo Nix is younger than C.J. Stroud. I think there's still
C.J. Stroud's better.
There's still some people that have doubts about Bo Nix. Outside of Bo Nix, all those other quarterbacks are dudes that we're guaranteed are to be good, and especially if they end up playing in the same way that it feels like quarterback career lengths are starting to go, you're probably dealing with those dudes for another decade.
Yes.
Another 5 to 10 years.
At first, I do have a problem with the Packers' love. I like them. I think they're good. I like Jordan Love well enough, but I think they're pretty damn high.
NFL's youngest team last season. I think that's part of it.
They're pretty high.
Yeah, it seemed like they're not even a real threat in the NFC like that.
Right.
I don't really think about the Packers being a threat like that.
Yeah. But then the thing about the Broncos, I kind of want to say that the Texans should be higher than the Broncos based on C.J. Stroud's better and et cetera, and they don't take a back seat at very very far if at all at coaching and roster and all. But the one thing you said that might keep them above the Texans is you said for the next 3 years.
Yes,
that's a rookie contract at your quarterback position.
And
the Texans are going to be paying their quarterback.
Yeah, and the O-line.
And
like
the O-line.
You got a good O-line.
So maybe I see it.
And I think that's the thing that gets really interesting. Obviously, the defense is going to be, I think, for a long period of time, is going to be great because I think that you have linchpins that are not going to go away. Like you're going to be able to apply pressure for all the time for the next 3 years. You're going to be able to take the football away, and that's something I don't say lightly. I believe strongly in the idea that turnovers are something that is not as sticky year to year as other kind of characteristics of a football team. I believe that this team has built themselves to be a sticky turnover team year over year because of the way that they can play the football.
Yeah. And several texters have said, well, Bo Nix is actually older than CJ. Yes. Well, but what I'm talking
that's
about,
a fair point. Thank you.
In NFL years, he's coming into the second year of a rookie contract. CJ Stroud is going to get paid a lot. I think that's why you maybe can understand him having the edge there.
No, and I think just the interesting thing, and it's not something that we did not realize, but we talk about it more in the immediate. This is going to be a over the next few years thing that the Texans have. Like obviously the goal is to be a Super Bowl team. This ain't just make yourself better. This is also you got to climb over the bottom, well insulated to handle the next few seasons. And I found that to be interesting as we looked at this particular exercise. Now, with that, did you feel any disrespect in what I was talking about there with your quarterback being ranked 9th, the rest of your roster being ranked as an 8th in the NFL, coaching being ranked 12th, and front office being ranked 10th? Did you find any of those to be lower than your feeling for where the Texans should be regarded?
I kind of get it. I kind of get where they're coming from going into this year.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't going to say this is disrespectful, but I feel like D'Amico might be around maybe 10.
Yeah.
And that's not that far off, but I feel like he can probably crack a top 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
for head coaching.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be incumbent upon this year. Like I think D'Amico has gotten a lot of praise, and deservedly so, for taking a team, immediately turning it around and winning playoff games.
Yeah. Didn't have a bad season yet. He came in, pretty much turned the team around.
Yeah.
Right now, it's been very clear he can elevate a defense. That is 100% the case. I think that any criticisms that come from D'Amico Ryans are the same ones that we've heard, that I don't know how much we are to listen to in a larger scale, but I think just need to be like proven in practice, which is, are you the head coach or are you the defense coordinator? And I know that he's the head coach, but like, are you giving us results where your coaching acumen shows up in that way? Andy Reid, obviously, as a offensive coordinator, is incredible. His impact is felt all the way around that team, right? Like Kyle Shanahan, a fantastic play caller. His impact is felt all the way around that team. I think that D'Amico Ryans, and then also, I'll nitpick this, is now also the coaching decisions, right?
Sure.
I want to see those coaching decisions get a little cleaner.
Yeah, I think probably too the division he's in too, because it's been such an easy division the last couple years. I think that could play into it too.
No, that is fair as well. But I found that to be interesting. It feels like it's right, and honestly, I don't blame any of those ESPN experts. I think more than anything, this is not necessarily bulletin board material, but this is, hey, we're waiting on this to be shown differently, and this is all just, you can earn this on the field if you're the Houston Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said Nix appears more mature than CJ. I would disagree with that, with all due respect, because I think Bo Nix has demonstrated himself to be a pretty mature young man.
He's been around for a little bit. He's been playing football for a little bit.
4 different colleges, 3 different colleges.
That's right.
Playing like 8 years in
Auburn
college.
and Oregon legend Bo Nix. But no, I think I would actually say that CJ has demonstrated a level of maturity that is, I mean, very eye-popping in some ways. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping. And speaking of what's popping, in NRG Stadium, apparently there's new food options that were tried out there. Let's talk about that and more next.
It's
HIMS.com/JOY.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into some of the things that are popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A couple of notes that we're getting from practice with your Texans at NRG Stadium. And the offensive line looking the same as it has been for what is a walkthrough today. Ursery, Tomlinson, Andrews at center, Ingram, Titus Howard back out there. I know that he was dealing with a little bit of a hand thing yesterday. He is back out there. Speaking of hands, Irv Smith, also who was dealing with a hand injury, back practicing today as well.
So that's got to be penciled in at this point, right?
I don't know. It still feels like it is off of like Cam Robinson, but if Cam Robinson isn't even well enough to do a walkthrough, then I imagine that means in their joint practice tomorrow that it is going to be that offensive line that you're seeing. That would be the way that I view it as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think right now I would lean heavily that way, but I don't think it's altogether over. I just think that they're the leaders right now.
Who do you got starting week 1 as your offensive line, if you can guess?
Well, in about 15 minutes, it's going to be part of the what ifs that we're going to talk about.
Okay.
But
he said, "You cutting into my stuff."
Yeah. You hold on now. No,
calm down over there.
I would say at this point, I think Ursery at left tackle. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. I still. Here's the tough part about it is I need to get a better feel on how I feel about Ed Ingram because I think he ends up being the thing that sways my decision, right? If I feel better about having Cam Robinson play than I do about Ed Ingram, then we go back to the previous iteration of Titus at right guard with Ursery at right tackle and Cam Robinson at left tackle. If I feel comfortable about Ed Ingram, which I imagine we'll get some level of feeling on with that joint practice tomorrow, then I think it probably is that offensive line that you have here, especially because it feels like they are getting the most time together.
Well, that's the point.
Right. They're finding a level of working together, which, again, you're not leaning on the idea of we're going to have outsized talent. You're leaning on the idea that we're going to have one band, one sound of sorts, and we're starting to feel like those guys are working together on that 5.
And it seems pretty important to D'Amico. It's important to any coach, but D'Amico has voiced it. We need to reach a point where we got our 5 guys and they start sort of bonding or, getting used to each other. Maybe this is the group and he's just going to ride it,
Yeah, maybe so. So we'll keep talking about that. Like you said, there's some what ifs coming up at noon that we'll dig into, including something with that offensive line. However, let's talk about the Astros. Unfortunately, not good on 2 fronts, right? So first and foremost, we got confirmation that the discomfort was more than just that. Tell me if you heard that before with the Astros. For some reason, I am operating with the level of optimism, but of course, I've fallen for the okie doke number of times.
Bless your heart.
I am jumping on the pump fake every single damn time, apparently, when it comes to the Astros and injury type things. However, he being Josh Hader, closer of this team, goes on a 15-day IL. And so I know that Joe Espada mentioned it as a gut punch, finding out that he had to go on to the IL. But, I mean, they have guys that they can lean upon. Obviously, this, especially when you talk about lefties, it's going to be a lot more Sousa and was it Okert as well involved with some of this. But yeah, there's definitely going to be more attention on this bullpen over the next couple weeks.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I'm kind of in the same boat every time.
Yeah,
every time, except for the gut punch part, because that's pretty significant thing to say. It's one thing like, well, he felt discomfort. That it's his shoulder means a lot. But,
that you can't say Tommy John. That's why. That's what it means.
That means a lot.
You over here like, damn, I wanted to make a Tommy John.
No, but it could still be bad.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Coach, man, that was a huge blow to our team.
Yeah, you're like, oh damn.
That usually means he's out for a minute.
Yeah,
it's not. He'll be back next week.
Right. I want to believe it. I keep wanting to believe it. I keep falling for it, and at the same time, because it was during the plyometrics and all that stuff, and maybe it was just a little twinge that he felt, but it's something. But when Espada said gut punch, I went, oh crap. That he knows. He knows something. Anyway, so we'll see.
Yeah, but I was gonna do the over under 15 days or 15 and a half on how many days
I ain't believing
misses.
none of that.
And I was like, I can already put Figgy's down for the over on days missed by Josh
I'm not
Hader.
betting anything of him coming back early.
I'll say this: if it's the over, as I said earlier, my sort of panic meter is going to start redlining.
I mean, this is a dude who already has 28 saves on this season.
Yeah.
He's been incredible for you in closing the door on games. And now that's the possibility is left a little bit more open as you go over the next couple of weeks. Also, not a great day for the Astros in the regard to they got a little bit of the BTA experience.
Belt to ass.
Versus the Red Sox. That has just become a phrase that we've said far too often on this program over the last little bit. I feel like I need to find something else to put in your hand so that you don't say that nearly as much. It does fit in that game. In fact, it was so much of a beat-em-down experience that we got a little bit of pitcher Chaz McCormick. That maybe he's the lefty that you need.
Yeah.
He was hitting 80 a little bit from the mound. No, 14-1 loss within this. And the biggest part about this is obviously talking about the pitcher on the mound, Spencer Getty. This was a little bit of a feel for how his return to baseball is going to be, especially as you're looking to your rotation to find some level of answers as to who are going to be those guys. What did you get in the way of answers with Spencer Getty in this game?
Well, not a lot, to be honest. I know they were talking on the broadcast. Hey, only gave up the one hit, 2 runs, seemed to, get his stuff going a little bit. I don't buy that. He missed in the zone a lot in his first outing, and that led to 11 hits. He wasn't getting the ball where he needed to, so, batters were barreling it up. This time he was missing outside the zone, and it led to 5 walks. Those count, guys. 5 walks. That's how he got that. That's how the bases were loaded with. I think it was Trevor Story up, and you're thinking, oh Lord, this is where they could open it up. They actually got out of it with just the 2 runs. But nevertheless, if you're missing, you're missing. Sometimes it's in the zone and they barrel it up. Sometimes it's out of the zone and you walk them and they get runs.
Yeah, it was very clear that he was still not hitting his spots in the way that he wanted to. And that's just there's no level of pitcher that's not doing what he intends to do.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, right? Like I think that was abundantly clear with this outing. So I mean, obviously still hopeful for him. But I said it earlier in the program. I'll say it again. I am putting it out of mind that Spencer Getty is the answer for third pitcher. Now, maybe, again, we're only still two outings off of his return from the IL. Like, obviously, maybe he could find his groove. But I am not holding out hope for that. I'm leaning more to the idea of Christian Javier, who looks solid, with still obviously room to find more comfort in his outing. What was that? The day before yesterday. But yeah, that'd be where I lean as you continue to look for things. Although I haven't said it today, and I feel bad for not saying it. Happy Hunter Brown Day to you, as he's on the mound in the rubber match, trying to get a victory for the Astros, which of course is going to be necessary as you're tied with the Mariners at the top of the AL West. Like, it is just same exact records and a 42-game run or sprint to the end of the season to see who will take away the AL West title. You know
what's funny about Christian Javier versus Eric Getty for me? This is a true Jeff Van Gundy, trust your eyes. A lot of people lean into the analytics, and I'm not anti it. I'm just not a freak about it like Reggie.
All right, Jeff Bagwell.
All right, we can go outside if you want to.
Look on the back of the baseball card.
No, I'm not going there. I'm just talking about what I saw from Javier. And you kind of qualified his outing. I liked what I saw from Javier.
The grit.
Well, it's not even just that. That was part of it. I'm not going to lie. Bouncing back from the 2-run home run early, and but I'm talking about how he was pitching, and where he was hitting his spots. I am much more optimistic about Javier after one start than Eric Getty in 2. I just trust my eyes on that.
And he got that playoff experience too.
And he does. He really does.
Eric Getty, I don't think he do.
Yeah, and maybe that was a factor. I get the data and the analytics and all that, and I'm not, like I said, I trust it. But I trust my eyes on this, and I think Javier looks in a much better spot.
346. I hate Breggy now. Is that weird, friends?
Yeah.
That's just. Hopefully, it's just sports hate. Hopefully, you're not in that place where you're doing like real hate. But sports hate, you're doing what you're supposed to do. Sean Pendergast would be very proud in this moment. Sean Pendergast, I was a little disappointed in Pendergast going the other way. I anticipated fully that he would have been out at NRG Stadium yesterday. After practice.
Free food.
Yeah, man. Free food was on the table. Get a taste of what the concessions are going to be this upcoming season for NRG Stadium, right? Like, obviously, they were able to kind of see the various media members that had an opportunity to get out there, see the new video board, hear the new sound system. In fact, apparently new turf also down, which obviously matters a lot more to the football. But then for those of us who are just going to be out there enjoying a game, maybe eating at some points, some new concessions. All right, tell me which of these. I'm going to read these off. And I'm just
I got them too.
I'm just going to read them down, and you tell.
Yes or no.
Y'all let me know. Okay, yeah, we go yes or no. Or I was going to say, stop me when you hear something that you were absolutely going to get. There's a fluffy taco.
We call them puffy tacos.
Okay, very good.
Yes.
There's crawfish queso.
Yes.
Fully flavored queso loaded with crawfish tails and blend of peppers served with homemade wonton chips. All right, cool. Funnel cake apple pie.
100% yes.
Into my face.
Yes.
Directly into my face. Hot honey chicken funnel cake fries.
Trying too hard.
No.
Yeah, trying too hard.
Can I tell you, I actually really despise the hot honey. Or not the hot honey.
Oh, I don't mind
like
it.
the hot honey.
Yeah.
You don't like
the Nashville hot. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Thank you. You could see it in my face, couldn't you?
We had this conversation before.
I think they're trying too hard because they're mixing the chicken with the funnel cake fries and
hard. Hula hog nachos, which is pulled pork, nacho cheese, mango pico de gallo, sour cream, French fried onions, and Tostito chips.
Is that too much?
Yes. In my mind. For me personally, I'm sure that hit somebody right where they need to.
Yeah.
That one was not getting it.
Sounds like a little bit too much.
All right, so there's a lot of porks happening here. The most valuable porky is a pulled pork, sweet and tangy barbecue sauce, fried mac and cheese wedges, coleslaw, potato bun, and sidewinder fries. Like it's a sandwich, fries, and I'm so in on that.
Sign
bro.
me up.
Yeah.
Sign me up for
Twice.
that one. Yeah.
Twice. Because fried mac and cheese is all I needed to hear. For some reason, fried mac and cheese gets me where I live. 100%. A number of other things, including Wagyu chopped cheesesteak, brought to you by Chris Shepard.
Oh, he's a buddy of mine.
That's all you needed was that name, huh?
Yeah. James Beard award-winning Chris Shepard, who's been on my podcast and is a hell of a good dude. Yes.
No bias right there, huh?
Yes, 100% bias, but he's awesome.
No, it was all because at first I said the Wagyu chopped cheesesteak, and he seemed like he was like, all right, I get. And then I said Chris Shepard, he was like, sign me up. In fact, you know what? In his eyes, I'm not gonna say that I'm a Lopez interpreter, but I think I seen it in his eyes that he was like, I'm pretty sure I can get that for free.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. I think that's what I saw in there.
Yeah.
I can't be certain.
No, what really it was is nothing he does is
bad.
Yes, nothing he does is bad.
Okay, so overall, just grade from the quick run through.
I like it.
B plus. A.
Did you see that in the sweets they're gonna have deviled eggs with caviar?
See, I was
a
millionaire chicken lollipops, which is smoked chicken wrapped in jalapeno bacon.
All right, that's just chicken wrapped in jalapeno bacon.
But who
you don't have to call it.
Those are things that everybody
lollipops.
loves. Chicken. Everybody loves bacon. Well, I mean, if you are allowed to within your diet, whether religious or health wise, everybody loves bacon too. Like those go together.
See, I think I would give this an A plus, to be honest,
Yeah.
because you got to remember you going into a stadium again, and we all know most stadiums kind of is known for having just the chicken tenders, hamburgers.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a step up.
I like it.
Every stadium has like the special items that they bring. I think that they did a good job of not going too highfalutin.
They didn't overthink it.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
They were like,
No,
all of these are just classics,
stuff, but
elevated a little.
This is stuff you'll get at you can see at a restaurant.
100%. Sure.
So yeah, that's why I like that.
And the reason I like it the most is like, let's continue to build or further the brand of Houston as blue collar food city.
Yeah.
Like it is an incredible food city, but it's a blue collar food city, and this feels like it fits with all
and
that.
they showing love to the Houston restaurants.
100%. Gotta do it.
I seen my guy Jared from Stuffed Wings. I was telling Reggie about Stuffed Wings. He was there, so he probably got a little something going on there too.
Yeah, so looking forward to the football on the field, but also looking forward to the eats in the seats coming up this season at NRG Stadium. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I find this to be a very interesting perspective. Lopez brings a few Texans what-ifs for the season. What if these things happen, and what would it mean to the roster and the prospects of the 2025 season? Play along, 713-572-4.
I told you. Ready? Texans. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get some what-ifs in. Some Texans what-ifs at that. Another day of practice out there, kind of a walkthrough. Tyus Howard back to practicing, which is good, especially going into the joint practice. No Cam Robinson, though, when it comes to actually being out there, which I would probably imagine means that we don't see Cam Robinson in the joint practice, which, again, seems to push forward to this idea that Ariante Urchery might be your starting left tackle. Of course, you're still waiting on return from injury and all those types of things. There's also some other notes like Dalton King going on the injured reserve, and then bringing in a Trey McKitty.
Yeah, you know him.
I just had to make sure I had his name right. Shout out to Trey.
Yeah.
My man's?
Your man.
Already?
That's your man.
Because I know his middle name is Roosevelt? That's what happened? Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
cool.
your guy.
Let's get into some Texans what-ifs, though, Lopez. You got some what-ifs. What if these things happen, and what do they mean for the roster and the season? 713-572-4610 to play along. Let's get it.
What if I told you?
All right, so sometimes you get a talk you in the face based on a single moment, or in this case, two moments. And this whole
Not
idea,
the 30 for 30 music.
This whole
What if I told you?
this whole idea came up from John Mechie. Worked Derek Stingley. Yes, that is actually something that happened. Derek Stingley, one of the best in the business.
I'm trying to decide.
I saw that video. I'm like, man, they need to delete this video, man. We don't need this video out there on the internet.
But it gave us this what if I told you. What if, here's the first one, and it's based on this kind of led to the whole idea here. What if John Mechie working Derek Stingley was legit and a sign of things to come?
I mean, what if somebody was telling you that they were really hyped about John Mechie headed into this camp? I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
that would be.
say-
Now he's standing behind it.
Yeah.
After a while, he's like, he was kind of embarrassed that he mentioned John Mechie's name.
What if that says more about Derek Stingley?
Oh God, no!
No, we're not going there.
Get worked by
I don't like what
Mechie?
we're not doing that.
How
What
you
if
gonna get
at
worked
all?
by Mechie?
I'm not
Come
worried
on,
about
man.
it. I'm not doing that at all. We are not playing.
That's why you gotta delete that that video, man.
But those were two. That was two big, legit. Now one was a great throw, like a truly great.
But
throw.
he also had an incredible ability to adjust in that moment, which is something that is absolutely necessary as a wide receiver. And on top of that, like just great route running and ability to, yes, probably push off a little bit, but that's something that's necessary to make good plays. I have a little bit of doubt in believing, and this is, you guys have tried to beat this into me, and I appreciate y'all trying to help me not fall to a wayward place, that, all right, this will happen, but then does it show up in the games? We're still talking about 1v1s in practice as opposed to when you need it the absolute most. But if this is, then you are in probably the best problems that you have, which is which of these guys do you ultimately kind of keep on this roster? And also it gives you an opportunity to do the thing that I know a lot of people have been clamoring for, which is utilize a player that has not been able to make good for you just yet. Some of it because of injuries, but some of it because of maybe not rising to the expectation. And then get further draft capital where you can continue to make your team better.
Oh, you're thinking trade.
Quite pop, yeah,
Okay,
man.
okay.
That's why the tweet got to stay up, so the rest of the league can keep going ahead and play on
All
that
right,
joint.
he's thinking trade.
Yeah, what
like
you think you gonna get for Mechie though?
6th,
That's probably most.
right?
Possibly. Hey, man, you
Yeah.
might be able to make it up, go up to 5. You see, hey, man, Derek Stingley is
ain't
an
going up to
all-pro.
5.
That's an all-pro cornerback.
I'm
You ain't
hanging
going
up
up
on
to
your
5.
ass.
Look at this
You ain't
all-pro
If
cornerback
if
right
you
here.
Nick
That he was.
Casario, I'm hanging up on you. Like, get out of my face.
I like the
with that.
936 and what they're doing here on the text line. Stingley, let him. It's all a psyop, my brother.
Okay,
We are trying to raise trade values, my brother. Open your third eye, brother.
I was thinking more in terms of roster, but I get your point. I don't think it's a bad one.
No, I hear you. Roster-wise,
Nico, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, Christian Kirk. What do you keep? 6, 7, maybe.
yeah, and I think
Braxton Berrios.
4 spots are accounted for.
4
between
absolutely accounted for.
Between Nico, Christian Kirk, and then the young guys
Higgins and Jalen Noel. So here's the
looking at Hutchinson in the way that they've used him, the big body, and the ways in which he continues to get first. I think he's accounted for. Barrios is an interesting one where I think he can get in there. Like maybe you can do the thing where you go, hey, Justin Watson, because Justin Watson has been fine. I think that's kind of his calling card, though, is that he's fine and he'll be nothing less. if Mechie can do this consistently, and if he can really limit from this point forward the opportunities of being, or like to have any like negatives, and it's all positives, maybe he could slide in there on that roster as like a seventh. Well, I mean, maybe a sixth wide receiver to maybe like a Barrios being
the seventh guy.
Right, if that makes sense.
What if I told you?
What if Cam Robinson doesn't stay healthy or play very much the rest of the way?
Then I hope that Ed Ingram is playing the best right guard that he's played in his career. Like, I actually am, because of the way the Ariante Ursary, who, by the way, I think he looks like Donald Faison in the face. Am I wrong? The dude from Clueless, the dude from Scrubs.
I know exactly.
I think
who
he
you're
looked
talking
like
about.
Donald Faison in the face. Neither here nor there, mind you. But I think that the way that he is,
no, he does.
He do kind of look like Donald Faison in the face.
Does
Come on
not.
now.
You should have said the T-Mobile commercial.
He has been in the T-Mobile commercials recently.
Yeah.
But I do think that like he has handled both right tackle and left tackle with such aplomb that I'm cool. I'm cool with him starting. I think I'm okay with Titus Howard getting back to right tackle. Obviously, we'll see how that looks, and if you start feeling the reminiscence of when this was a problem last year. But I think the way that he's approached just the season in general, the responsibility that the team is clearly placed on him, I think that he's for the challenge. It's just, is the interior as strong as it needs to be? And because that can be a really big weakness if you're allowing pressure up the middle. But as long as the interior holds up the way that you want to, I think I'm actually okay with that line being there, especially under the thought process that you just need to be good enough. We're not expecting you to come out as an offensive line and be the Denver Broncos of last year.
I agree.
You know who Ursary said his celebrity lookalike is?
Who?
He said Shrek.
He did say that, and I was like, that's self-deprecating in the way that you don't
do that to yourself, man.
Tyler Milner will tell you that's Aaron Judge that looks like Shrek.
What if I told you?
What if Cade Stover does not show the improvement that we want to see? This is the tough one for me.
It's going to be tough.
This is the tough one for me.
Man.
It's going to be that tough?
Well, Brevin Jordan
think so.
out. Cade Stover, what if he doesn't?
If you just count on Dalton Schultz.
Yes.
But can I match your what if with another what if?
Yeah.
What if Dalton Schultz does give you, as opposed to like the poor year that he had last year? We can just say that. I think he's acknowledged that.
Mm-hmm.
But he goes back to looking a little bit more like what he looked like when you brought him in.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fine. I think Stover showing his ability to block is cool. Maybe he's not going to be the guy that's like, all right, now he's a downfield threat all the time.
Yeah.
But he can get you know, he can make sure to just be open and catch the football. And if you have that along with a Dalton Schultz who's going to be productive, plus the rest of the pass catchers that you have and an ability to run the football, I think you can be okay with that. Obviously, it's all gravy. It's all upside if Cade Stover does show the ability to be a high-level tight end.
Who specialize in tight ends.
Man.
And you mean to tell me you only got one tight end?
I'm with you, Figgy.
One super pass catcher. Like not all teams have the benefit of having like we got two pass catcher tight ends.
But we've been kind of gushing over having two tight ends,
Sure.
or maybe three.
Maybe three. Well, we did with Brevin Jordan.
Now you only got one.
I'm with you, Figgy. I get, and I've mentioned it myself, they have options. We brought it up. We talked about it as a topic earlier. You know, they have options in terms of, the passing game with receivers outside, tight ends in the backfield, all that stuff. Nevertheless, the blocking aspect and the Dalton Schultz being the only guy aspect kind of gives me pause.
Yeah, if it was a different offense, then I probably would be on Reggie's side. But with this offense, this New England style type of offense, then I would be a little worried.
What if I told you?
All right, so I am not a big fan of the little Easter eggs, the little hints that people drop on Instagram, but I still talk about them. What if Tank Dell does come back this year? Did you see his Instagram story?
Yeah. I mean, it was a picture of him in the red jersey, obviously the three there. I'm trying to remember, what was the caption actually?
Coming soon or something like that, along those lines. Definitely along those lines.
It makes the 53-man cut down a little bit more interesting because in order to, for him to be able to return, he would have to make the 53 and then be placed on, injured reserve or what have you from that point, which means that all these conversations that we've had about wide receiver get even more difficult unless you do the thing where, and, the wink with the vet, and like, hey, we'll be back to you in 2 days. Don't do nothing, right? Yeah. Unless you do something like that in order to get yourself over the line.
You're talking about Barrios.
I mean, I think that he'd be probably him or Watson would be the most likely.
Put Tank on the roster and then wink with Barrios and have him sit tight
Yeah,
and then bring him back.
But that would make things more difficult in that regard.
Yeah, it's not for certain they gonna sit around because I'm sure another team would probably give them a chance depending on what's going on. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen. Just the strength of all the receivers.
Oh, I'm not either. But he did tease it.
Yeah. No, it did kind of. It was kind of intriguing. Like, damn, when if he do come back later in the season and can help this team? But I'm not sure. Man. I think they want to play it safe.
If you're the general manager for this team, though, right? If Nick Caserio need to use the restroom, he tell you to hold it down for a little bit. Are you willing to do that? For the hope that Tank comes back, at some point late in the season? Because last year we did a lot of waiting for someone to return.
Yeah, we did.
Do you want to get back in that spot, considering though how valuable Tank is and how much of a ceiling ceiling raiser he can be?
I would know. I would need to know exactly where he is in his progression, physically. But yes.
All right. What week is the cutoff for you, just mentally, as you're making this decision? If you can get him back by week 14.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Yeah, that's all I would need. Because then you got the playoff, you got the end of the regular season and the playoff push.
What if I told you?
I got to mention this one because it just made me, I don't know what it made me do. What if the Texans had Ivans trading out? Did you see what Patrick Mahomes said about Josh Simmons?
Yeah.
He has the chance to be the best there is at that left tackle position. Remember he had the patella or something?
Yeah, a torn patella tendon.
Ohio State guy. He's kicking everybody's ass right now.
Yeah. I was even looking at some of the camp videos. And I'm like, dang.
Yeah.
I wonder what it would have been like if we stayed put and drafted.
Here's the thing, and while you're thinking, Reggie, you could still have Ursery. You could still have drafted Ursery. You would have had Josh Simmons at left tackle, Ursery at right tackle, all those Titus at guard.
How would you
probably no Higgins though?
Yeah, I'm about to say, would you rather have him with Ursery and no Higgins, or keep it the way it is now?
All due respect, absolutely. If he's that good. If he's that good, hell yes. We don't know who's going to play left tackle. We think it's Ursery, but could you imagine Simmons at left, Ursery at right, Titus at guard, and then you have options at left, at right guard and center.
This is the thing. Now I'm trying to go back and think of all the trades and how it fell out and what you would be losing by not actually executing
probably
that trade
Higgins.
back.
You could probably still have Noel.
Because what else? Because what else did they get outside of that? Because they had 2 second-round picks. You would have got rid of Higgins for sure. Probably would have still had a chance to get Noel.
Yes, and Ursery. Because Ursery was what, 48, something like that.
Yeah, Ursery was 48.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's interesting.
Yeah.
I also don't know.
Then you got 2 rookie tackles.
Right, which that good thing, but he clearly seems like he has a capability, and he would have been significantly higher in the draft if it wasn't for the injury. But that was the gamble that was there to take. Yeah, I find it hard, especially with the what you need offensive line wise. You're trying to set yourself up for multiple years, and having a lockdown left tackle that you know is going to be one of the best in the league for a period of time, at least if all the hype out of training camp is to be believed. That's something you just jump at.
Yeah, it's a little tricky now because we see what the offensive line is now. If I could go back in time, I would probably do that.
Yep.
But at the moment, I would have been fine with how it played out.
Sure.
But right now, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to reverse engineer where all the trades are.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nick Caserio, for that. That's the thing is, since that trade, I've been trying to keep in my brain. All right, so this trade led to this, and my brain just is not capable.
You ain't got to
doing
nerd it up like that because I think the Texans could, if they would have got Josh, then I think, like Lopez said, they still had the chance to get Ursery.
Mm-hmm.
Or and
Jalen Noel.
Or they might have utilized some draft capital to trade up and still acquire Higgins. Because
my mind is going with those 2 rookie tackles, man. Oh my goodness.
That would that would be fun. That would be fun. That's not the space that we were in though. We got Tay, or as I'm starting to call him, Turk, and he looks pretty good. He looks pretty damn good, holding down the left tackle spot for the time being.
Man.
Don't do that to the man. I know that he said it. I know.
He said it.
I still don't like it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. And I wanted to make sure to remind you, and of course, as I'm getting ready to say it, I forget what I'm about to say. But it's presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions.
Despite the loss, our guy Clint saw the Texans practice what they've been preaching in the Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loops. Launched at the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
First things first, I got you thinking about that Josh Simmons thing, didn't I?
I mean,
that
yeah.
was so intriguing.
I was... Oh no, it was Josh Connerly got my attention out of Oregon a lot, but Josh Simmons was definitely a guy that
we was kind of we were saying no to him, right?
Well,
if
yeah,
he
because
was
of
there.
the injury, but
yeah,
I mean, I had heard that there's teams that were like, "Nah, he's gonna be fine," certainly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there's also there was also a lot of teams, or there was a number of teams that had their concerns on if this was going to work out the way that you wanted to with that particular injury.
We're gonna be monitoring it.
100%. But I mean,
hell, we got no choice. It's the damn Chiefs.
In fact, that trade back that the Texans made gave them obviously the 34 that they used to select Higgins, but it was also the 99 pick that went into the trade up that allowed them to get Ariante Ursery at 48. So, I mean, it all worked out, and you ended up with your wide receiver that's going to be across from Nico, and a dude who very well could be starting at one of your tackles and maybe even left tackle this year in Ariante Ursery.
Well, speaking of monitoring, that's my first confession. I got to admit, man, I don't know what it is. I'm going to be plugged in 6 p.m. I'm going to be watching
the Taylor Swift
the
joint?
New Heights podcast. You have to, man.
Who is you?
Figgy, don't lie. You can watch it, aren't you?
Who is you and what is have to?
So I wasn't planning on being there 6 o'clock with everybody else and all the other Swifties, but I do kind of want to check it out because outside of the obvious, I never really heard her podcast interview setting, so I would like to kind of see how it go.
I was telling Figgy off air, and don't call me a Swiftie or anything. I couldn't name 3 songs, but
you the Swiftie. You the Swiftie on this show.
I'm the Swiftiest on this show.
You can name 3 songs. I'm certain of it.
But it's just something about her that the way she handles the fame and her personality and seems to be about as grounded as a person can be, being a billionaire and doing what she does. And then what Figgy said, just being on there, how they handle it with Travis and Jason and everything, and the I'm in. Who else is in? Watching New Heights tonight with Taylor Swift. Figgy, you're in.
I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. If I'm at home doing nothing, I'll check it out.
No.
I'll let y'all tell me. And honestly, let's be honest. I'm on social media enough to where
you'll see the clips.
Yeah, I'll see the clips. I'll get the information. Yeah, I'm definitely not.
What's the beef? I'm not saying you got beef with Taylor Swift, but what's the just absolutely hell no?
Well, no. I mean, I'm not gonna say that her music is not enjoyable to me, but it's not my jam. And so it seems as though it is something that is related to her latest dispatch of music. That's not something I need. It is about when the Astros are starting their baseball game. That is much more going to be what I pay attention to. And I already try and watch way too much crap already anyways.
And the guy has 3 TVs.
Yeah, you can have it on one of the TVs, man.
Yeah.
You don't have a WNBA game on anyway. You would put Taylor Swift on there.
Yeah, I'd much rather watch the WNBA.
In the spirit of this, John Lopez, can you state your Taylor Swift take that you had that we always go back and forth on?
Oh, you mean the one that has been proven right?
Nah.
And
it's
I
an opinion. It's your opinion.
I always qualify it by saying you wouldn't have found find a bigger Michael Jackson fan than me. I mean,
Don't do this.
I
there's no need to do this.
Freaking loved Michael Jackson. Loved from the time. I mean, he was just a little bit older than me.
Doing all this explaining
from the time
to just be objectively wrong.
Stomp him out.
Objectively wrong.
Objectively?
Objectively wrong.
Objectively?
Objectively
Look
wrong.
at the numbers, Mr. Data King.
What numbers?
Albums, Grammys, sold, all of them.
As if he's going to draw me into he's trying to draw me off sides in a conversation that we don't need to have.
You know what? Let's just move on. But long story less long, he got her in the same sentence as Michael Jackson.
I said she's just as big as Michael Jackson ever was.
She is. I should have brought it up.
So anyways, the AP poll came out earlier in the week, and it has Texas number 1. They climbed 3 spots from the final AP poll last year, and it has Penn State number 2. And not only that, there was a number of first place votes, only 2 fewer for Penn State than Texas, and I just can't get there. Like, maybe it is not logical. I know Drew Aller has, stepped to a whole nother place. They've got some really good defensive guys that are still on that team, like so on and so forth. I know who James Franklin is. When they are, favorites, they can win football games. They can win a lot of football games. When you get to big games where they do not have the advantage, they be losing all of them joints. Not some of them, all of them joints.
They could beat anybody outside of Ohio State and Michigan.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm just talking about the Big Ten Conference.
The big games that come up every year. We know what time is about to be for Penn State, no matter how good they look. I'll fall for a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm here, believing that 15-day IL is going to come up, and here comes Josh Hader out of the pen. I'm here believing that. I can't get myself to the place where I'm looking at Penn State like, yeah, number one team in the land. You can't get me there. It's not gonna happen.
You and Mad Dog have something in common. Mad Dog's been talking about it all morning. That's the whole thing. And I'm actually not going to disagree with you. Until they do, they're not there.
Yeah.
They're just not there.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I got to give a special shout out to my dad, my pops, up in Cleveland, Ohio. Salute to Eddie. But I got to confess, I felt really bad at the time. So Friday, it was the Shadur game.
Mm-hmm.
And after I watched it, I called him the next day, like, hey, I wanted to see what he thought of the game. And he said he missed it because he missed it because he don't have cable, but he got he got Sling.
Mm-hmm.
But it don't the Sling app don't have the local channel on there, and he don't have an antenna to his TV, so he couldn't watch it. I felt so bad about that. To buy him a Fire Stick.
Look at you.
I got him a Fire Stick, hooked it up for him. I sent it up to Cleveland. He got it, and he was so happy, man.
Oh.
He was just like, man, I was messing with this thing all night, man. This is cool here, man.
Watch the Browns.
Yeah.
Watch the Cavs.
And he was like, can I watch basketball on here? I'm like, you can watch whatever you want, basketball, baseball.
Yeah.
Like, man, this is all I need.
You're a good son, Figgy.
Just news and sports. Yeah. That's all I watch. That's all I ever watch. News and sports.
That fits the profile, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's him to a T.
Yeah.
So I felt bad at first because I'm like, dang, man, you missing the game? Like, what are you... Like, the worst thing possible for you to miss a game
of
like
all
that.
people too.
Yeah, just miss it. Yeah, but I'm
Tell
glad
me you can watch some of that old funk too on there. Some of those old, all the old bands.
Yeah, he probably looking on there now.
Yeah,
messing around.
Yeah.
He probably up all night messing around with that Fire Stick.
You're a good son.
I don't know how to take that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what you're supposed to do there, brother.
Is this LeBron and Kyrie?
These are my confessions.
Does LeBron feel like a father figure to you?
All right, we got some audio here from Jalen Knoll, and all my outdoorsmen, I think, will agree with my confession, but let's listen to the audio first.
Hold on, let me find it. I got it.
All right, here we go.
He got me that day. I never had been on saltwater, so he had the advantage. He's from Miami. I'm landlocked, being from Kansas City, so once I get the hang of it, he won't stand a chance.
So Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins, they're talking about fishing there. They went fishing in Galveston. He's saying, well, he grew up on salt water, so he had the advantage. I believe him. I mean, those who fish strictly freshwater versus strictly saltwater, it's kind of a different world. It's different in terms of how you're casting versus flipping and all this other stuff, how you're working the baits and all that. But I will say this, it's an adjustment. It's not that big of an adjustment. I mean, I think it affected him the first time out, but I think he'll catch on to the saltwater.
Can you explain it to a simp like me and Reggie when it comes to fishing?
All right, so
explain it to us like we five.
So freshwater fishing, you're doing a lot of flipping to stumps and under bridges or docks and that type stuff. You're using slow sinking worms, not working them real fast. A lot of times on saltwater, and I'm talking about artificial fishing baits. Like you're casting further, you're casting into the water column, keeping it moving, twitching it a lot faster, etc. The top water baits versus what they call crank baits, the ones that are under the water. So it's not apples to oranges, but it's like oranges to tangerines. I mean, it's a slight difference that you can, you can tell, and it'll affect you. If you're a freshwater fisherman, it'll affect you early on, but it is an adjustment you can make in saltwater fishing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. that knowledge that you just dropped, I'm sure is very important, is not sticking in here. I'm trying to find a place to put it.
The only part I got was, I guess, the fishing under the bridges and all that.
How you're casting is the main thing.
Yeah.
You're fishing at actual specific things versus casting for distance and working your bait faster.
Yeah, it feels like that feels like a pretty big difference, but of course,
it's an adjustment. Yeah, that's why I said I believe him.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us on this Wednesday where, wow, I did not realize that this was as divisive as a conversation as it ends up being on the text line about whether Taylor Swift is indeed as big as Michael Jordan.
100%. Michael Jackson fan saying that. 100% yes.
Yeah, you ain't no Michael Jackson fan if you saying
Do the
that.
research.
Now, see, we ain't about to go through this.
Do the research.
We ain't about to sit here and count Grammys and Video Music Awards and all that stuff.
Why not?
Let's talk about music is about impact. Do she have that same impact that Michael Jackson had at his prime? And no.
Yeah.
No, he did. No, she did not.
She could affect the stock market if she wanted. I mean, yes. And again, I'm a huge Michael Jackson fan. You know this, Figgy. You've seen my playlists.
I'm questioning it now, man. I'm just telling you. You might be more of a Prince guy at this point. You might be more into Prince.
He's a secret Prince guy. What a psyop. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, it's a Wednesday. Let's get that wig on you there, Lopez. Let's get a little Judge John Lopez.
All right.
See what's going on and some things in the world of sports. Let's do it next.
Ready? From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You hear that? Figgy's so excited to be able to play the night. Oh, is it People's Court theme?
People Court, yep.
So excited because it's time for a little bit of Judge John Lopez here on Wednesday in the Loop. If you are on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live streams, well, either on YouTube or Twitch, you will see that John Lopez has finally donned the wig. He's going full.
Got the wig.
Regalia.
Makes it official. Got a little wing sauce on one side of it. I'm not used to long hair.
One time.
Looking like Jorge Washington.
First time I wear the wig, I get wing sauce all over it.
Jorge Washington is hilarious. I do not want that to be forgiven. All right. On the docket, I mentioned a little college football in our lunchtime confessions. We'll come back to college football here in Judge John Lopez, as there's been a little bit of a scandal brewing here, Lopez, with the University of Oklahoma. Their quarterback, John Mateer, is facing some questions about some alleged screenshots from his Venmo account from 3 years ago when he was a quarterback at Washington State University. Supposedly what had happened was between him and a teammate on the Washington State University football team,
right,
where there had been a few transactions on the Venmo account to send money from one to another that were labeled with the words sports gambling. One of them showing UCLA versus USC, another one something else, but just saying sports gambling, which some intrepid reporter went and found and then posted online, and then this became a big thing. John Mateer has actually put out a statement saying that the allegations that I had once participated in sports gambling are false. My previous Venmo descriptions did not accurately portray the transactions in question, but were instead inside jokes between me and my friends. I've never bet on sports. I understand the seriousness of the matter, and so on and so forth. Joe Klatt, who covers college football, was like, what are we doing? Big time money happening and all this NIL, and we're doing this with some screenshots off of a Venmo account. So the question is this a big deal? Figgy Fig, Counselor Figgy Fig, please step to the podium.
Thank you. With the wig.
Get out of here.
And I will say, after Taylor Swift interview tonight, I think she will be better than Michael Jackson. That's here and there. That's here and there.
This is terrible.
Well, I can rule right now then.
This is nasty business.
Anyway, I think this is a big deal. And this is why. And this don't have anything to do with him specifically. As far, it's not about him actually betting on the games and all that stuff. I think it's bigger than Nino Brown, Your Honor. I think a lot of kids, a lot of people his age, around his age, a lot of athletes, I think they bet on games like this. And I'm wondering if it will be a thing where this can get really out of control. Maybe, according to his Venmo account, maybe he's not betting on his games or the games that may affect him. But it's hard to say that everyone else is betting like this.
Right.
So I think this could be a big deal. I think this could affect a lot of games, affect the way a lot of players play because they know what's on the line with these bets and all that stuff. So, Your Honor, I think this is a big deal, and I think we shouldn't overlook it.
Okay.
All right. I feel like I very much often come from a place where, hey, the sports gambling thing is becoming, more and more robust. Yet, I still don't think this is a big deal. And I know that sounds kind of oxymoronic, but here's why. First of foremost, I think this age that are doing a lot of betting. College football has always been and honestly continues to be the Wild West in a lot of different ways. I do think that there's a lot of people when you're dealing with sports gambling that sometimes forget that it really is the appearance of impropriety that supposedly sends things awry.
Yeah.
The problem is in college football, there's been kind of that understanding expectation from the jump of like an appearance of some level of misgivings if somebody's paying somebody and something is happening. So that's one.
Right.
Secondly, I think that on top of that, in a similar vein, I think that people kind of understand that kids this age are doing some level of nefarious things, and that's kind of what's happening in the space, whether or not you're betting on this. So as much as I do think that gambling on sports is problematic in a larger sense, I don't think that this changes the general outlook of people who are betting on college sports in particular, because I think there's so much of an idea that there's already so much malfeasance that this, I don't know that this changes the feeling of, oh, wow, the deck is stacked. It already feels like the deck is stacked in certain ways, especially also in college sports where it feels like we're dealing with, if you have the talent, that's really what makes a lot of this shake anyway.
All right, so this is a difficult one because I think you both sort of alluded to the appearance is what matters here. We actually do not have any facts on this per se. Nobody has any receipts. Nobody has any, other than the Venmo account.
Well, you got to remember, Oklahoma Athletics, quote, is aware of any NCAA or is unaware, rather, and has no reason to believe that there is one pending, close quote.
But again, that's more opinion than anything from them. They haven't necessarily uncovered all the facts, or any paper trail, so to speak. So I'm gonna judge on the appearance because you both talk about Figgy said the appearance is a bad thing. You're saying the appearance is not that big a deal.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to lean toward Figgy on this one, and the reason is...
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Unbelievable.
The reason is...
Just butt kissing over there.
As an NCAA athlete, every NCAA athlete gets either some sort of clinic, some sort of meeting, some sort of lecture about the appearance and how bad sports gambling is. So I got to believe he has had that talk, so to speak. So to put on Venmo sports gambling, even if it wasn't sports gambling, the appearance is still something that he should not have done. So I will rule with Figgy on this one.
Okay. I don't like it.
Justice is served.
But do you understand where I'm coming from here?
I think you both are right.
Honestly, my first thought was, yo, this is crazy. But I was like, with the number of times that we've had, there's the gambling scandal and there's a gambling scandal. I keep thinking, oh, man, something's going to break the dam. And the more and more it happens, I go, are we just so entrenched that this becomes a story? And this is our society now. Stories happen and they don't actually create the scandal, or like the scandalous type of story will happen, but it doesn't have the effect the scandal used to have.
Here's my opinion.
It just kind of turns over.
Here's my opinion.
Sure.
I do gamble. Fantasy football, regular gambling, whatever. Even when I gamble, let's say it's on fantasy football, I don't put sports gambling on my Venmo thing. So he might well have been kidding around with some friends. I'm ruling on the appearance of what it is.
Okay.
Because like if I'm paying my fantasy football dues or whatever via Venmo, I'll just say football, or I'll just say, whatever. I don't put sports gambling. Even it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but also you can't take. These are still kids too, man.
College age kids.
Yeah, sometimes they don't be thinking it could be sports gambling, and they putting sports gambling on there.
No, but I am interested to see if this does change the way, if something like this changes the way that anybody gambling on college sports views this. Because I imagine that people just continue gambling like they normally would. They've established the routine.
Yeah.
They like the sport. And, okay, there's a couple of guys that might be betting. So what? I don't think that this is actually – maybe they believe so much in the institution, which it does feel like you have to believe in the institution of college football to keep coming back to this big thing of nonsense. And I think that probably continues to be a thing, even though we would imagine that would topple the whole apparatus.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious too. What if the little gambling stuff had his team on there? Like, would we make this a bigger deal if
absolutely.
It was the team? If it was Oklahoma versus whatever?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're calling into question your judgment, Judge. All right, let's keep it moving to the second item on the docket. Inside the NBA. We know owned by TNT, but as of the start of this season coming up in October, it'll be licensed to ESPN. We're starting to get advanced kind of ideas of what the schedule will look like for ESPN, and we're getting some ideas as to how they might be using inside the NBA. So opening weekend, there's actually an ESPN doubleheader on October 22nd, according to the advanced schedule for the network.
Yeah.
And the idea is NBA tip-off, the programming that they have as a pregame, is still set for the 2 doubleheaders that the ESPN has in that first week. And then inside the NBA will run from 12:05 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll just actually translate this. 11:05 p.m. Central to 11:35 Central. And then they will turn over to SportsCenter.
Okay.
At which point they might be used again after that first week. However, the only other thing that we have on the schedule for Inside the NBA is Christmas Day. So opening day to Christmas Day, we don't know how they'll be used from there. Is ESPN using Inside the NBA from TNT correctly? Figgy?
Yeah, Your Honor, I don't think they're using them correctly, man. I think Inside the NBA is one of the biggest NBA pregame shows probably in the last in some time during this time. I think a lot of people love Inside the NBA to the point we were all sad that it was leaving TNT,
right,
which they've been there for so long. I think you got to make that your official pregame and postgame show, man. I understand you got some legend in, and we all go to Scott Van Pelt after the games and all that stuff, but I think it's very important that you utilize this tool more. That will get more listeners. And I'm not saying I know ESPN have a lot of NBA games throughout the week, so I'm not saying they should be on after every single game, but I do think at least once a week. That's the reason why you brought them over. You ain't bring them over to use them a couple times a year. This is a big show. This is a very good show in my personal opinion. And I think you got to utilize that. They acquired a lot of stuff over the past couple months. And I think this could make the brand a little stronger.
All right, so from my perspective, I think that, one, we have to consider the fact that I don't actually know how good Inside the NBA is as a pregame show. I don't think that that's where their value lies. I think that they end up being the most entertaining in a postgame setting. So I'm not all that ticked off about the idea that they're not a pregame.
Right.
Postgame wise, I think 30 minutes is not all too far from where they would typically be, which is about 50 minutes, sometimes into the 40-minute range. So I don't think that also that is too much of a cut, especially understanding the structure that ESPN has and wanting to get to SportsCenter. All right. But beyond that, I think the nature of the argument really lies within only opening day, and then maybe we get them back around Christmas, depending on what the schedule looks like further. How many people are actually dialed into the NBA during that time period of the fall until we get to Christmas? Not that many. And one thing I will ask you is, if you watched TNT in years past, how many times did you see the full crew of 4 during that time period either?
Yeah.
They had a pretty light schedule at TNT during that time period. I don't know that this is all that different. Plus, especially, them cats aren't super excited about working for ESPN even in a roundabout way. I don't hate the idea of, at this point in the season, allowing them to find their legs in what this new iteration of the show is, and then hitting it hard in the time period where most people are tying in to Inside the NBA in the spring, where also there needs to be an understanding that with this relationship, I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure that they're somewhat limited, and I don't think that they could just plaster Inside the NBA all over. With the licensing that they have, they have to use their times better, and I feel like it would be more useful to stack as many times that you can get Ernie, Chuck, Shaq, and Kenny on the broadcast in the spring, where people are really dialed in to basketball, and you're not competing with the NFL in the same way.
Yeah, another good. Y'all are good. Y'all are good counselors. I feel, as I'm listening to you both, I keep going back to the fact that they are now with ESPN, and ESPN has never ever had a problem with underutilizing talent. They often overutilize talent. So I'm actually going to side with Reggie on this one, simply because this is what's been scheduled so far.
You're on a sidebar. Can I approach the bench?
Figgy hates losing the There will be games that are going to be added to this, and we also know ESPN is going to use the thing that it's paying for, whether it's there or somewhere else. So I will side with Reggie on that one.
Thank you. Appreciate that. There you go. Another edition of Judge John Lopez. I hope that you got a little bit of an appearance of the Judge John Lopez wig. It is quite hilarious, and we've had a number of people that have looked in here and seen what the hell is happening there. And somehow this is part and parcel of talking sports. Is wearing.
I had to explain to 3 different people who came in here and what's going on.
Did he lose a bet?
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to the Texans. We'll do it on Sports Radio 610.
All right, Low T Center, guys. Let's talk about this again a little more in depth.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Another day of work for your Texans. A little bit of a walkthrough ahead of what is going to be a day that holds a lot of intrigue. It's the first time the team gets to practice with jointly against another team, the Carolina Panthers, who are in town. So that's going to be very interesting. But also interesting is whenever the coordinators get to talk, I would love to hear from Nick Caley. Figgy, you think you can help me out with that? Oh, looks like it. Let's hear from the offensive coordinator of the Texans, Nick Caley.
Oh, seniority. How's it going?
You said you're going to call the game from the sidelines after the game one.
Yep.
Are you leaning the way to teach style?
Yeah, well, I've done both. As a position coach, as a non-coordinator, obviously, the last 8 I've been on the field. So, starting back, when I was coaching on defense, most of my time was probably split, but I think this is the time to do it. I think there's advantages, to both, and I think this is the time to, to experiment and get a flow for it and the communication through the staff and everything else. So I'm going to do it this week and make an assessment after that. I'm comfortable in either situation. Just want to see what works best for us this year.
Are you leaning either way?
I'm going into it with an open mind, and I'm going to see how this week goes. Yeah.
What did you see on tape that you figured out that you could use or that would help backup quarterback Davis Mills and wide receiver John Mechie? Those two seem to be having such a good camp, and they seem to be comfortable in your offense.
Yeah, well, it all honestly starts with setting a foundation. They both pour a lot into it. They both love football. So I think dating back to the spring, they did a good job of staying ahead of everything and really keeping up to speed. And, they have a lot of different experiences, and they've played in different systems. And a lot of times that can actually be an asset to those guys. And they've just done a really good job of catching on. They're both, hardworking, good dudes, and they care about doing a good job, and they're prepared. So that really is a testament to them.
After facing the defense every day, now you guys got that first preseason game in the books. Now joint practice tomorrow.
Yep.
What's that transition like going from the offense, that's going from facing your own defense to now different defense?
Well, I think it just depends on who you're seeing, right? There's different front structures. There's different coverage. Defense, is in and of itself its own identity, and so getting a chance to you go against our defense or any defense in training camp in that time of the year, you get used to seeing the things that they do, and then you get a change of pace when you see somebody that does something different. So I think it's advantageous because it's going to prepare us for the longevity of the season, and it's a good thing. Both getting our work against our guys, and then obviously whoever we play here in joint practices and in the preseason.
How close is this offense to setting who they want as the offensive line?
Yeah, I think we're working towards that every day. I think it's a good problem to have in the sense that it's a highly competitive group, and they've shown progress across the board. So Cole and Zach have done an outstanding job with those guys. The players have worked their asses off, and I think that it's a testament to them. So we're going to continue to see who the 5 most consistent guys are, and when we see a clear separation in that, we'll make a decision on that at the appropriate time. Yeah, first of all, Jerry Shaplinski is he's a great friend. He's a great man. He's an outstanding football coach. I've been fortunate to be at 3 different places with him. He's steady. He's consistent in his approach. He's a very, very an excellent teacher of the game. And I think just his consistency, who he is every single day, rubs off on all of us, especially quarterbacks, but all of us as a staff. And I'm very thankful and grateful to have a man like him to help us here this year.
Christian Kirk mentioned to us he's seen the physicality, the offensive line. How have you seen that progress, and how is that going to open up the running game for you?
Yeah, I think it all starts up front, and I've said that. It's not cliche. It's what I believe in. I think you got to be physical. You have to establish the line of scrimmage, and that's in the run game. That's being coordinated in protections. That's not having free runners at the quarterback. That's knowing where we're working to. That's getting a hat on a hat in the run game, whether that's zone schemes or gap double teams. And I think as long as you can start there and you're tough and physical, you can stay on schedule and you can move forward. And not to oversimplify things, but if you do it the other way, I don't believe that that's the right way to go about things. So we're far from where we need to be, but we're making progress and we're seeing improvement, and we just have to keep continuing to do that every single day here. I mean, they've brought the same approach from day one. They've got great pedigree. They come from a great program with Matt Campbell at Iowa State. They love the game. They work hard. They're versatile. Are they the same exact player? No, they're not. No player really is, but they've just continued to get better. And the more experience they have in time on task with the fundamentals, the route tree, the blocking mechanics, the techniques, the better they've just continuously got. So I've been very pleased with them. The whole unit in general has gotten better, but they've done a really good job for first-year guys coming in here and competing.
What was your impressions of Ariante's first preseason game, and what do you hope that he continues to do over these next joint practice?
I think he competed. I thought he was tough. He anchored. He played hard. He finished, and we just need to continue to see that. And continuing to play, with good fundamentals and technique consistently. Especially when you get tired, you're building. You're starting to try to get calloused in these parts of training camp where you're, building stamina as you go, not just physically, but competitive stamina mentally. And I think he's done a good job of that. I mean, he loves football and he works. So we just got to keep going at that trajectory and keep pushing him. And he wants to be coached. And again, Cole and Zach do a really good job with those guys.
Finally got Damian Pierce on the field. What's the expectation for him after the time that he did miss another mental reps, but him been on the field? What's the expectation?
Yeah, the expectation is just to be the best version of himself. He's a physical, violent runner on contact. I've had an appreciation for him since he came out of college. So, not to press, not to do anything outside of just being the best that you can be, taking care of the football, pressing your tracks, knowing who you have in blitz pickup, and starting from there. Because, he's shown what he can do when he gets opportunities to go out there and compete. So I'm excited to get him back out there.
For you in that preseason game, as you continue to go through preseason, what's kind of the balance of trying to show your best plays as a first-time play caller, wanting to get just comfortable with that versus not trying to show too much as you get ready for week one, which is kind of that balance?
I think it starts with, first of all, how do we give our guys an opportunity to go out and compete from down after down, okay? And so schematically, giving ourselves a chance. I want to give our guys an opportunity to go out there and compete based on the front variations that we have, the coverages that we're expecting to see. And then I think them to have not too much where we can evaluate the fundamentals to evaluate each player on this team to give ourselves the best chance to make a clean evaluation. So there is a balancing act there, but I think it starts with the fundamentals and giving them an opportunity to compete, against whoever we're going up against.
Two more, Greg and Aaron.
You've talked. I know that you understood that Nico Collins was a special type talent.
Yep.
What have you seen from him in camp? He looks like he really wants to go out and compete against the defense.
Yep.
And when him and Kamari go head to head, that seems like one of the great battles of the training camp.
Yeah, it's iron sharpening iron, like Coach always talks about. He's got a joy about him. He always has a smile on his face. He loves to compete. I really enjoy being around him. I'm excited every single day we hit the field with them. So it's been fun. It's been fun watching those guys compete, the give and take on both sides of the ball, and that's what makes you better. I love Nico.
What do you like about each one and this game because you'll be on the field?
Yeah, a couple different things. I think in the booth, there's a little bit more peace and serenity. I get to lay out some stuff. I got some room to write, some things down, and obviously I get a bird's eye view. We have great, communication on the headsets. I thought that went well with the staff, so I have all the faith in the world of everybody that's on the headset. When you talk about what's the advantage of being down, I've been down, basically the vast majority of my career in the National Football League. So seeing it from that perspective is, I would say that's what I'm, most recently been used to. But you also get to eyes and get an opportunity to reset things and talk and communicate and get that, one-on-one communication with them. So I think there are two different perspectives. Both, are good. So we're going to see, how it goes, and this is the time to do it.
We're down on the field with that view. How much different is the view? Obviously, you just kind of see everything. When you're on the sideline, you can kind of see things at an angle. So what's kind of like the challenges at
again, you're seeing everything from top down in the booth. On the sideline, I will back up a little bit and try to stay behind some things, obviously. And then you rely on, obviously, using, tips and tells and how you see coverages live, front structures, but then you go back and you obviously are always using the pictures and stuff that we have access to, too. So.
Thanks, y'all.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
All right, Nick Haley, offensive coordinator of this Houston Texans team. A few things that are really interesting. And Lopez, I want to jump right in with where he kind of left off. A big conversation actually, it's where he started as well. A big conversation that's kind of happened this week, especially after the game there in Minnesota, was his decision to kind of work from the booth. And, the idea of, especially as a first-time play caller, but as Nick will make mention of, he's, obviously been on staffs and had to make that decision or, be on the field and be on the booth, have both of those feelings. The decision between the offensive coordinator and you heard there a really good breakdown of the pros and cons of each of those. Where do you think you would like your coordinator to be, Nick Haley, in this season? Which do you think would benefit him most?
This is one where I absolutely, see both sides. I mean, the part about, and you heard him talking about, you can lay everything out in front of you and the peace and serenity. To me, if I were a play caller, I would absolutely want to do that. So you can just see it, lay it out. This is what I have. There's not as much hustle and bustle as on the sideline. That said, the part about
to be in lockstep with the quarterback,
to be able to stand behind the offense and see where everybody's blocking and going, and then look those players in the eyes as soon as. Like, this is a 50-50 for me, man. I mean, just as an observer of football for all these years, like how I would do it, I've asked myself that question. I don't know. I think there's some real advantages to both. So as far as he's concerned, it's going to have to be what feels right.
I think it depends on the type of coach you got, too, because you might have an offense coordinator that's a little, lack of a better word, a little nerdy and more analytical.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then if it's better for you to be in the booth, then I'm totally fine with that. If you work better in that setting, that's totally fine. But you got some other offensive coordinators that need to be in front of you. Like, this is what you need to do. Like a D'Amico Ryans need to be on the sideline. If he was a coordinator, he need to be on the sideline and be like, look, this is what that's how you had the Christian Harris moment.
Yeah.
So I think it depends what type of offensive coordinator you got.
Yeah, that's the thing that I keep bouncing back and forth. I think you made a fantastic point here, Fig. Like, the partnership between Haley and C.J. Stroud is going to be absolute vital, and that's just generally going to be the case anytime with the play caller and the man who's actually out there charged with executing it.
Yeah.
Is making, and maybe you would need them to have a better kind of rapport or a longer time period for Nick Haley to be able to, as a first-time play caller, be above the fray literally, have the best perspective of what's happening on the field, be able to really lean into all of the cheat sheets and notes that you can use as a first-time play caller to be able to lay down the play, and then lean on the likes of C.J. Stroud as a field general, and maybe whoever on the staff would still be on the sideline, because it's not like all your staff is up and all your stuff.
Well, in fact, I don't think they could be.
Right.
Shaplinsky and Gerard Johnson. And
one of those guys, Shaplinsky or Gerard Johnson, clearly both of those guys work with the quarterbacks to some degree. Have one of those guys to be able to be your kind of your charge down there to be somebody who could kind of give some of what you want from there. I think I kind of want that, but the idea of him being field side, getting that feel, and being able to right off the field go, CJ, what are you seeing? Like, have that one-to-one personal interaction feels like that could be super valuable. I think I lean towards the booth. Obviously, the answer will be whichever one allows him to do his job the best. But just working out of a kind of a conceptual mindset, it does feel like being in the booth might be more helpful.
I do think having Gerard Johnson, too, and that's CJ's guy right there, I do think it would help if Gerard was, let's say Haley did go up in the booth. Gerard is down there, so I think that, it won't be a thing where it's like, man, Haley got to be down here.
Right.
I think Gerard can pick up some of the work just being down there, too.
I agree. I would guess, and I don't know anything, nobody's told me. He doesn't even know yet where he's going to be booth, only because I think he trusts both those guys a lot to deliver the message. Like I said, the advantage to me is like when they come off the field, like you're talking about, okay, do this, do this, what are you seeing, et cetera. I saw this from behind the line of scrimmage. It looks like they're shading the guard to the left, whatever, I think he trusts those guys to deliver that message while he's doing the X's and O's up.
Yeah,
upstairs.
Is he that type of coach, to the guy that's like that kind of get up in your face like,
I could see where he would be.
That?
Oh, I mean, he's all energy. He's all excitement. It's the first thing that anybody talks about when we've talked about Nick Haley to this point. And I mean, you heard it even when we were asking about, or rather when he was asked about the run game. Like, you can tell when he's real passionate about things. Gets a little bit faster, gets a little bit louder with his delivery, and that he starts up front, making sure you don't have free runners. physical at the line. And talking about this offensive line, I did also think it's interesting that he said they have far to go, but improvements are being made. Like, you could tell when he's passionate about something. I think that shows up, but I wonder CJ coming off the field, grabbing that phone to talk to the booth, is that sufficient for them to have the communications and still get the benefits of being kind of up above it all? I don't know. We'll see. As, again, he said that he's going to go into it with an open mind, test out both of those, things that are there for him, both of those parameters, and see which of those works best for him. There's a number of things. I think we're getting to a more settled Nick Caley, and Nick Caley that has a better understanding of, where he is going with this offense. There were some more things in there that I found to be interesting. Maybe we circle back around to some of those as we continue in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, I'm looking, and it's time for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so the eastern half of the U.S. is going through something that I think it's fair to laugh at them, because I think they laugh at us for a certain reason too. Plus, what's your favorite, I guess, go-to steak dinner? 713-572. I want you to create your own your own steak dinner.
Okay, create your own steak dinner. We'll talk about it in the mixtape next.
It's just listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
It feels good around here. Damn, it feels good.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Salute to everybody that's listening right now on Sports Radio 610 on the AM signal. Salute to everybody. You gotta be strong to listen on the AM signal.
What are you doing right now?
No, you're a real one if you're listening on the AM
That's right.
signal.
It's true.
Shout out to everybody on the HD2.
Yeah, nah, you too late. You can't come back and make it like only my AM people.
Hey, I'm getting somewhere with this.
Oh, my bad.
Shout out to everybody on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Sound like Clint Stoerner right now whenever you promote the Odyssey app.
Yeah, man.
And then shout out to everybody who's listening on the iHeart Radio app. You can find us on the iHeart Radio. I was listening.
Oh, okay.
I was listening this morning.
Okay.
I'm like, let me kind of change it up a little bit. And I was listening on the iHeart Radio app. So you can find us there too, live and local.
How about that?
On Sports Radio 610. So it's I want to know if we could, is it fair to laugh at the East Coast right now?
Okay, how so?
So what are some things the East Coast people always laugh at us about? Just us being in the South.
Whenever it snow.
Cowboys.
Yeah, that too. But whenever it snow, whenever
humidity,
it's cold and all that stuff, they going through a little something right now. So the eastern half of the U.S. is having this muggiest summer since 19.
There you go.
Yep.
I'll teach you to talk about our humidity.
Yeah, so is it fair to laugh? Is it fair to laugh at them? Like, look at y'all struggling. Yeah. We go through this every single summer.
Yeah, it's called October.
I feel like we just trade. I feel like we just trade this back and forth. Like, yes, this place that never gets this thing, they're dealing with it. Ha ha. Like,
So we probably gonna get a bunch of snow.
That's probably how it goes.
Yeah. So apparently, since the last time it was this muggy on the East Coast was 1981, and I have a list of things that were out or wasn't around since the last time
was not around.
Was not around.
Oh wow!
So the first thing on this list was Cabbage Patch Kids.
Wait, what?
When did they come out? Must have been late 80s.
Yeah, later than 1981.
Yeah.
CD players were not around in 1981.
I can attest to that. I had a lot of cassettes when I was at A&M.
You wasn't on the 8-tracks?
I had cassettes. Yeah, 8-tracks in the 70s.
8-tracks,
cassettes and vinyls in the 80s. Well,
phonographs
in the 70s. Yeah.
Are you familiar with Runts Candy?
Oh yeah.
They were not around.
My kids loved them, so that makes sense.
They were not around the last time it got really muggy over in the East Coast.
What are runts?
Do you remember runts? They're the little bitty things.
What are the ones that look like fruits?
Yeah, but they're smaller.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Rollerblades, inline skates.
All right, I find that hard to believe.
Wait,
there were no rollerblades in 1981?
Not the inline skates. Yeah. So it wasn't.
Dang.
I'm sorry, I got stuck on the run. Bananas in there.
Oh yeah,
them things stunk. What were they doing?
They were hard.
Yes.
Anything that's not an actual banana or banana pudding, that banana flavor is awful, man. Crazy. Yeah. Diet Coke was not a thing the last time it was muggy.
You know what? I wouldn't have thought that, but I remember in college I used to drink Tab a lot. Remember Tab?
No.
You don't remember Tab?
Yes, I've heard of Tab.
The pink can?
I've heard of Tab. I don't think I've ever actually consumed Tab.
I drank Tab through college. Yeah.
That kept you alive, huh?
Kept me going.
Okay.
Hey, late night cramming.
Yeah.
You weren't even aware of all of the things that we got by the time we got to college to keep us up.
Well, we
late
did
night.
speed.
Oh, well.
Yeah, there was a lot of greenies.
Fair enough.
It was either greenies, coffee, or Tab.
Yeah. I love how you don't have to go that far back and was like, well, we had Monster. It's like, well, we took opium.
Yeah. Dude, when I was at A&M, there was no just say no. I can't tell you how many of my buddies, and I'm not going to say I never took speed when cramming for a test, but maybe once, twice. But it was speed and cocaine.
You said that way too casually for my liking.
Yeah, Lopez. Did you know Lopez did cocaine in the back of a Mexican restaurant? You did. You told us that.
They asked me once.
I actually have the drop in
Who is
here.
they?
Them. They asked me once, because I said I've never really been a weed smoker. I dabbled in college and didn't like it.
Mhm.
And then they asked me, did you ever do coke? And I said one time.
In San Antonio somewhere.
In San Antonio that my buddy parents owned it. We went back there, had some carne guisada, and did a couple of lines of coke. And I liked it so much, I vowed right there, right then, I will never do this
because you liked it too much.
I will never do this again.
This is so good. I ain't gonna do it again.
Yeah, and I've held to it. Did it one time. I'm like, wow, I'm Superman. Never doing this again.
Were you ever offered again to?
Oh yeah,
really,
dude. I grew up in the 80s.
So thankfully, I believe
I hung out with Charlie Sheen a couple times.
Oh, wait
So
a
he
minute, brother.
He offered you?
Hell yes.
Really?
Yes.
You left that part out of the story.
Well, it was
Talked
there.
about your. Oh, okay.
I don't say like he personally, but it was like there. Yeah.
Did he say, "Hey, Lopez, come on, man"?
No, he didn't do that. No, he didn't.
I've learned so much about you in the last 5 minutes of conversation.
Charlie Sheen documentary coming out.
You about to be in it?
I don't think I'm gonna be in it, but I'm gonna watch it.
You about to be in the background?
Like, I remember that place. I remember that place.
Hey, Lopez gonna come back on the show like, you know what? It was the second time I tried.
You know what? I had forgotten. Yeah. But you know what? Now that I've been caught on camera.
Yeah, it was the second time. So, yeah, the one Mexican restaurant, Charlie Sheen. Yeah. But that was it for real. That was it for real.
And this time I really mean it.
All right, it's the Mixtape and Loot Sports Radio 610. So, salute to Payne and Pendergast. He been doing a really good job throughout training camp with the player interviews and all that stuff. And I think he's still doing it. I think he's going out there to practice and just grabbing people, and I'm really proud of him, Mike. And he got the little tripod out there.
He's all in.
Yeah, so it looked good. The audio sound clean and all that stuff. And he caught up with Jalen Noel, your guy Lopez, the guy that liked the fish and all that stuff. And they started talking about the perfect steak dinner. So apparently Jalen Noel, he's a grill master. He liked the grill and all that stuff. But here's Jalen Noel talking about his perfect steak dinner.
So when you go to a steakhouse, then it's not just you're just ordering off the menu to eat. You're like it's like a chalk talk with you. You like get the chef out here. I want to talk to him.
Yeah, I'll never ask for the chef, but I do ask the waiter or waitress all the time, like exactly how it's being cooked and prepared. So
okay, so what's the perfect cut for you then?
Ribeye.
Ribeye.
I know a lot of people like filet mignon and maybe the T-bone, but I feel like you get just the perfect amount of tenderness out of a ribeye.
Ribeye's blue collar. Ribeye is Iowa State cyclone. Right? It's blue collar, right?
Yes,
what are the sides that go with it?
Any type of potato, whether it's a baked potato, mashed potato, and then you got to throw a vegetable in there, maybe asparagus, green beans, broccoli, something like that.
Just to color up the plate a little bit. Wash away some of the guilt from that meat and potatoes you're about to eat.
So how would you grade this plate, first of all, and then what's your perfect steak dinner, steak cut and all that?
I would grade him a solid A. Well, the only thing that kept it from my personal A+, I like the bone-in ribeye. The
bone-in ribeye, okay.
Yeah, so you can gnaw on that bone a little bit. It's so good. Bone-in ribeye over ribeye all day long. I'm with him on the potatoes. I'm kind of with him on the asparagus or sauteed mushrooms.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll stay with the asparagus. That's just a me personal thing.
Sauteed mushrooms are so good.
When the bone is in on the
better.
Doesn't it help like continue cooking the meat a little bit longer?
Well, it depends on how much you let it set, but yes, it does. And there's that little mixture of fat and beef on the bone that's so good. So he's an A. My A+ would be bone-in ribeye and sauteed mushrooms instead of asparagus.
You gotta have like some potatoes, like you said, though, right?
Potatoes is a must.
Yeah. The only other thing that I consider as a substitute for the potatoes is somebody said mac and cheese, and I gotta know the mac and cheese is hidden.
Yes,
I gotta
that's
know
right.
the mac and cheese is really good,
Yeah,
and then I'll
you're
do. Yeah, somebody said porterhouse, loaded potatoes, mac and cheese. I feel too guilty if I don't put nothing green on there.
Mhm.
That's the only thing is I need to put some asparagus next to
I don't feel guilty at all because you have a salad. That's how you justify it.
You threw it. That's a whole nother side.
Every steak restaurant, you have a salad.
Okay. Somebody said we need no vegetables. I feel like I need some
I agree.
vegetables. I could, like I'm sure that they're not actually happening in the way, but in my head, I'm just seeing Osmosis Jones with just looking at my veins with just like an absolute car crash happening. I'm like, these arteries got to be clogging up right at this moment. I don't put no green in here.
So say yours. I'm sorry, say yours again.
I'm in the same space. I think ribeye, potatoes, asparagus. Like I'm right there exactly where Noel is. Okay.
Thank me later.
Okay. All right. You pay for it? I'll hit you with a Venmo request for sports gambling.
So my perfect plate would be a porterhouse. I'm a porterhouse
Big
guy. I keep it simple with the mashed potatoes. I do like mac and cheese, but like Reggie said, it could be hit or miss. If it's a really good loaded mac and cheese or something like that, I'll go with it. But to keep it simple, I do some mashed potatoes or potato. And I got to go with the Brussels sprouts, man. I'm a big Brussels sprouts guy.
I like that.
Yeah, I love Brussels sprouts. I love asparagus too. That'd probably be my second choice. And then if not that, then broccoli. So I got to have some green. I'm a big Brussels sprout guy.
Oh, we got real judgment happening here. I like it. Somebody said mac and cheese with a steak is wild.
Is it?
Somebody said that's a 10-year-old order. Okay, very good. I mean, how many 10-year-olds eating asparagus though? That's the only thing I got.
Yeah. Sean don't even like asparagus. I heard him this morning talking about.
I like asparagus.
He said no asparagus, no Brussels sprouts. He said, ugh.
Brussels sprouts. I do wonder if that's like the vestige of a certain time, because I think it's like been scientifically proven. I might be speaking on my keister right now, that Brussels sprouts used to taste worse. Like they have been engineered to taste significantly better nowadays.
Yeah,
or at least we've gotten better at cooking them.
Yeah, I did hear that a lot more people are liking Brussels sprouts than it was back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
I just think it's kind of like your mac and cheese. They better be done right, because if they're not done right, they taste like crap.
Some Brussels sprouts that's done really right with the right seasoning and
good.
Oh man, it's good.
Yeah.
I kind of want some now. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio. A lot of here on this. We were just talking about Jalen Noel. Let's talk about somebody that used to be in Houston by the name of Jalen Green.
Okay, another Jalen gone.
Yeah, another Jalen gone. So he was doing a little couples game with his lovely lady, Drea. And I want to know, I'm going to play some audio for y'all, and at the end of it, I want to know what would be some little petty red flags in somebody. So Jalen Green, he was talking with Drea, and she asked the question of who is the better driver between them two?
Which one of us thinks they're the better driver?
I mean, I think I'm the better driver.
I think that your driver's license is a true depiction of what kind of driver you are, okay? I mean, if you want this point, I'm gonna give it to you, but...
I'm taking it, because you drive like...
I mean, I've had a driver's license, like, your whole life.
I don't care. I'm taking it.
So she said, I had a driver's license pretty much your whole life, like as long as you was at your age. So I think he's 23. So she had a driver's license for over 23 years.
Is that a brag? Look,
I know.
Everything that comes up with this particular relationship or relations of their ilk, I'm glad that they're comfortable with it. Why are you doing this to us?
Right.
Before we get to that, let me play Jalen Green and Drea. He was struggling on trying to name the group that Beyonce was in before she went solo.
What group was Beyonce in before?
Ooh, I feel like I should know this.
You better know this. Come on. What was the group called?
Animal?
No, her group name of the girls. The girls. I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna work hard.
What is it called?
Oh my God, Destiny's Child.
Destiny's. I have a shirt that says Destiny.
You do. You do.
I mean that.
Yeah, so, it's a throwback.
So I want to ask y'all, I feel, to me, if something like that happened to me, I feel like it would be like a little petty red flag that I have in my brain. Like, what? Like, you don't know who this is? Then I'm not saying I wouldn't be friends or anything like that. So I wonder, what are some little petty things that you'll be like, what? To me, for me, and this is not a bad one, if I'm talking to a guy or going over somebody's house with my wife or meeting up with somebody and the guy don't really watch sports at all, That's a small little red flag for me because now I'm like, damn, I don't know this guy. What the hell are we going to talk about?
Right.
Because sports is the easy thing to be like, oh, what about them Texans or Astros? But if you don't watch it at all or don't know anything, I'm just like, oh, man, that's a little tiny red flag for me.
That's a good one because, it's a default. We talk sports. No, I don't watch sports. Well, crap.
Yeah.
Now what?
I done met some guys. I done met some guys like, what's the name of the Houston football team here?
Oh God!
And I'm just like, goodness gracious, I don't know what we gonna talk about.
Yeah, because not only that, like it's easy to get there, but then also it's one of the most, because you start talking about certain things, and it feels like there's so much in our life that becomes so divisive.
Yeah.
We can talk about sports and find somewhere we can have a good conversation, no matter what you believe or what you want. Like we can talk about some sports and come together and make this time go well. If we don't have sports, there's a lot more landmines that we can hit and trying to have conversation. Especially, you want to talk about current events? Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we're all good in the hood here.
We're not.
I just watch a lot of politics and all that stuff.
Great.
It's
I'm
like,
going home.
Actually, that is kind of straight up just a red flag in and of itself. If you were just like, I am a politics, I love me some politics. I'm like, oh,
really?
Another thing, too, is when people say, I don't really listen to music like that. Like, what? Like, you don't listen to music at all?
I think that's a psychopath.
Yeah, if somebody...
That's the biggest red flag.
Yeah.
No music?
Yeah.
Like, everybody likes some type of music.
I'd ask some people, I'm like, what type of music? Oh, some of everything, or, I don't really listen to music like that. I was like, damn, what do you do?
What do you do?
Sometimes music get me going a little bit.
Exactly.
I can't live without music.
Nope.
Oh, I didn't realize that there was rules behind eating a steak. They said you cannot eat mac and cheese with a steak. Can't do it.
I mean, you could, but it's not really a common steakhouse kind of thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah. But if you're from the hood, though, you cooking a steak at the crib.
Yeah.
You
steak, all you want.
Mac and cheese, broccoli.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it at a steakhouse, but they have it available, so why not?
Sure.
See, this is fair. 713. They said they will switch at all. Just Spanish. They're fluent both. Well, I mean, you listen to music.
But you listen to music, though.
Yeah.
It's some people out there say, I don't really listen to music like that.
You know what?
If you ask them what their favorite artists were, like, damn.
I got to retract the statement. If you don't listen to music, it's not a problem. If your answer is like this from the 346. I listen to y'all every day, honestly. Well, we appreciate that.
I like that.
Whether it's on 610 AM, 100.3 HD2, obviously that's there. You mentioned the YouTube, the Twitch.
Yep.
There's the Odyssey app, and what's the latest one?
The iHeartRadio app.
Look at that! Ain't that is
I popped it right up. I searched it. It was right there.
That's cool.
It played. It was going. I'm like, damn. Okay, I like that. I like that. In case you want to switch it up a little bit.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of ways for you to tap in. We appreciate you doing that. 1:20 p.m. every weekday. You definitely want to tap into Figgy's mixtape at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something you believe to be mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, let's get ready to hand things off to the drive. We'll do that next.
Ready? Texas.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, another great day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate all you fine folks hanging out with us on this Wednesday. Super excited for tomorrow and what should be happening all day, getting a level of insight and being able to discuss the Texans going against another team in what is probably the best kind of football-related thing in the lead up to the football season, which is joint practices. So the Carolina Panthers will be there at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and it'll be live, man. Like, it'll be really cool to get a chance to see various players against their counterparts. Offensive line is where the big one looks, especially being up against the 3-4 front that Ejiro Evero has for those Carolina Panthers, seeing how they handle it, and obviously one of the guys that you're thinking about the most is Ariante Ursery, right? Like, really want to see what he looks like. I mean, he looked pretty solid against the twos and such against Minnesota. I imagine that now he's going to get an opportunity, apart from like seeing 51 and 55 for the Texans, to see some number one rushers, and I'm intrigued to see how he holds up.
I'm intrigued to know if the Texans are really kind of waiting to actually run with one group and call it the group on the offensive line until after they see some more ones versus ones against a team other than the Texans. You know, we heard from Nick Caley.
Yes.
And he was very clear, and it was almost like kind of made you shift in your seat a little bit. He's like, yeah, we're still evaluating. Yeah, we're still when we get there, we'll let you know. And
the phrase that he used that really caught my attention, when we see a clear separation,
yes,
was the phrasing that he utilized.
And as we're kind of combining what we heard from Nick Caley with joint practice tomorrow, I'm wondering if he, like, they were versus ones, not friendly fire, so to speak, and maybe they'll have a better idea of what of this being the group or not.
Yeah, and I when he was asked about Ariante Ursery, I thought this was interesting because it harkened back to something that Ariante talked about that he's gotten from one of the OGs that he's worked with. He talked about his impression of Tay's first game, and he said, by the way, before I get to what Nick Caley said, he really lays out his information very quickly and rapid fire, so you have to be paying attention. Said that Tay competed, was tough, that he anchored well, and he said that he finished. These are things that you absolutely want, and they all speak to physicality and toughness, which is clearly one of the things that both he and Cole Popovich want desperately with this offensive line. But he said he talked about being consistent even when you're tired and building competitive stamina mentally. And those two things really harken back to what Ariante Ursery said was some of the game that he was given by Danielle Hunter, right? He was talking to Danielle, seeing what he could learn from him, and he gave us that Danielle kind of told him the best players are steady when they're tired. And so hearing this now a second time, sometimes you hear something once, you go, oh, that's cool. Sometimes you hear it, and then when you hear it again, you go, okay, this is something I need to take note of. I do wonder if that is really the big point of emphasis for Tay as he goes through his training camp is you clearly have the stuff. Can you have the stuff when we get to the third quarter and the fourth quarter, and we're not rotating through? There's no twos. It's just you out there, because that's when it needs to be at its tip top, because that's when we probably are going to need to throw the football in a game where you're trying to come back, or that's where we need to salt things away, and you got to be on your tip top shape even when you're tired.
And I also think that's not necessarily him. Now, they might want improved because he's a rookie, and there's a lot of these big rookie offensive linemen still have a little baby fat, so to speak, for lack of a better way to put it, and they're not everyday, professional linemen and have to, kind of have to hone their body a little bit. I'm not saying that's the case. I think what they're really doing is just emphasizing it. Like, hey, we're going to be leaning on you. There's no, take a play off, like Anthony Richardson, because you tap out. No. So maybe it's just kind of, sort of reinforcement.
No, for sure. I mean, and I think that they continue to put him in those places. So it's not like they're worried, for lack of a better term. But it does. I did find that notable that, hey, this is continually a point that pops up, which I imagine means that this is something that Tay's hearing. And I know that that's something that he's working towards. And he seems like he's very much game to try and execute that to some degree. You hear his expectation for Dameon Pierce, the idea that he's just being the best version of himself, the physical, violent runner, which we kind of know. Don't press or do anything outside of yourself.
Yeah.
Did that hit you in a type of way? Or
no, that to me was more coach speak than anything.
Okay.
To be honest. Not to downplay what you might have heard.
No, I was just wondering
because I think they're all saying the same thing about Dameon Pierce. They all want to see the same thing we do. Where's the guy that was a rookie? Is he going to fit this offense? I think what he isn't reinforcing is his style fits this offense. If he is that, it should fit. But we haven't even seen him run yet. So
No.
I think that's what they're sort of saying there.
Yeah. So when it comes to things that you're excited to see tomorrow, clearly Tay versus that defense, the 4-3 front or 3-4. The rest of the offensive line, obviously, as well. I think Dameon Pierce. Are there any other things that pop up for you?
Look, what are they going to do at tight end? We have no idea at this point. Obviously, offensive line is 1 and 1A, just simply because not just Ursery, but Jarrett Patterson, Jake Andrews. I want to see how they do against the ones of Carolina. I think that might be sort of the last piece of evidence that they're going to need to run out an offensive line every day. So it's really the offensive line. You mentioned Dameon Pierce, running back in general as well. But we talked about tight end a couple times today. I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea how they're going to stack up at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fair to bring up.
Kitty.
Who?
Nick McKitty.
Brought in
Trey
McKitty,
McKitty. Yeah, man.
Trey McKitty.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he looked like his spelling is Trey, like they purposefully named him that.
Yes.
Not like my son.
Trey?
Who's the third? I think he's TRE
apostrophe.
With apostrophe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That apostrophe was the one that gave that away for me of my son's nickname is Trey. He's the third.
Right.
But I don't even know how we spell it.
Yeah, it's TRE apostrophe, and then his middle name is Roosevelt, which feels like it doesn't go quite with Trey, but it is hard. Like that is tough.
I would call him Rosie. Damn, that's a good one.
I love a good I am taking some surname and that Roosevelt.
You don't think that's his first name?
His
Trey?
middle name is.
There ain't no way Trey's his whole name.
Oh, I bet it is. The way it's spelled is
DeAndre, Keontre. That has got to be something.
Trevante.
But if the apostrophe is at the end,
there you go.
Yeah,
Trayon is a nice one.
I think it's Trey. I think it is.
Trey Roosevelt.
What's it?
Trey Roosevelt McKinney.
Yeah.
I don't believe. I don't believe you went Trey 1 and then straight to Roosevelt.
Yeah, those do feel like those are and they might have been trying to find balance. Something that's a little bit easier, and then something that gives you a little bit of prestige.
And it actually sounds better than
I'm just saying right here. I don't know if Wikipedia is the end all be all, but they got it.
It's not because you're not on our Wikipedia page.
Well,
that's a good point.
The truth, baby.
That's a good point right there.
I just show up in the Chronicle, but Trey Roosevelt McKitty. Trey Roosevelt McKitty is what it say.
I don't
Young
know.
man
maybe it is.
out of Wesley Chapel, Florida.
I mean, maybe it is. I just don't think.
You guys brought up something just then.
Okay.
And are we officially to the point of if Dameon Pierce don't work, like this is all on him? Like this is completely on him. I think Clint and I have probably, now some people want to call it an excuse or whatever, of like, hey man, I don't know if it's just like a system fit or whatever. Like I think his confidence was shot, and everything. I don't think he's all of a sudden just not capable of being the guy we saw a couple of years ago. But I do believe if this year he ain't, he's still getting 1-2 yards a carry, it appears, or he can't do nothing. I feel like, with him
running out of excuses because the system, necessarily experience. He's in his fourth year. Keep in mind, he didn't run the ball a whole lot of Florida. He had one good year.
Yeah.
But he didn't really run the ball a lot there, so maybe there's more there. Kind of running out.
Yeah, and the tough thing about it is also there's not a lot of upward mobility here in this running back room. So it's not like
he don't have a lot of chances.
No.
In time to
like the NFL is
is he a professional kick returner? Is that where we've reached?
Yeah, I don't think he's I don't think he's a guy that can make it in the league as just a kick returner.
Oh no.
Maybe with the new rules, there's the running back may be factored in more, than it has in the past. But right now, I'm not ready to.
Yeah, but that's a valuable roster spot.
He better have a little British Brooks in him.
And here's the thing that's tough about the running back in the dynamic kickoff. The dynamic kickoff seems to lean towards the running back that kind of just can see his blocks and then hit that hole. That's been the thing that's kind of seemingly held him back in running the football generally too. So I don't know. Hopefully you see him, be able to find some level of betterment of himself, whether with the Texans or going forward, because everybody loves him as a dude. Clint, before we let you go, I did want to ask you about this because the Nick Caley booth sideline conversation is very interesting. And you being a quarterback, you've had to have that experience in that deal. What do you think would be most beneficial for a first-time play caller from your perspective?
Well, I think it depends on the guys that are in the quarterback arena over there that aren't named Nick Caley, right? I mean, Nick Caley has to do what's best. He doesn't have anybody on the field that can be his eyes and ears, and more importantly, can handle CJ. The being the rock and being stable and not getting too high, not getting too low, not beating yourself up when you throw a pick, and those kind of things are very, very important. And so, if Nick doesn't have the guy on the sideline that can handle that, then Nick needs to do it. I would go out on a limb and say with this team, whether it's Gerard Johnson and the relationship that we've all talked about at length with C.J. Stroud, or the Shaplinski guy that came in with, or maybe both, right? Yeah. Being able to kind of juggle C.J. Stroud. But you want one of the most important, other than the actual play calling, like one of the most important positions on that field, and I'd argue this year with the arrangement with the Texans, it is the most important position outside of the play caller is who is talking to C.J. Stroud every time he comes to the sideline.
Yeah.
Right? And in the past, we've seen where sometimes it was nobody, right? Sometimes it was, Gerard jumps in there, and then sometimes Slowick would jump in there. So, it's got to be the right dynamic around the quarterback, man. It's got to be, if you're not talking about what just happened on the field, there's a situation coming up that you got to be prepared for.
Yeah.
And it's critical, man. I don't know the specific answer to your question,
Sure.
Reg. I think it just depends heavily on those guys around Nick Caley, more so than him.
Yeah, I'm sure. That was a fantastic answer, but it makes me mad that I probably should have asked y'all about what y'all be getting when y'all order a steak. We'll find that out another time, because we got to let you guys get off and running.
Well, we can find out right now, can't we?
We can.
Hey, I'm a mushrooms.
Really?
Me too. He rolled his eyes out.
No, I didn't say that it was bad. It's just about me. I'm not a mushrooms guy
if they're cooked right.
Yes, sauteed.
Oh, my goodness.
Maybe a little onion in there. Hey, and bone-in ribeye. Don't ever order a ribeye unless it has the bone in.
Don't ever. I feel like that's really harsh
My
there.
view.
Okay. He's setting rules for
right there
You can't tell me my view is harsh. That's my view, damn it.
Oh, man, mushroom.
I'll be honest with you, man. You give me a good strip, a good New York strip. You got enough meat to fill you up. It ain't like the filet. Filet's really good, but most of them are too small. You got to spend an arm and a leg to get enough to eat.
Right.
It's not too much. It's not too fatty. It's on the leaner side. So I go strip.
Okay.
And we're all getting potatoes.
Oh, hell.
Right?
Yeah, I'm thinking potatoes.
I'd like that thing just sitting right on top of a big-ass pile of potatoes.
Yeah, that's right.
Big
That's
mashed taters.
It can be mashed. It can be scalloped. It can be
here you
baked.
Go. Here you go.
It can baked potatoes.
There you go.
I mean, I could tear it all up. You know what? I don't like the fries though.
Not at a steak.
Yeah, steak
I'm
fries,
not steak. I'm not steak fries anyway.
with you.
Yeah.
Not at all.
All right. Well, you guys have a fantastic show. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
Well, hey, boys.
It's right at the buzzer, baby. The drive is live. What's up, Laura? I see you out
Y'all
there.
think we can get Laura as a guest? Y'all think we can get that one?
Weekly.
Even Laura said, "Nah, if you ain't paying me, I ain't coming on."
Weekly, baby. We get Laura weekly. We get Laura
I
weekly.
just want a little sexy traffic on Friday. Nah, if you ain't paying me, I mean, I guess getting a player consistently is out the window too, huh? If we can't afford
Are
Laura,
you all right?
What?
You go.
I mean that drop Tyler just played right there. I mean that turned me on a bit.
Tyler.
I know our listeners out there love Laura.
Clinton walked in here with size and a pistol locked and loaded. He's ready to go up in here. All right. The drive is indeed live in the building. If you're looking, you see Tyler Milner here on YouTube and Twitch, the face that runs the place, the face that produces the place.
The face of the place.
There he is, Tyler Milner, right there. That's whatever he's doing right now, Marconi worthy. I could just tell he is. I mean, he is focused.
Oh, that's how you
digging
get
up
there.
his nose right now. I mean, that's when you know it's. That's when you.
I don't know, man. Y'all check Twitter lately?
Tyler Milner, you are the greatest producer in the world.
Man, a lot of folks out there can do Tyler's job.
A
lot of folks out there can do
Are people getting? See, Tyler's the one that worries me.
A lot of folks can do this 4-hour radio gig.
Tyler is in a space in which I have been in the space most of my career, and that is Tyler is willing to set up shop and go at everybody.
No lies detected.
6 followers, 6,000 followers. Tyler is ready to go at like your emoji or whatever is just blank in a letter. Tyler is willing to go.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, man, I think people are maybe starting to catch on. I mean, coming me the wrong way, I'm gonna do everything I can to probably successfully verbally put you in your grave.
Again, now they're just gonna keep messing with you.
Yeah, they're gonna come at you. I had to call my wife off of a couple of them yesterday. I was like, babe.
Yeah, I had to do that one.
Don't let me see it.
I had to do that one early with her and her friends. Early in the career.
I just thoroughly enjoy ending people via words. It's fun. It's like a hobby.
I know it is. And they are just as excited because
ain't no doubt.
They got a rise out of the face that runs the place. That's what they're looking for.
Usually working a lot of LOLs and let them know how they're nobody, so I don't care too much. I just end them.
And I could understand Tyler last night being ticked off. 14-1 will get to you.
He was ticked off.
And again, Tyler and Clint, we've had this conversation multiple times. Last night was tough. That's what baseball can give you. Last night was tough because for me, I tell you, kick my ass. I'd rather lose 14-1 than walk off 2-1. I'd rather lose that way.
It sucks to suck.
But they made you stay into it in for 6 innings. They made you hang in there at six innings, and then they went ahead and imploded. But I'm sorry, the bullpen went ahead and imploded. When that pissed me off, but I'd make it 14-1 early.
You should have been there. I took Granny yesterday.
You took?
Because that blowout and that tire blowout on the way, I needed to ride home. Old Granny picked me up. I said, hey, he's on over here to Dyken and catch these Stros. She ain't been to a Stros game in 30 years. I said, come on, let's go.
Really?
You gonna make me come into the city?
Yeah, she was in the city, baby. I pulled up that Game Time app, bought a couple tickets, got us first row, man. Got us down there right on the action.
Yeah. So
Oker came out there, got 2 outs. They bring Dubin in. She said, "You want to bet that this guy gives up here? I don't know why he's bringing this guy in." Oker was doing
down
fine.
on Sean Dubin.
Gosh, damn it, man!
I bet $5, and that dude got a hit. The next guy hit a home run. Then Bregman hit a home run. I said, "Boy, hell, I had to pay you $100 just on a $5 bet." Just for
I know you didn't stay 9. When did you bet?
Oh hell no! The bottom of that inning when they went up 7 to whatever it was, I think it was 7-0. When they went up 7-0, we said if they don't score in the bottom of the 6th, we're going to get up out of here. So we beat the traffic. We got up out of here.
Smart.
That was a no-brainer.
There's no way. I'm not. Yeah, that in there. We get to 7-8. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on that. But there is a lot to get to because now this race is tied. The Mariners won 1-0 on a Josh Naylor home run in the first inning, and they beat the Orioles 1-0, and now it is officially tied at the top of the division between the Astros and the first thing that comes to me from that game is why did they do Chaz like that? Why they make Chaz pitch in that 9th inning?
You gonna come at me about white boy Chaz?
I really want to go with you, Tyler. Yesterday, as you said, Chaz may have a chance to take a job, but now they making Chaz. Not only did Chaz have the day off after arguably being one of the players of the game the night before.
For Melton. Loyal.
for Melton. Not only did he have the day off, take your pick. Melton, Trammell, Sanchez, they were all in the outfield.
I mean, Sanchez, I can understand. Them other two, it has just gotten to, how quickly the mighty fall.
And then Joe said, yo.
That arm fresh?
You think you can come in here and take one for the team?
That was a no-brainer for me.
Come on, man. Chaz is
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
It's just him, man. What is Urias doing? There has got to be better options than Chaz to come in here and get us the ninth.
Oh man,
and now he messed up his ERA.
I don't know who else from Sugarland's in that bullpen. I mean, in that dugout. But damn, it's got to be somebody other than Chaz, right?
Do you think it ever crossed Chaz's mind to say, I gotta stand on business here and say, no, Coach, I don't think I can do that.
No,
that ain't in Chaz's nature.
Chaz is trying to keep it alive at this point. There was a time when he had a little. He had the opportunity to have a little spine. Right now, ain't it?
No.
It's over.
I think
not with Joe. No. Because Clint, I'd be hot. There's no way. I'd be hot. I thought for sure I'm playing today. I got benched, and now you want me to come here and throw the ninth? He only gave up 2 runs, though, by the way, and had a better line than Sean Dubin. Only gave up 2 runs out there. But damn, boy, I was like, damn, Cam, you don't have a chance. You don't have a chance at the center field thing. But that hurt. And as we said, Joe Espada, he spoke after the game about where the division is. As I said, now they're even, and it's on now as the Mariners, who are 8-0 in their last 8. They have won 9 of their last 10, and they are rolling, Jack. And they've tied this thing up. They were 7 back, and now this thing is tied. Here's Joe Espada on how he's seeing the West.
For me, I look at it this way. Tomorrow we come out, Hunter Brown on the mound. We win the game. That's 3 games, series wins in a row. That's what we want to try to do.
Listen, I believe the Astros are well equipped, and I would, even if I had to bet money, Clint, I would still bet money on the Astros winning the West. It's a serious thing. I would bet money, though. I would still lean towards the Astros, especially healthy. But I am starting to see this a lot. And oddly enough, I haven't seen it from Tyler as much. But I am starting to see this a lot of, the Mariners, they're going to screw it up. They're going to choke over themselves like they always do. As I said, I would still put money on the Astros, but I don't know that I would be leaning into, hey, man, don't worry, the Mariners, they'll screw this up sooner or later. I think this is one that the Astros are going to have to go take and take from the Mariners. The Mariners right now at this point are, smoking hot. As I said, they've won 8 in a row. They still have only lost 1 game since the deadline. They're more healthy. And right now, overall, when you look at bullpen, lineup, rotation, right now at this point, they're overall a better team. And so I wouldn't sit here and look at this as now if this were the Angels or something, Tyler, maybe I go with it. But I wouldn't just say like, oh, the Mariners are going to choke over themselves. I think this is one you're going to have to go and get and take from Seattle, because they're coming, and I don't think they're slowing down.
Yeah, I think, look, here's the deal, is we're going to find out a lot, obviously, as we get down the stretch here, but the 14 of the Astros' next 17 after they get past the Red Sox are against teams they should handle handily. You've got the Baltimore Orioles, who are at the bottom of the AL East right now. You got them 7 of your next 10. You got the Angels in there somewhere. They're struggling a little bit towards the bottom of this division. You got the Rockies in there for 3 games, and so the Astros, if you can just keep winning series, then you get into a stretch of your schedule like that right there where you're actually catching duds and the Mariners are catching better baseball teams. Yeah. I think you got a chance to make a move. But you gotta split these. I mean, you gotta keep taking these series when given the opportunity. And like Espada said, Hunter Brown on the bump. It's a rubber match game at home. This is one that you got to go get.
Yeah, this is a big one to get tonight. And yes, and I think that schedule is a big part of what I think they can take advantage of things.
Yep.
But like this ain't a situation where like the Astros are the boogeyman, and I think the Mariners are going to self-destruct like maybe they have in the past. I wouldn't bet or rely on that. I think the Mariners are for real. I don't think this is a fake. This is
we're gonna find out. Baby.
This is too sustained, and that series, as they'll play, they got one more 3-game set coming up, which right now looks like it is going to be huge. And you are right. I do believe, Clint, with the schedule, you probably want to try to build yourself some sort of a cushion of separation between you and the Mariners before you get to that point. But yeah, no, I think this is serious. By the way, yesterday was the second start for Spencer Arrighetti. He goes 5 innings, 1 hit, 2 earned. But he was clearly erratic, especially with his fastball. 5 walks, 3 strikeouts at 88 pitches. But he leaves the game finishing 5 innings and giving up 2 runs. Your thoughts from being there in the building, your thoughts from seeing Spencer Arrighetti yesterday?
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you. I'm very, very disappointed in my seats. I got to get to this experience at Daikin. I was very, very unimpressed, to be completely honest with you, and I was pretty stoked about it. So I'm gonna be honest with you. From where I was, I mean, I could clearly. You can't see when you're there like that. You can't see like you can on TV. I mean, if it's a ball or strike, I got to check the umpire to see what it is. You know, it ain't like TV where they're showing you, is he missing bad? Is he slightly missing? Is it off speed? You can't tell in the moment literally what the hell's going on. So, I don't know other than the stat line, man. I don't know what. Welcome home.
Hit a guy too. I think it was, to me. Obviously, he is not completely sharp. But, I mean, he gave up 1 hit to that lineup, right? And obviously, and they're as patient as really any lineup in baseball. They take walks. They got a bunch of Alex Bregmans over and make you throw it into the strike zone. And for him to be able to pitch around and out of trouble and only give up 2 runs, I think is something to build on too. But again, this is somebody who has pitched for the first time, or at least for the second time since April, and you could see there may be some sharpness that he needs to get. So I didn't think it was that bad. Again, I felt more positive than negative in his first 2 starts. Coming up, Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, he spoke today, and he talked about a few things, including, I think, the story of Game 1 in the preseason, Ariante Ursery. Wait till you hear what his OC had to say about him. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. It's Academy Sports and Outdoors. School isn't just pencils and planners, y'all. It's football gear that says, I'll tackle the freight train, and still say yes.
Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Here in a bit, you will hear from Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, as he speaks about Ariante Ursery, who I think most people looked at as the talk of Game 1 in terms of the guys that are going to really make an impact on this team right away. I think he was the talk of Game 1. Very impressive, not just locally, but at a national level. Many people were talking about his performance. We'll let you hear what his OC had to say about him. But he also spoke about something that, I don't know, I didn't know that this was going to be the case. I didn't even really think about it going into the game until I noticed, oh, that's Gerard Johnson who's the one talking to Davis Mills out there or talking to Graham Mertz out there. By the way, probably started it, that Netflix has the SEC.
I have not gotten to it yet, but it is near the top of the list.
Oh, Clint. It's
what is it?
Oh, they're going through.
It's Hard Knocks, but SEC football,
it's
bro.
called Any Given Sunday. SEC.
I saw the advertisement. I didn't know exactly what the concept was.
They've got a Graham Mertz. Damn near an episode. Basically, it's called QB1 between Graham Mertz and DJ Lagway. He tore that ACL, boy. That was tough. But the last episode I watched where I went to bed last night, it was Any Given Sunday. Shocked the world on the same weekend. Vanderbilt, Alabama, and then Arkansas, Tennessee. It really. Oh, okay. They open up. I almost texted you. It was a little late. They was at some spot where the way they introduce us to Arkansas, it comes on and says Fayetteville. And then they start doing Woo Pig Suey. But they had some kind of bar, someplace that I just, in my mind, I thought, yep, Clint's been here.
Clint's leaned on that one before, huh?
Clint's been here. It's wherever they do the coaches show. Clint's
Herman's?
I can't remember the name of it, but they went through it, boy. I tell you, Sam Pittman don't look like he's going to be coaching for multiple years. And I don't mean because he's going to be out of there. His health does not look great.
Yeah, had old bad
he
hip.
Ain't moving, man.
Had old bad hip last year that
he ain't
took
moving,
him down.
man. Yeah, he ain't moving. But anyway, I didn't realize that he was going to be a in-booth OC. And impressed with him by the media as we saw Bobby Slowick on the sideline. Tim Kelly was somebody who was on the sideline. I believe what's my man's name?
Pep Hamilton?
Yeah, Pep Hamilton was the sideline guy as well. Here's Nick Caley talking about his decision on the booth.
Yeah, a couple different things. I think in the booth, there's a little bit more peace and serenity. I get to lay out some stuff. I got some room to write, some things down, and obviously I get a bird's eye view. We have great, communication on the headsets. I thought that went well with the staff, so I have all the faith in the world of everybody that's on the headset. When you talk about what's the advantage of being down, I've been down, basically the vast majority of my career in the National Football League. So seeing it from that perspective is, I would say that's what I'm, most recently been used to. But you also get to engage and see guys and look them in the eyes and get an opportunity to reset things and talk and communicate and get that, one-on-one communication with them. So I think there are two different perspectives. Both, are good. So we're going to see how it goes, and this is the time to do it.
All right. Interesting. His obviously, when he's here, the thought is his communication with the O-line, but more importantly with C.J. Stroud. And obviously, this is going to be different on game day.
Well, yeah, I don't think they know exactly what they're going to do yet, and that's why they're just trying it out in both ways. Now, look, I love the way he laid that out, and I think for me, I would prefer to be in the booth. I want that serenity, that ability to write things down, the quiet attitude. I want to see the all 22 bird's eye view that he's talking about. If one of the safeties is creeping down in play, it's easy to see up there. If you're getting some kind of movement right before the ball snapped or some kind of exotic look from the defense or pressure from the defense, man, you can pick up somebody that's tipping it one way or the other from up there. And the ability to write notes down and carry it over to the next drive or the next situation, to me, is priceless. Now, I think none of that supersedes or is more important than being able to look in your quarterback's eyes. And so that's why when it comes to me, and I'm talking about Nick Caley, offensive coordinator, in the box or on the sideline, it's all preference, obviously. He can be wherever the hell he wants to, but it makes it a lot easier for him to be in the booth and have that bird's eye view if he's got somebody on the sideline that he trusts to be his eyes and ears around the whole offense, not just the quarterback, but around the whole offense. And then he's got somebody on the sideline also that can be the mouthpiece, if you will, the communicator with C.J. Stroud. And the reality of it is here in Houston, you've got plenty of guys, whether it's Gerard Johnson, who you mentioned has been doing a lot of the talking with
would seem to be the person that they would trust.
I would assume that would be the person, but if you hear him talk about this Shaplinski guy that came with him, apparently there's a long history there. So you talk about a history of with the offense and with Nick Caley, and maybe be an extension a bit better. Maybe it's a group approach with C.J. Stroud of being able to kind of juggle. One is more in tune to, keeping him cool, calm, collected. And the other is more your X and O guy, situational guy. We'll see. But I think Nick Caley, point is here, Nick Caley's going to be experiment in the regular season, in the preseason. And then he's got options if he does want to be in the booth that I think you can more than trust on the sideline.
No, we'll see how it works. There are advantages, and he's talked about it. There have been some great OCs that have set up in the booth. There have been some great OCs that have stood on the sideline. So Norv Turner was one of the best OCs, and he always sat in the booth, right? And so it's Chip Kelly, I believe, is somebody who sits in the booth. So yeah, there's some absolute advantages you can have from it. Somebody else he talked about, Ariante Ursery. Mm-hmm. I think he may have been, at least for me, but overall may have been the biggest talking point coming out of the game for the Texans against the Vikings with his physicality. Here's his OC on his second-round pick, Ursery.
Yeah, I think he competed. I thought he was tough. He anchored. He played hard. He finished, and we just need to continue to see that, and continuing to play, with good fundamentals and technique consistently. Especially when you get tired, you're building. You're starting to try to get calloused in these parts of training camp where you're, building stamina as you go, not just physically, but competitive stamina mentally. And I think he's done a good job of that. I mean, he loves football and he works. So we just got to keep going at that. He wants to coach, and again, Cole and Zach do a really good job with those guys.
I think
this kid, boy.
I think the biggest takeaway for me there, and I said this in the postgame show, the ability to finish. Right? He has the ability to finish a guy, even if the guy beats him across his face, and he latches on to, say, a shoulder instead of a chest plate. Now, last year, one of my big complaints about this offensive line, including the tight ends, was the level of quit. And most of the time it came when they got beat across their face, and it was a stop my feet, look at the sideline, put my hands in there type of deal. And now I'm exaggerating out there, right? But you get my point. There is, when you're, especially in pass protection, but even in the run game, when you get beat, if you can just stay connected to the defensive player that you're blocking, whoever it may be, then I, as a quarterback or a running back, can slide one direction or the other.
We saw it in the game.
You saw it in the game. Davis Mills did it. You can protect yourself and you have a chance. And the thing is, C.J. Stroud has a great pocket presence. The poise in the pocket, the sixth sense in the pocket, the feel in the pocket. I think he works really hard at it. I think he's really good in that department. The problem is last year when defenders came through, it was literally – They had a three-way go. There was nobody attached to him. There was nobody that CJ could say pick and roll off of. It's Ariante Ursery did that in impressive fashion. His ability to, I think, was biggest plus right there last week.
He wants to.
No question.
He wants to drive you into the ground. All right, coming up, the Texans made a new move. They added a new player We saw Brevin Jordan go down. They have added a new member to that tight end room. We will tell you the latest of what that is coming up next.
All right, for many.
1866 or biglou.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Big show today coming up. Oh, Tyler done took the hat off in there, baby. I see.
It's going right back on.
That thing's parted up, man. I didn't realize you had that hard part, man.
I took it off for a second. I forgot I didn't even put it back on.
Is that new?
Last week.
Last week?
Mm-hmm.
What? I didn't know you went hard part.
Man, you are at least a bloomers dropper. Like, I mean,
what does that mean?
Bloomers.
them big ladies see you with that hair like that, they dropping them draws. I don't know if you up there with Carlos and Jeremy, but I mean you got some thick ones dropping them draws when you wear that hat like that. That hair like that right there, man.
I appreciate what I think was just a compliment. I appreciate it.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
That's when I feel sexy.
Like that haircut. Let maybe the stylist over here to our right who wants to get a hold of guys. I'm telling you, boy, I think you can go ahead and scoop you up several good black ladies right there. I think you got that. I just think right that hair right there get you a good look.
Well, if the past is any evidence, yeah.
You don't need a fresh haircut, huh, Chief?
You got that look. You got that look going, baby.
Yeah,
I like that. And you're gonna put that damn hat on. You go in there and get that good ass part to put that hat on.
It's a hard part. It's nice.
I appreciate you, fellas. You know what? Just for you, I'll leave the lid off for this segment. I'm gonna leave it off the whole segment.
3 o'clock hour.
713-572-4610. Ladies, hat or no hat? What do you think about the part?
Oh, that is so good.
How about the high and tight fade? What about the comb over? What about
take your headphones off real quick. Show the people YouTube and Twitch. Look at that.
Yeah.
Now imagine him with a double makers in his hand.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a little whistle pig if he's feeling good.
Leaned up against just next to the door, next to the entryway right there, where all of them got to walk in over in the heights.
Maybe,
vibing.
Maybe for the culture I'm trying to get you in. Think about him with a double of Hennessy right there, baby.
Yes, White Hen. Let's go. But that's
Smitty. Hard to find.
Let's go, Smith. If he's gonna be in that establishment, he needs it.
I won't turn down some yak.
Because he ain't. You know what I mean?
Hey, he said I won't turn down some yak.
Hey, ladies, when you look on that camera, though, don't ignore that little cowlick he's got going sideways in the back. The hat did that right there.
Yeah.
Come on.
The hat did that right there. No comments on that.
Mustang Sally, you and your friends, check him out. Lauren Mack and your friends, check him out. Mel and your friends, check him out. What hat or no hat, man? I'm telling you, man, he's ready, man. Boomers, baby.
You guys are gonna make me blush, man.
I'm telling you, man.
Hey, man, you just keep doing your thing, man. Keep hard parting that piece.
Megan over there gonna have the whole house set up for you. When your ass get back, candles lit, get your ass in here and take that hat off.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
So we can get it in. By the way, the Texans did make a move, Clint. They signed veteran tight end Trey McKitty. Trey McKitty has played for the Chargers, Bills, Browns, 16 career catches for 117 yards.
Not Kikuchi, but McKitty. I'll be damned. I tell you what.
Stretching Kikuchi tonight.
Tyler, what he's got is, I tell you what.
Hey, you know they had to make a move somewhere.
Yeah. Well, we just a bit. We talked about yesterday. Are they going to make a real move or are they going to make a debt move?
Yeah.
Well, it clearly looks like they went debt move.
Yep.
And cool. I didn't think this was a situation. Neither. I don't know that they had to, or I would be disappointed if they went either way. And this is fine because I can see how they are especially very, very confident in their top two guys. That you can clearly see. By the way, checking in, no hat, T-Mill. That's my best friend, Melissa.
Hey, Mel.
No hat. There you go, bub.
Appreciate the input, Mel. Yard pretty big. Yard, just making it bigger. But I do appreciate it. This is lovely.
Shout out to Ricky on YouTube and Twitch. I haven't been on the live stream in a while, but Ron looks like he's been in the gym for sure.
Okay, I see you.
I was in there with David Culley today. Leg day.
You did Culley's leg day?
It's Wednesday.
Hell yeah.
It's Wednesday. You know it's leg day for DC.
Football playing Jesse.
There he is. I wanted to address this with you real quick, and the people too, because I was listening to Sean this morning as I was driving the kids in that long drop-off line. Tell you, that first week of school, boy, they really try to get out the kinks. Where you better get your ass in there early for you.
Yeah,
I'm
not ready for that, man. I got mine 10 minutes late, and there ain't a lick of traffic. I pull right in the parking lot. I don't know what I'm gonna do when you got to
pull in there. I looked in there, and everybody, nobody letting you in. They just we in all in a fight. But so I had plenty of time to listen to Seth and Sean, and Sean said. On the pregame show, when you guys were talking about Davis Mills, he brought up a thought of, all right, if you play Davis Mills 17 games, and right now with C.J. Stroud as the quarterback, the Texans over-under is at 9.5. And he said he started to ask you, where would you take the over on the over-under if Davis Mills so happened to start on this team? You just changed Mills for C.J.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he started you at 6.5. You said I'd take the over. Is that where you stopped?
No, if I remember correctly,
you took the over at 7.5?
No, I definitely took the over at 7.5. I think that the conversation ended. I think Davis Mills can win 9+ games with this team's defense.
What?
I think this is an unbelievably talented team, well-coached team, well-built roster. I think you put a quarterback in there that doesn't necessarily threaten much, but just doesn't turn the football over, manages the game. I think this team still can win a bunch of games. I don't think a Davis Mills quarterback team is a serious Super Bowl contender.
But you think you think that the Davis Mills win total, if he started all 17, would be the same as CJ's?
No, I think it'd be one game less.
So you have you're at CJ.
I think it'd be 8.5.
8.5, and you take the over at 9.5, because I was going to say we'll learn this once the regular season gets started. But if I remember, the schedule came out, you were at 9 games, I think.
I don't think we talked about this schedule.
I thought when the schedule first came out,
maybe it did.
We'll revisit it again now that we see the team and everything. I heard that, and now I thought it was 7.5, but you got it at a 1 game difference. Tyler, doesn't it have to be a bigger difference between Davis Mills and C.J. Stroud? I understand what you're talking about, the defense and everything, but I feel like it's got to be it's like, to me, if CJ's 9.5 win total, the Texans are 9.5 with him the quarterback. I'm with
Davis.
You. Yeah, there's got to be. I feel like those guys have to be more than a game difference.
Yeah, for me, it's less about the quarterback. It's more about the team. The conversation I know is about a quarterback, but it's more about the team. Like I think the floor for this team is really high. I think when you're talking Davis Mills, when you're talking about who's quarterbacking the team, it's a ceiling conversation. And I think the ceiling is potentially a legit Super Bowl contender with CJ. I don't think obviously you don't get that with Davis Mills. I think DeMeco has built a team that is defensive driven. I do think they're going to be able to piece together a decent little run game. I do think they've got enough talent to spin it around the park a little bit when need be. So I think that to me, the conversation is more about the team and less about how many game difference is it between the two quarterbacks. That's obviously obviously Davis Mills can't hold CJ's job at this point in time. But
I'm guessing you're saying they would be coached completely different. They would approach things completely different if Davis was a quarterback versus CJ. I think CJ Stroud
I think in a perfect world, this team is going to be very New England Patriot-esque of we're not going to go out there and do a bunch of exotic crap and try to throw the football down the field and throw the ball 40 times unless we have to. We're going to go out there. We're going to play good, sound football. We're going to let the other team beat themselves. We're going to play good. We're going to do the clock. We're going to be really good in situational football. And then, which I think Davis Mills can do that, right? And I think they're going to win a bunch of games doing that. The difference is there's going to be 3 or 4 games where you need C.J. Stroud to be C.J. Stroud, and he gives you a chance to win those games where Davis does not.
Yeah. I was going to say, you look at their schedule. If Davis was the quarterback, there's about 4 or 5 games I just completely take off.
Davis won 3-4 games with Culley and freaking Lovey's roster.
Text line coming in. I'm with Clint on those win totals. The wins would look way different, more grinded out games. Someone else texts in, we may barely win 9 games with Stroud.
I mean, look, that's possible too. But that's what I'm telling you right now. If this team is good enough to win 8 or 9 games with any quarterback out there, this should be a Super Bowl contending team with Stroud. Yeah. I mean, that's the gap. It's about the ceiling. The ceiling is significantly higher, obviously, with 7 taking snaps. The beautiful thing about for all of us fans here with the Texans is that floor is high as hell, I think.
Yeah. All right, coming up. Still, I don't know if you got me there.
You're still looking at it from a quarterback perspective, which I understand. It's hard to look at it and go, boy, a team is – because I didn't set the over-under for C.J. Stroud. We had a Davis Mills comment. Get the real Davis. If you get the real C.J. Stroud and you get an offensive line that's halfway decent, a play call that's halfway decent, I mean, I would move C.J. Stroud's win total up. I mean, I would move it up to 10.5, 11.5. I mean, that's really where you're at. You just don't know what you're getting from C.J.'s supporting cast.
All right, coming up as we continue here, the big issue and maybe the biggest issue, Clint, that the Astros are going to have to overcome. It showed up, and it showed up in a major way yesterday, the first day in which after the injury to Hader has been announced. We got to look into that. That's coming up. Next, before we get there, though, let me tell you about Clayton Homes and their incredible Sign and Save sales event. This Sign and Save sales event is going on through August 31st, so make sure.
here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Went out in the hallway. One of our great co-workers, Erin, the young lady Erin, she stopped. She said to me and the group of people there, she said, "Ron, I gotta be honest, you're losing weight."
I mean, you got a text from Twitch and YouTube and one of the ladies in the office
just said
recognized?
it. Just said, "You're losing weight," and I said, "Erin, thanks for being nice." She goes, "No, I'm serious. Can tell you're losing weight."
See there, man. See, Tyler, that's.
I wonder what she'd have said if I'd have took a real good dump first.
I don't think she can see 1 or 2 pounds. I just think it's overall. You're
so?
You're sub
Yeah,
190. What were you? 189.
I wasn't no one, nothing, but I was
289. I'm sorry. Well, God, dog. Yeah, 289. I'm sorry. I mean, that's 21. That's 21 pounds. Damn,
yeah, I know it, man. She could have seen me at 287.
Should have been 285.
You're right. Probably should be in the 270s. Let's just be honest around here. Just gotta let a few get away. But no, man, feels good, baby. See you, Champ Slice. That beats the earlier text that I kicked off the show with. Somebody almost said to Tyler in his ears, "What do I do with this one?" First text of the day. Actually, second one. First one was shout out to T-Man, T-Mill, for real. Second one, I'll kick your ass, literally. Respond to this if you like me to kick your ass.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
I almost said to Tyler, what do I do with that?
Hold on, so.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, I went more of the Tyler route. I said, "Hi." I said, "You probably ain't in a great space right now if this is your 2 o'clock.
Oh, man. I don't know, man. I just, to be honest with you, I ain't met too many badasses that are texting a radio show threatening folks. But, hey, to each their own, man. I'm just being honest. It's unbelievable, man.
That's my get down right there to hop up. Let me get him here. I'm in with this one. But no, appreciate it. It was a good. It was fun. Always fun with the text line. It really is always. Hey fellas, we saw that issue that we looked at. We saw the Hader injury, knowing that he's going on the 15-day IL. We saw the Hader injury and thought, that bullpen. That's a tough one. That's a tough one when you look at losing him, moving Abreu down, and now how do you get from starters to Abreu? I think you feel pretty good about Abreu, but how do you get to Abreu? And yesterday, hopefully yesterday was just a bad day because Clint and Spencer Arrighetti, he'll probably tell you I wasn't sharp, I wasn't my complete self, but damn it, he got you 2-0. Right, 2-0. You're still in the game. We've watched the Astros countless times this year find ways to come up with runs late in games. 2-0. Clint, they went on to put up 12 in the next 3 innings. And we could even just say, we could take away Chaz's 2 runs because Chaz is a center fielder who was thrown to the Wolves for some reason. But still, they gave up 10 runs. Colton Gordon's ass got sent right back down after his performance. They've overcome a lot, Clint. They've overcome Pena. They've overcome Jordan. They've overcome 7 starters being placed on the IL. They've overcome a lot, Clint.
You could have just said the training staff. They've overcome
the training staff. Kind of. They're in the midst of trying to overcome the training staff. Clint, this one feels like the toughest thing that they're going to have to overcome.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, there's no, you miss Jordan 4 or 5 times a game throughout, and maybe once late with the game on the line. I mean, you miss Hader every single night you've got a tight ball game. And you don't have him to come in and slam the door. You miss Hader. And again, like you said, it's not about Abreu. Abreu can, if you can get there, can slam the door. But the problem is getting there, which we saw last on. I think Sean Dubin, at least statistically, had been pretty good.
It was his first game back too, coming off.
The first game back, but damn. I mean, we went to him in a 2-0 ball game when Okert was appeared to be pitching well. And look, I get it. He faced the lefties and then bring Dubin in to face the righties. So I get the lefty-righty thing. But, boy, that one bit a spot in the ass right there because I was there. It was bad.
Yeah, it got worse.
Bad. Yeah,
and it continued. It continued.
Well, it gets to a point where you're like, all right, hell, it's a 7-0 ball game. You're thin in the bullpen. Just let Dubin chew up a few outs. Hell, you can't do that.
No, and then you thought you could do it with Colton Gordon. And would he give up three or four himself? He gave up, several. So this is a legit issue, Clint. This is a legit issue that I think they have to be creative. I think they're going to have to take – because they've got some of these guys coming back, right? It looks like Garcia is really close. It looks like Lance McCullers is really close, I think.
Big blister.
He's going to pitch. Those two guys are pitching Thursday and Friday in Sugar Land. J.P. France has been throwing 3+ innings his last couple of starts. Looks like maybe he's getting close. They're going to have to get creative at one of those. I don't know, man. I don't love this thought. But they've had great success with it before. Christian Javier has been somebody that they have gone to certain things. I would love him as a starter, though, because I think he is probably best suited out of those. Maybe
I would prefer them go Luis Garcia or Lance McCullers. I mean, I know Lance was very vocal about it being more difficult to come out of the pen and not be a starter, and it's easier to avoid, or it's easier to come back from an injury and avoid re-injuring something when you're a starter and you know when you're going and you can build up. And maybe that just completely eliminates Lance. I don't know, but I mean Lance's stuff would play good out of the bullpen.
Yeah. I think all like Lance and I'm with you. Lance, if he would be about it. Lance and Garcia, because now at this point they could just empty the tank, right? They're not sitting there holding back because they're trying to get through 5 or 6. Their miles per hour is going to go up. Here's the decision, and other than because I don't know the technicalities of it of who can and who can't from a recovery standpoint, I don't know who fits good in the pen. I can tell you some of the stuff that I would like to see, like Lance McCullers is one of them. But with Jason Alexander pitching as well as he has pitched the last couple of outings, would you rather have Jason Alexander in a 5-man rotation and either Luis Garcia or Lance McCullers or J.P. France coming out of the pen in some kind of back until you get all your arms back, right? Or would you rather one of those guys start and then you have a real struggle of getting to the 9th inning? Me personally, I'd rather ride Jason Alexander and your whoever those other arms, whichever one's capable of going to the pen. I would like to see that experiment. Yeah, because I am really intrigued on what the hell they're going to do tonight. Like, as you said earlier, like this is a big game, right? You're tied for first place now, right? You got a chance to lose being in first place if you lose and the Mariners win. Now you have your big guy on the mound tonight in Hunter Brown, one of your big two, and you hope that he can get through it. But let's be honest, Hunter hasn't been pitching 8, right? Like, it's not like all right, man, he's gonna hand this sucker right off to Brian Abreu. Let's say Hunter goes 6, which is what Hunter has, I'd say, been most likely to go, really even 5, a little bit more in the second half. But let's say he goes.
How many outs you going tonight, Tyler, with Hunter? Is he going to get you?
I need to check that line. I'm not sure.
Is he going to get you 18?
I mean, if he goes 6, how are you getting to?
He's been a lot more unleaded lately than Diesel.
But if he goes 6, how are you getting to Abreu? I know you guys hate it, but King's one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, look, I don't hate King now.
I know you.
I mean, King.
You love him now.
I mean, you had no choice. With
King's one of them, and Joe's over there turning pages over and over.
You got old Susie out there.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, Bennett was out there warming up to do close the game out the other night.
You got arms to go to, but if you, I mean,
like arms, like he's sitting there like, whoa, boy.
Yeah.
What do I have to keep opening up that refrigerator? Say the same thing.
I like Big Boy. Big Boy's name? Ort.
Oh, Ort, yeah.
Oh, Big Boy up there. He is dealing.
Yeah. He's not bad. He's not bad. But that's what they got to get through, man.
If you had one of those guys, Luis Garcia, J.P. France, Lance McCullers, you got to say, hey, man, go to the pen and give us a little help here for the next stretch.
It'd be Luis for me.
It's Luis Garcia for you?
Yeah, I mean, he's like if he goes out there and he's not worried about getting innings and just, hey, man, this is your inning. This is what we're trying. Like, I mean, he's 95 to 97.
That's a good point. We've seen him in that role. We've seen him in that role too. And
I don't know about J.P. France.
I don't think JP factors in here. Tyler, what about you, Lance or Luis in the pen to help us out here?
Oof. That's a very close one for me.
And because
is this a stupid conversation? Am I crazy?
No, it's not.
I think that's what I said. That's what I took it. They got to be creative here.
It's a close one for me because I think ultimately, if we're real with ourselves, Luis, as he cha-chas his ass back up to the big club, he probably is going to have better stuff than what we get from Lance. I'm not saying that's absolute, but that's what it feels like. But Lance has that experience, that leader that he brings along with hopefully some good pitching whenever he returns.
Here's my thing with Lance.
Blister.
When the blister.
Big blister.
When
it's the size of a crater on the moon, man.
When the luxury blister comes out, what is like when he's starting a game?
You think it popped?
Oh yeah, that's why they're using the Gorilla Glue. Like, what's the thing you're most nervous about with Lance?
Not being able to throw strikes.
Yep. That's the last thing I want.
Or now another blister.
Coming out of the bullpen. That's the last thing I want is him to look up. We come out of the bullpen and he's put 2 on because he's being too fine and he's walking guys. So I would go that route. All right.
I don't hate it.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, shout out to my youngest son Nicholas. Started school for the first time. Started kindergarten yesterday, and he's also playing football. Shout out to the Sienna Stallions. He's out there playing football. And Clint Tyler, I thought Nick was. I thought he was going to quit football yesterday.
You thought he was done? Huh?
I thought he was going to quit. I hadn't seen him. I have not seen him that pissed and not throw a fit. But he's clearly pissed.
What happened?
He almost took his little. I saw
Chin strap?
But he got his little flag football helmet. They running.
Oh.
They're running. They're in the running conditioning after practice, and they did gassers. And he's like one of the youngest kids up there. Most everyone's 6. So he's running that all the way down back. They did it 3 times.
Is it over the field and back or down the field and back?
Down or over. Yeah,
sideline to sideline.
Yeah, sideline.
You can say a hunter here.
No,
That's a different game there.
And he's fighting. Oh, is he fighting? And I can see it in his eyes after the second one. And at first, when they did the second one, he's in the second group, and they got finished. They said, all right, group 1 back on the line. And I saw him just staring to the heavens. I thought to myself, well, we're about to lose him. We're about to lose him right here. And he ran that second one, and they're telling him, go hard. I'm like, finish, and he's good, right? And then they, coach says on me. They call him in, and they got a rule, and I think you probably remember this. Can't take your helmet off. This case, the flag football helmet. Can't take your beanie. Can't take your helmet off until you're dismissed. I ain't gonna say the kid's name, but one of the kids started taking his helmet off.
Oh,
and
man.
he came to the deal.
Looking at you, helmet, Michael.
And I'm thinking, first letter's right. And I'm thinking to myself,
Major.
got that thing off. He took that thing off. They said, "Oh, on the line, it's a 5-yard penalty, and it is not just for him; it's for everybody." And Nick did this. He hit his thighs. He was hot, and I'm thinking to myself, right? I'm like, "Hey, coach, man, it's 8:03, boss. And man, it's bedtime's in about 20 minutes, man. We got it in there." He ran and finished it. he was smoking hot. I thought he was gonna go there and get him, boys. I said, "I bet y'all gonna leave them helmets on, ain't y'all?"
Oh boy, that cardio.
Yeah, man. He got his first. I said, welcome to football, son.
Yeah, baby.
Welcome to sports, baby.
Game. It's a team game, man.
Team game, boy. He was struggling. All right, coming up, it is Wednesday. A little stock up, stock down. This time, Texans offense edition of Stock Up, Stock Down. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, let me take a quick minute, as I do every day, and tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there, y'all. Look, it's the hottest beer on the market, man. There ain't no doubt about it, baby. If you look at the advanced stats, the sales are soaring. If you're looking at your little watering hole, you look at who's wrapping their hand around that cold Coors Light, the numbers are soaring.
handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station is a Marconi finalist. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for directing. Thanks for making us not just Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610.
To the stars, Kels.
Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right. You are live with The Drive every hump day, every Wednesday, right around this time, right here on this program, which is Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk, if you didn't know. You can be mad at us if you want this week. Articles written about us and stuff, but still #1. #1 in your hearts, #1 in your programs, all of it. It's time for a little stock up, stock down. Today we're going to focus in on the Houston Texans as they're continuing on into training camp in the preseason. But more specifically than that, we're looking at the Texans offense. New OC Nick Caley in town, Stroud under center for year 3, a lot going on. I want to start with you, former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner, Dirty Red. And I want to start with some positives. Stock up for the Texans offense in your eyes right now, Clint.
That I would go with, and I'm Titus Howard is my first thought, but I'm gonna go a different direction. I'm gonna go Cade Stover. Look, I think Cade has been coming. I mean, we've been watching him really close. D'Amico Ryans has talked about he's getting better in his route running. He's always had the physical element that they've been looking for. He's always had that. He's just wired that way. And in that first drive that Davis Mills had with the ones, you saw a catch and a little quick burst, a little run afterwards. And now with no Brevin Jordan, I think you got no Brevin Jordan. He's out for the season. You got Irv Smith that's injured, and they just had to pick up Trey McKitty.
There it is.
And I got to believe, I know we still got a little bit of time here, about 2.5 weeks, I guess, before real football hits. But I got to believe that the first month of the season at least, there's going to be a heavy dose of Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz. And look, Dalton Schultz is a $12 million tight end. Hell, the stock,
no choice now.
They don't have no choice. I think the stock is through the roof for Cade Stover. And I'll be honest with you, nobody likes to see Brevin Jordan go down. Nobody, no fans, no people that know him personally. Nobody likes to see that. But the thought of getting more Cade Stover, I think there's a lot of people really excited. So we'll see.
Yeah, no, that's a great one. That's a great one. Cade Stover stock don't got no choice but to be up.
Mm-hmm. So there's Dirty Red, Clint Stoerner stock up. We're talking Texans offense to this point in camp. In the eyes of the drive, over to you, Ron the Show, Hughley. What is your stock up right now today in your eyes for the Texans offense?
I think stock up, and I'm going to go with Jake Andrews. I think that is maybe the last spot on the offensive line. Now, if everyone's healthy, that's the last spot that was up for grabs, and it feels like Jake Andrews has kind of taken that and run with it. And it seems like that's who they're going to go with right there at the center spot. He had been battling with Patterson, and it appears to me that he has won that battle, and you can understand it. He's got a history with the system. He knows Nick Caley well and knows exactly what he wants. He can verbalize that as well. And I'll be honest, I heard Seth say this, and you could see this in some practices in the game, is He really is able to get under people's pads. He does. You could tell he's been a wrestler, and he is able to kind of move people, turn people. So I like what Jake Andrews has done. He seemed to have been with the ones in OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Then it seemed like more of a battle, but it looks like he is going to be this team starter.
I like it, Ron. I like it a lot, actually, because you mentioned the ability to get under pads and move mass. We've talked at length about the knowledge that he has and the experience he has with Cole Popovich in this offense. And also, given how many the issues that are guard for the Houston Texans, that's going to free up Jarrett Patterson to potentially be a factor in the guard game for the Texans as well. So, yeah, the stock just through the roof right now for Jake Andrews. Yep. Agreed.
That stock up for Ron the Show Hughley. I mean, it should be music to any Texans fans' ears after that nightmare we saw with the O-line last season. Stock up's out of the way. You're listening to The Drive. This is Stock Up, Stock Down. Positives are gone. Time to focus in on what the Texans need to work on fixing. Back to you, Dirty Red. What is your stock down right now for this Texans offense?
Well, this one's easy for me. Whether it's because the injury has forced him to miss some important snaps, or it's because you got a young rookie, Ariante Ursery, that has filled in for him and really opened eyes for multiple reasons. I think it's Cam Robinson. I mean, you ship Laramie Tunsil out of here, you bring Cam Robinson in, you pay him $12 million, possibly up to $14.5 million. I know it's a one-year deal, but you pay that kind of money to a tackle. You expect he's going to come in, especially a left tackle. You expect that he's going to come in and he's going to be the left tackle, most important position on the line from a pass protection perspective. Going to be the guy lock, stock, and barrel, and it just doesn't look like that's the case. So I'm going to go stock down Cam Robinson.
I said it yesterday, boy. Cam better get healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Or you get Wally Pipp.
This O-line rebuild of sorts still ongoing. Back to you, Ron. Put a cap on this thing for us. Stock down in your eyes for the Houston Texans offense to this point in camp.
On the offensive side, my stock down is to Jaden Higgins. Feels like he
Oh no!
I don't know if he and this is the top draft pick for this team. It just feels like he's maybe not completely sure of his role, or finding his role, or finding his place in the offense, or that they have found their place for him in the offense. When you look at some of the other players, hell, it feels like Braxton Berrios is defined and knows where he is, and Jalen Noel seems to know exactly where he is and has popped up and made some plays. It just seems like it's been a real slow start for Jaden Higgins, and you haven't heard as much. And this is somebody that I think we've expected to be on the other side of Nico Collins, and it would be Nico and Christian Kirk and Jaden Higgins. Not to say that it still won't, but it just feels like of all the young receivers. Hell, I think you can argue that John Mechie's had a better camp than he has.
He's shown up more. I think that's probably fair. He had a lot more opportunity, though.
So Jaden Higgins, to me, just right now, can't make the team or anything, but just stock down right now. Just haven't heard a lot from their top draft pick.
Yeah, look, to me, this is. I said this from jump. This doesn't surprise me. I think Jaden Noel, when it comes to the rookies, I think he's more of a volume guy. I think there's he can do more. He moves more. I think he plays closer to the quarterback. I think he's going to be your volume guy, and then Jaden Higgins is going to be the guy that once every 3 games is going to remind everybody, hey, I'm over here. I know Nico's the guy, and you're getting the ball to him, and he's making plays and all that. And defense is going to mess around and ignore him a little bit, and he's gonna make them pay. To me, that's who Higgins is, at least out of the gate. He's not a high volume guy. He's more of a big play guy, and I think that's how we're going to see this thing unfold.
Yeah, whatever role it is, you just hope you start to kind of see some things from him. All right, coming up. There's some news here coming from the Texans and what we saw in terms of their walkthrough with their offensive line that I want to get your thoughts on because I got a question off of that. And this is just literally hot off the press, an update with Josh Hader. We will let you know that. Yeah, I know. We'll let you know that coming up next.
All right, the biggest mistake you can make when you're selling your home. So, look, listen up. If you're out there and you're even flirting with selling,
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live right here on The Drive, looking sexy as ever. Sorry about that. I'm trying to give you guys some good thoughts before I say this.
Well, I mean, you and Clint are looking good, and I am the face of Sports Radio 610, so no lies detected.
Clearly, no argument in that conversation there.
Not at all.
As I said on the other side, there's some news with Josh Hader. Josh Hader, who, as you know, yesterday with a left shoulder strain went on IL. I think, is that retroactive back to Friday, I believe.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Which is the last time he pitched. This is the latest. Josh Hader is seeking a second opinion on his left shoulder strain.
Holy
Manager Joe Espada said Espada declined any further comment on the situation in order to, and I quote, give Josh his space as he seeks the second opinion. Guys, I'm not going to lie to you, man. In many manners, in many ways, just all of that sounds like this is more than 15 days. Sounds bad. I hope it's not. I hope it's a C.J. Gardner-Johnson type of situation. But when I read Josh Hader is seeking a second opinion on his left shoulder strain, and the manager, Joe Espada, declined any further comments on the situation in order to, quote, give Josh his space.
Well, this is not good.
That doesn't sound like great news.
Well, I mean, hell, it says in there, didn't he end it by saying this is probably going to take longer than 2 weeks? Yeah, so I mean, it is definitely going to be, I mean, looking like it's going to take longer than 2 weeks. I mean, you know what this sounds like to me? Now, look, it may be a worse injury than just shoulder soreness. There may obviously be something wrong. But this sounds to me like you're dealing with a superstar player doesn't trust the organization.
Can't imagine why I wouldn't trust him.
Right. You know, that's the point.
Yeah, you know I'm being facetious.
Right? No, that's legit. The point is, it sounds to me like you got a player that's like, no, I need to handle this on my time, on my dime. I need to get a second opinion. I need you guys. We're not going to rush this thing back in. I'm going to get this thing handled. Now it may be. Hey, they all just know it's a lot worse, and they're not ready to diagnose it yet. But to me, it reeks of this is a big-time player that's got access to whatever he needs, and he's not going to let the Astros fumble this thing.
I hope that it is more of that than it is more of it's really, really serious, and he wants to get multiple opinions. Like that it is, all right, this is something that's really, really bad in the shoulder, and the Astros have said it, and I don't know that I completely trust them. Let me see what other people are saying as well, and it's a potential really bad thing. And as you said, for the dismount of being, this is going to take a little bit longer than 2 weeks. I mean, hell, you're saying a month, sir. It is. What is it? It's August 13th. Hey man, playoffs is October. This year, like, come on, man. Like, yeah, this is very, very concerning, Clint, and especially very, very concerning to what we saw last night with the bullpen. This is one to watch. Again, if you are,
it's not ideal.
No, it's not. It's not. If you are listening here, Josh Hader, just now listening, Josh Hader, who was put on the 15-day IL yesterday with a left shoulder strain, is seeking a second opinion on that injury. Manager Joe Espada said that he is also declining any further comment on the situation in order to, quote, give Josh his space. and that this is going to take a little longer than 2 weeks. So that is,
if I'm not mistaken, too, Ron. Like I think maybe a factor playing into this whole thing and Hader being the whole narrative and idea Clint just laid out, which I think is a great thought about Hader. Kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm getting the second opinion. F y'all. This guy's never really dealt with a long sustaining injury.
His last time he went on the IL was, I think,
COVID.
2020, 2021 COVID, yeah.
Yeah, so this is his first real kind of dealings with an injury, so he's probably really like, yeah, stay away from me.
This is going to look really bad. I don't know that I agree with it. I saw some people with some sprinklings of this yesterday, but like a texter just comes in, this is a product of Joe Espada using the closer 2 innings at a time. I don't think he's done that a whole lot with Josh. Just said, this is a guy who has not been on the IL. This is a guy who has been pretty durable. And he used in multiple innings last year. And yes, the bad thing about it is to what the texter is saying, Friday, his last time he pitched, he threw 2 innings and he threw 36 pitches in Yankee Stadium. So I don't know that I would necessarily go there as a place of blame, but wherever it is, this is, as we said earlier in the show in the 2 o'clock hour, this bullpen situation, this may be the toughest thing that they have to try to survive. Turn it up.
How about I'm trying to turn it down. Damn.
Might be the toughest thing that they have to survive with all the injury issues they've had. So that is the latest there on Josh Hader.
Just real quick on the Hader thing, I would pump the brakes on the 2 innings thing. I mean, I'm looking at I don't know what old buddy was talking about in that commercial, but I'm looking at ESPN.com, the stats here, and Josh Hader has gone more than 3 outs. He went 4 July 5th. He went 5 July 8th. He went 6 July 19, and then he went 1 inning. 3 outs, all the way up until this most recent one. I don't know what is typical. Before that, there was maybe 3 times in June that he went more than 3 outs. So I mean, when you look down this season stats, I mean, there's only been 3 or 4 times in the last. I mean, we're looking at 45, 50 days. There's only been 2 or 3 times where he went more than 1 inning. So I mean, I don't know what constitutes over usage, like how many outs over 3 that and how often that is, but it doesn't seem like Josh Hader has been overused.
Yeah, Goose Gossett is rolling around in his living grave as he used to close out games for 3 innings. He'd come into the 7th and close out games. And there's the thing with Josh Hader. Also from the Texans, Clint, I did want to get this across. Titus Howard returned to practice today. He did not practice yesterday. That was one we were watching. He returned to practice today. By the way, the starting O-line, Titus Howard at right tackle, Ed Ingram at Ed Ingram at white guard, also at right guard. That's
what the whites used to do.
Jake Andrews at center. Laken Tomlinson at left guard, and Ariante Ursery over there at left tackle as he has been playing. And Clint, we talked about this. I would imagine that Cam is not going to play in the game on Saturday against the Panthers. But even that to be the case, if the plan, Clint, is for Titus Howard to play right guard, Deontay Ursery to play right tackle, and Cam be the left tackle, because that was what it seemed like the number one unit.
Okay.
Unless you think Cam Robinson's injury is really serious, shouldn't Titus and Ursery get these snaps in the joint practice and in the preseason game at the spots they're going to play
in the position that they're going to play? Yeah, that's that. Yes,
right. Ron, unless you're thinking about some sort of a change, but I mean, wouldn't that make sense to me?
Look, I don't think that there is any doubt about it that there is serious consideration behind Titus Howard playing right tackle. I mean, serious consideration.
There's got to be.
Or well, now the question is, what does that stem from?
Because he's never played a snap preseason NFL game at right guard.
Right. Is that because the Cam Robinson injury looks like it could potentially last a little longer?
Yeah, maybe.
Is the work now because that's going to be the go-to if indeed Cam Robinson does go down, if he comes back practice and he does go down the season sometime, this is going to be the way they adjust? Or are they just making Titus Howard a tackle at this point in time and moving forward to solve all the protection issues that we've seen during training camp? The question is, why are we seeing what we're seeing? I don't think there's any doubt that Titus Howard playing tackle for a week plus at this point in time.
Yep.
Instead of just letting Blake Fisher and struggle over there and let Ariante Ursery play left or leave Ariante Ursery at right and put whoever your backup left at, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, though to your point is those guys playing the positions that in a perfect world to start the season, they're going to play that position would be what I would think we would see more of. We'll see tomorrow. Maybe that is the plan, but to me, it's this has legs, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the thought of like, hey man, I want Ursery over there, or I want them over there when CJ's playing, and maybe that's it. But I don't know, boy. That is something that I looked at.
Well,
like, shouldn't he be playing?
I just hope Cam Robinson comes back and is the $12 to $14 million tackle that we signed him to be. And then as Texans fans, we got a lot less concerns from a protection perspective. So we will we'll see. All right, look, I had a rough little experience last night at Dyken Park. I'll be honest with you. I'm less likely to go back. I'm less likely to go back right now today than I was yesterday. It was not a good experience on several fronts. I'll explain. Jim Crane, I hope you're listening. You got some things you need to correct here. I know I'm not the only one feeling this. Also, the offensive and defensive coordinators spoke, and Dameon Pierce, he's back. How much runs he getting? And might we see Jalen Petrie at safety? We'll see what defense coordinator Matt Burke has to say about that. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, y'all, I got to tell you about Our Vision Homes. We're talking about small town folks building big, beautiful custom homes. Turnkey custom home builder that can dream design with a ton of unique options. Whatever you can dream, they can make.
5 times O rewards points with the purchase at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KHU Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Nobody said life was easy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, y'all. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. If you or one of your loved ones is ever injured in an accident, you know exactly who to call. You may not be able to say it, but damn it, you can remember that number, 281-222-2222. If you're out there and you're listening, we greatly appreciate you, Houston. I know there's a lot of y'all out there, whether it's on that AM dial, that FM dial, maybe it's on YouTube and Twitch. We greatly appreciate you. Tyler done put that hat back on. You see it? I mean, the ladies, yep. The ladies answered the call, and Tyler's uncoachable ass done put the hat back on. Boy, I tell you what.
I'll give it to you again sometime soon, Sally, Mel, all y'all.
I tell you what. But if you can see YouTube, Twitch, we greatly appreciate you as well. We'd love for everybody to plug in there as well. Subscribe, comment, shoot Ron the old bird. Tell us how different you do this segment, the next segment, that kind of thing. That'd be tremendous. But hey, look, it wouldn't matter how you listen. Make sure you download the Odyssey app. AUDACY. The Odyssey app is the way to go. There's rewind features. You can go back and listen to anything. There is all the podcasts are on that app. All of our segments individually. Hell, they're out there writing articles about some of our segments individually, man. You can go back and you can listen to those segments individually without wasting your time. You can go directly to the stamp right there, and the Odyssey app. Yeah, there you go, Johnny. The Odyssey app makes it all very, very easy. And hell, there was a time last season where we gave away $20,000 in four plane tickets to Vegas.
Wow, dude.
The Odyssey app, man, you might want to plug into that one right there. Boys, I made the trip last night. It was a spur of the moment. I don't know about y'all. I do a lot I make a lot of my decisions traveling, attending events, hopping airplanes. I'm sporadic. Not as much now since I've got babies, but I was big time before. So, I had the old blowout in that POS Tesla yesterday on the way to work. And I didn't have a ride home, and I'll be completely honest with you. I'm a grown-ass man. I got to be better than this. I didn't even think about it. Luckily, my wife did. She texted me and said, hey, your mom's going to come get you. Mom didn't have nothing to do. She eased on into the city. I said, okay.
That's pitiful.
Yeah, no, actually, that you did not say that. You came on in the city and took care of your son, which is the right thing to do. She's in a pretty good mood while you're doing it, too.
There it is.
A little noisy. She's a noisy woman, boy. She is a noisy heifer. Well, we get in that car. Mom does a lot for us, man. Mom watches our babies. Mom, every time I call her, she picks up, and she's willing to help on any front, every front. And we owe her. We'll never be able to pay that debt.
Clint's about to run her down.
No, not at all. I said, Mom, you gonna go to the Astros game? Well, you get home, see you back. No. I said, that's not what I asked you. I said, do you want to go to the damn Astros game? She said, well, I ain't been in 20 years. I said,
I can't believe that, but go ahead.
I said, well, hell. Now, if I know my mom, she exaggerated. I said, well, let me grab these tickets. So I popped open my Game Time app, which, by the way, you can use the promo code HOST, HOSTY, get $20 off first.
Whatever the hell that is.
Yeah, it's I can tell you, low price guarantee.
I know you can.
All in pricing. See the view right there from your seat.
Games,
last minute deals, games, concerts. That's right, Ron. Oh, it's good. Anyway, it came through clutch. My mom and I were able to make memories. So I purchased a couple of tickets. And Tyler, I knew better than this because I should have went Crawford Box where you went. To be honest with you, I should have went, that Budweiser Plaza thing up there?
Yeah.
Hands down, my best experience at an Astros game. It wasn't Budweiser then. It was I think it was a restaurant or something. Well, maybe it was. I don't know. But I got a ticket at that point in time. You could get a ticket at one of those tables.
First come, first serve, right?
You buy the ticket. It's maybe $120 or $100, whatever it was, and $20 goes towards drink and eat for each ticket you buy. But you're sitting at a damn bar top table with plenty of room. You stand up. It's beautiful. I'll never do anything other than that again, by the way. So I buy these tickets, and I said, Mom, she ain't been in 20, 25 years. We're going front row. Oh, front row, which, by the way, is not – I mean, we're talking about you spend an extra $20, $25 to go from midway up to front row. So it's not like – but now I know. Worst seat in the house. Unless there is worst seat in the house. And I'm Astros, I'm first base, down the first base line, just past the dugout one section. I mean, I'm staring at the first base ump right here and Christian Walker's left back pocket. The seat, your feet are below field level. The wall in front of you is, for me, it was okay, but for my mom, it was like she's got to sit straight up. She got to sit erect the whole time, right? And the seat, where if you lean back at all and there's somebody sitting to your left, you can't see the hitter. You can't see. So it's like, and you are so far away from the cold beer line. You are so far away from the pisser that if you decide you want to go up, you might as well go up there and stay there for an inning.
I know both of you use those.
So there's number one. Terrible. Now that was a little bit on me. Those seats are do not buy first row seats. I don't know why, but I always find a little kid at a game, and I love kids. Hell, I got two of them. I'm more tolerant of noise right now from kids than I've ever been. This little kid screaming at the top of their lungs for no reason, randomly. The last little kid was at least had an Altuve chant going on. This kid was he was too old for that. It was literally just at the top of his lungs, and I'm like, what? And somebody snatch his little ass up. What are we doing? Two daddies just sitting there side by side with two kids in the middle just letting it go. I said, boy,
hell no.
And then I got Linda sitting to my left with that loud ass whistle. Woo! I mean, screaming. I said, Mom, that's enough.
I hate to tell you.
I can't do 6-7 innings of this right here. I can't do it. So the seat, the noise, I just. Then I go up, Ron. I got me two tall boys. Big shout out. They got Coors Light now. Big shout out.
You don't always find those.
Do you want to take a wild guess at what two tall boys cost me at that game? Coors Light tall boys, two of them.
27.
Tyler, you want to guess?
I will go $39.
He's done it before. Bingo.
Really?
$39.
I was thinking.
And I don't mind.
I've done my research.
13 apiece. Really?
That ought to be illegal. I mean, they need to get Doge on this thing, man. That ought to be illegal. I literally just left a gas station right there, and I could have bought one. What's it? I didn't even look at the price, but I'm gonna guess 3-4. Yeah. I mean, good God! I felt violated.
This series in particular, I know from my Crawford Box journey on Monday night that them prices were a little bit higher for this. Bregman Lowe saw the headlines and all that.
Crane, your ass ought to be ashamed, man.
Just ain't right, Jimmy.
I didn't know it was that much. I always go for the frozen tall margarita, and I just think it's.
You should see my double bills.
I should have went for at least those you can justify it. You feel like you're ordering. I mean, I ordered a damn beer in an aluminum can, buttery nipple, $18 a beer. I said, "Are you? I mean, what is that? No, that's not even 18. That's $19.50." I said, "You got to be kidding me." Luckily, the lady was sweet.
Hold on, Tyler. You think they upped the prices for the drinks in there during?
I will not say definitively. I know that is it's in my head. It felt like the doubles I was ordering Monday night at Dyken Park. My price tag was just a hair, maybe higher. I don't know that for a fact. Could be completely wrong. Either way, we all know I was ordering doubles no matter what the price was, so it don't matter.
Well, that price gouging, and I know there's rules and regulations out there. I mean, I went to Nashville one time the week before CMA Fest, and the beers were so expensive, and I asked why, and they said because it's illegal to raise the prices the week before CMA Fest, so they do it 2 weeks before. to make it legal because they know people will pay for them. But
did you get you some dollar dogs at least?
No, I did not. I did not go. That's I was so far away from my seat was so far away from that section up there.
Right.
But I'm getting to food.
Journey go get a glizzy was just too far.
I am starving on the way out, and I'm not going to sit there and eat just pound dollar dogs. I should have. I mean, I probably didn't do any better. I stop at the little Chick-fil-A stand. 2 sandwiches and a Sprite. Take a guess.
The Lord's chicken?
Oh, hell.
2 sandwiches and a Sprite.
I'm gonna say 35.
No, you're a little high on that.
I'm gonna go.
I didn't know then.
27.
26.
God, I'm good. Where you at, Bob Barker?
It may have been 26.50.
Damn it.
And I'm thinking, the markup is just, disgusting. Are you kidding me, Doc?
I don't know that I've ever really experienced or realized that they're marking it up for these Dodgers Red Sox games. I don't know. I guess I didn't realize.
I don't know if they are or they aren't, but that was. And then the baseball last night was so pissy poor that it was just like.
I'd have been given some of that stuff.
I mean, I can't even enjoy. The best thing I did last night was I bought my mom a $50 Astros shirt, and she thought I'd given her $1 million.
Sean Dubin should have got up at one of those concessions.
Should have paid for that damn shirt.
Hey guys, here I got a couple of these.
I got 30 minutes of these cold beers. You damn right he should have. There's no question. I'm gonna tell you, Ron. That was and I'm dead serious, man. That was a rough experience right there. That was a rough, and I'm not even worried. I mean, I ended up spending $350. I don't mind. Whatever, that's cool. But damn, I got to enjoy it, man. That was rough. That was Now, Granny enjoyed it. Granny had a hell of a time.
Welcome home.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, it's gonna be hard for me to, unless I'm going back and sitting.
Damn, man, these are like widening my eyes comments you're making.
I'm just telling you, hey, T, if we're going back and we know exactly where we're sitting, and the spur of the moment, hey, Mom, we're in Houston. No, I'm out on that.
I don't think you can do that to the Daikin. I mean,
I've just never had a bad seat.
I was about to say you've never.
They were awful,
but you've never had that type of an experience before. Going there.
No.
So I don't think you should stop yourself from going back.
I brought a lot of it on myself. I will agree with that. My ticket purchase, and I'm disappointed in myself. It was so easy on the Game Time app that I got carried away and wanted to do that first row instead of thinking Crawford box or the Budweiser deal or like what makes sense here. Like, what's the smart play? I was like, I got to get Mom first row. I got to get Mom first row. I got to get her as close to the action as I can. And that really backfired on me.
And meanwhile, the Astros getting that ass whooped down on the dive.
That also did help.
In all seriousness, though, that I told you before the show got started today, that's pretty cool. You took your mom, and it was just like y'all two at a ball game yesterday. That's pretty neat. Respect.
She enjoyed it. She's thanked me 2 or 3 times. Thank you again. Thank you again for taking me. I had so much fun. I feel bad. Should I feel bad for making her quiet down a little bit?
I don't know. That's your dynamic in your family, so I ain't gonna tell you.
Well, I mean, she is just a loud human being.
Yeah, I'm sure she knows you love her.
I said, Mom, I can't do it. I can't do it for 9 innings, baby. I ain't midway through the second, bro. I'm like, Mom, I can't.
Midway through the second, Mama Stern on the tall boy too.
Hey, T, this heifer elbow me. They got a runner on third, 1 out, and I don't remember why. I don't know who was on it. It was when Eric Getty was still in the game, early, and they damn near hit it out of the park, dead center. And it's
what'd she have to say?
I mean, she was amped about the center fielder catching it. And I'm like, Mom, that's another run. I mean, he hit the ball to the wall. I mean, she like pumped her fist and whistled and all this stuff, and while Red Sox are crossing home plate.
She like the catch?
And I'm like, Mom, that was a routine pop at the. I mean, golly, what are we doing here?
Wash your mouth out with a little bit.
And there was her whistle. Her whistle growing up, she would step outside the front of the house and whistle, and wherever we were at, we could hear it. It's that loud of a whistle. Like if we're in the neighborhood, we knew it was time to come home.
I bet you could hear it from anywhere in Star Wars Stadium.
Every inning, the third, I said, boy, and I'm just like, God, dog, man, that is brutal. Would you chill out over there, woman? Golly, boys, gets excited.
I can't watch sports with my mom now.
Why?
Or I have to walk into. She's the worst.
What did she do? What did she do? Sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to bash you.
No, she is, man. It is if I don't hold myself back, we're going to get into it. She is the type of person she just quits. In the middle.
You get it honest?
I'm not negative. I'm just honest. But we're watching. My kids call her every night, and they talk on the portal to her, and she's watching the game, and we're watching the game at the Royals at the house. They had a 2-run homer, second batter of the game. Said, it's over. I'm cutting this off. I'm done. I mean, they're on a 3-game winning streak. They're pathetic. They're pathetic. I just don't know. They ought to fire all of them.
See, and
every Super Bowl the Chiefs has been in, she's been out.
Damn.
My mom is
tough look, Mom.
But she's just she's the person. She will talk bad about them the whole way, and then they score. Oh yeah,
told you.
Yeah, we back. I said, Mom, you just ran Mahomes out of town. You just ran him out of town. So what?
We're good now, son.
See, it's like the inverse of what you laid out there with you and your mom, Ron. For me and my mom, she
gets on my last nerve with that.
Mama Milner told me and little brother about probably 5-10 years ago, she was done watching any sports with us. And she loves the Astros. My mom's a huge Astros fan. Took me to all the ball games growing up.
Y'all take it too serious, don't you?
Well, I'm a psychopath, as you say, whenever I'm watching games. It's not necessarily that we're being, like, overly negative or, like, not fun to be around, but she doesn't like how just wants to quietly on the couch watch the singles get hit into right field and the runs come across. And me and my brother are losing our minds. So Courtney, she's like, I'm done.
I need to watch games with your mom, and you need to go to a game with my mom. Y'all can yell. Y'all can see if y'all can yell over each other.
I can't watch it with Teresa. I really can't. I
love you though, Granny. I love you, Granny.
Courtney will be texting me. Just can tell I'm steaming. I will have had to get up and just go somewhere else. And then Trey just argues with her. Then the two of them, they just argue back and forth with each other. Granny, come on. Hey. Granny, the game just started.
Wait till my Trey. Wait till Liv gets up here. Liv and Granny. Liv got to have that last word. She got a lot of me in that from that perspective. And Granny does too. Ooh, boy, Granny and Liv's gonna go at it, boy. That's gonna be a show now.
Good God Almighty! Coming up, news on Josh Hader. If you've missed that, we'll let you know the latest on that, and we'll let you know the lineups. The lineups are out, and there is an interesting person missing in a huge, huge game tonight for the Astros. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
Hey, y'all, check it out, man. Twin Peaks. If you hadn't been, the hell, what rock you been under?
Houston's sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would say tonight's a big one, right?
Rubber match?
Yeah, rubber match. By the way, I think the Mariners are red hot. Everybody thinks the Mariners are red hot except for the Milwaukee Brewers, who just won 12 in a row. Did they have a 10-game win streak before it? They have.
They've been tearing it up this
They
season.
have gone off. And I am almost willing to bet they won't reach the World Series. And that's the thing about baseball. It's just like, boy, you can go. I mean, you can get hot going. But I bet they don't get out of the National League.
At least they got that fun slide out.
But they do have that fun slide. You know, maybe Bob Uecker's up in heaven. Maybe this is destiny. I don't know. But they've been playing their ass off. Only the Mariners. The Brewers are only the team that's hotter than the Mariners, or than the Mariners right now, who've won 8 in a row. So tonight's a big one because you're playing for first place right now. It's dead even in the AL West as the Mariners win last night 1-0, and the Astros dropped that game 14-1. So they're tied atop the AL West, and they need a win. They need to go ahead and get this series, and it will feel good. You would have beaten the Yankees and the Red Sox in both those series, back-to-back series, 3 series wins in a row. If you're able to win tonight, Hunter Brown gets the ball, and he has started to come back to pitching as his own, as he was before the regular, or before this little slow, tough spot he's had here in the last couple of weeks. He gets the ball. The lineup for him: Jeremy Pena, Sanchez is hitting second. Altuve is at second base tonight. Christian Walker is at first, batting cleanup. Caratini is the DH. Diaz is behind the plate. Urias is at third base tonight. Cam Smith is back in the outfield. And Jacob Meltner as well in the outfield. So that is the lineup tonight. Carlos Correa, not in it. Planned day off is what Joe Espada is. Planned day off. Joe Espada has for Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So what are they going to say now?
Will they play the Orioles next?
Shoot, they got the Orioles 7 of the next 10, I believe.
Yeah, I think the Rockies are somewhere in there too.
Rockies are after that. They got Yankees and Orioles the next 10 games,
and
then the Rockies for 3. Which you would think, to your point, I think is what you're alluding to. It would be wise to play them against the Red Sox, get that dub when Hunter Brown's on the bump, and then resting when you got a significantly lesser team across the diamond from you. That may make a little more sense.
Yeah, I would have been more into the thought of him playing this game. This is, and I guess maybe Joe and Dana are thinking, hell, they all are, and you got to get a day off too, and maybe it's all right. Hunter Brown's pitching, and maybe we won't need as much offense tonight with our big gun there. I'm not sure, boy. I would want all my guys out there right now, especially after you lost that one. Didn't he come out early? I'm certain he came out.
Yeah, last 2 innings he wasn't playing.
Yeah, he didn't play the last 2 innings.
A little bit of a rest last night. Glad I came out too after 6. So it sounds like Lowe's followed.
Yeah. So Carlos Correa not in the lineup today, and we'll see the big performance from him. And I would say the big news coming from the Astros today, this we found out in the 3:00 hour, is the Josh Hader news. Josh Hader is seeking a second opinion on his left shoulder strain, which put him on the 15-day IL. Manager Joe Espada said Espada declined any further comments on the situation in order to give Josh his space, is what he said, as he seeks the second opinion. By the way, there is no word on what the first opinion said. This is going to take a little bit longer than 2 weeks, Joe Espada said. And that really puts more concern and pressure on what clearly is a problem for the Astros, and that's the bullpen. And I want to hope, Clint, for the Astros, that last night was a bad night. But when you have the combination of a bunch of starters coming back early, right, or just starting who have pitch counts, which means probably going to see the guys like Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti, when Luis Garcia and the rest of those guys get up here, may see them guys be rolling 4 or 5 innings, for a little bit. And they're probably going to have to use their bullpen. And now that you don't have that big gun at the back of it, which means everybody moves up, and you got to start having guys come in the sixth confidence in, that is a real concerning problem. And they come in the game yesterday, it's 2-0 in the sixth. The guys who are real pitchers, not named Chas McCormick, then give up 10 runs in the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Yeah. That's just, whoo.
I watched 5 of them. It was ugly. Look. Here's the deal. You with Josh Hader being sidelined for what looks like it's going to be 2+ weeks. And look, Abreu obviously is there, but he's going to slide into that Hader role, or is what you would think would happen. We'll see. But that's the one thing with this team, boys, that's been consistent all year long. You take the one thing that you can plan. Hey, man, if we get to 8, we got a real chance. It's the only thing. The lineup's been all over the place. The starting rotation's been all over the place. The middle relief has been all over the place. If we can just get to 8, man, we feel really good about what we can do. And now you've taken that and juggled that up, and you got problems there as well. So, look, this team is going to be extremely inconsistent. And last night was one of those inconsistent nights on the low side.
Yeah. And hopefully it's just a bad night, and obviously I don't think it'll be that bad, right? 10 runs where it gets so bad that they got to bring in Chas.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what Chas did to earn that, but they got to bring in Chas. But it's going to be shaky, right? Like, fellas, the entertain thoughts of like Ryan Presley. I don't know if that's something they're going to do. They just moved on from Hector Neris, but they may very well entertain moves like that. And I mean, he has really struggled the last couple of years. So,
well, that makes you wonder if Presley's even remotely interested. I don't know that he was real happy with the exit, the last year here or the exit.
I don't know.
Man. I know his mom is.
No, I think he'd be interested. He's
on the streets. I guess another opportunity.
Yeah.
They ain't beating your door down.
Yeah. All right. Our guy, Brandon Scott's Wednesday. That means Texans report. It's been a big week, injuries, and obviously coming off the preseason game and going into it. We'll talk to Brandon, get his thoughts on everything Texans. Texans report coming up next.
All right, y'all. There's nothing.
5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man, I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Wednesday. It is 4:40. That means we are joined by our guy, Mr. Brandon Scott. And Texans report with Brandon Scott. A lot to get to, a lot going on here this week. Game in the preseason in which we saw some guys, mainly some of the guys on the offensive line that will be contributors. But also they have a big one coming up this weekend where I think we'll see a lot more as well. But before we get to any of the preseason game stuff, the big news of the week is Brevin Jordan.
Yeah.
Brevin Jordan, who I guess some, as you could look at it, would say on the depth chart he was the third tight end, but not really a third tight end. Somebody that was going to be a part of the game plan coming up week 1 against the Rams. He is out now, out for the year with another, especially for him, devastating knee injury, the same knee that he injured last year that he just came off of. For you, is this a big deal losing a Brevin Jordan to this offense?
Yeah, I thought it was a big deal last year when they lost him, and I think it's a big deal now. Now, it's also hard to say because over the last couple of years now, or really just last year and now going into this year, you've only seen but so much of him. So you think, okay, well, the Texans have been this successful over the last 2 years. Brevin Jordan was a part of the first one, wasn't a piece of last year, and you're just going to kind of move on. But to me, I would look at it less so about where he is on the depth chart and more so just about how unique of a player he is. Like, he's not the caliber of player to be calling like irreplaceable or saying that this is a devastating loss or anything. He is a unique player. Like, that's what's special about him, is that it is difficult to replicate his exact skill set throughout the room. So the cliche of next man up, the next guy is just going to fill this guy's role, I don't really think that that's going to be the case. They're not just going to sign this Trey McKitty guy is not going to be Brevin Jordan, and there's not another guy like that in the tight end room. Now, they'll try to compensate for it in different ways, but the charm of Brevin Jordan's presence in the offense was that he was kind of this Swiss Army knife kind of plug and play. He could be a tight end. He could be a slot receiver. He could be an H-back, and he's just kind of a hybrid Swiss Army knife type of player. So I think for sure, at the very least, you can say that they lost a weapon. Yeah, the offense isn't good enough at this point to me to be losing weapons.
B. Scott, they lost the best threat that they've got at the tight end position in run after catch. They lost the best threat that they had at the tight end position in the screen game. They lost the best tight end that they had in the matchup game, for whatever that's worth. I don't know how many plays and how many touches Nick Caley has the ability to draw up for him, or would have. I don't know that, but they lost a serious weapon in Brevin Jordan. On the backside of that comment, who do you think the pressure's on in that position? It's got to be one of the top two guys, Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover.
Well, I think the pressure's got to be on Dalton Schultz just because of the year that he had last year. To me, even aside from the Brevin Jordan injury, now you add the Brevin Jordan injury and it puts a little bit more, I think, urgency on the matter. But I've always thought that was the case. I mean, Clint, you've been I feel like
team macho
of like, hey, what's going on with this guy?
Well,
and as far as your whole team macho persona, it applies to this one. Like when you talk about a tight end that appears to at times shy away from contact, and then wasn't it like, and that's its own thing, right? It's kind of a new age tight end thing. They aren't necessarily as physical as they used to be, but the other side of that is supposed to be, hey, you damn good in the passing game. You're one of our more reliable pass catchers, and we can lean in on that. And that was what Dalton Schultz was supposed to be, even taking into account that he's not supposedly the most physical tight end out there. So if he's not going to be either or, what are we doing exactly? So I anticipate that you'll see a much better season from Dalton Schultz because, quite frankly, you got to.
Do you think there is a legit chance, by the way, as we're talking, Brandon Scott, Texans report, you think there's a legit chance that come week 1 against the Los Angeles Rams that the tackles for this team are Ariante Ursary on the left side and Titus Howard, who we've been listening to being a guard inside all offseason as a right tackle? You think there's a legit possibility that is the case?
Yeah, I think it's a legit possibility, and this is the best problem that I feel like the Texans have had on the offensive line. They've had a lot of problems, most of them bad problems. This is a good problem to have because the way it seems right now is if Cam Robinson were healthy, they would have three different guys that they feel pretty comfortable playing at tackle. It's just that one of them will be playing guard full time if, let's say, Cam Robinson was healthy. But this seems to be looked into because if Cam Robinson doesn't get hurt, I think Ariante Ursary stays on the right side, Cam Robinson stays on the left side, and Titus Howard is bumped back in like we originally saw. But now with the opportunity, and it's all about what you do when that door opens, when that window opens, right? Like, what do you do with your op? And it looks like Ariante Ursary is opening some eyes that it could be that not only do they have 3 tackles that they sort of believe in, but maybe the one that they believe in most is the one that they've seen the least of. It's the one that's played the least, and that's the rookie. So, and I don't want to jump the gun and say that, but definitely based off of what you've seen since Cam Robinson went down, the work that he put in at the Greenbrier, how the offensive line itself started to progress and look better as the days went on at the Greenbrier, and then the obviously the preseason game, he looked pretty good. I think you could definitely see that.
What are the details, if they're out there, if you know them, around the Cam Robinson injury? I mean, obviously, if they're going to move Titus for a week's worth of camp to right tackle and not just kind of weather the storm with Blake until their tackle gets back, there's clearly some concern there.
Yeah, there's some concern, but look, we saw today that he was at least back dressed, and so the details, they're few and far in between when you're at this point in the season because they don't have to tell you a lot, and we haven't heard a lot. But it doesn't seem like it's something so catastrophic that he's not going to be available. It looks like it could just very well be a Wally Pipp type of situation where they're like, hey, we like, let's say the difference between Ed Ingram and Titus Howard at right guard, they feel like is negligible. But Ariante Ursary is for when you go, and obviously you have to believe in Titus Howard as a right tackle, which we all of us believe in.
Yes.
And it looks like they do as well. Then you go with that, right? And so it's just going to be a weird and odd thing when you look up.
And who would slide inside in this scenario, you think?
Yeah, no, it would be Ed Ingram on one side and Laken Tomlinson on the other side, right guard, left guard. And then the tackles are Titus on the right and Ariante Ursary on the left.
Say that one out loud.
Yeah. Which one?
Interior offensive line coming out of last year. We got to fix this thing, man. This is what we got to do. That was the big problem right there. Ed and Laken.
Yeah. Well, Laken at least has been good before.
And Jake, you're right. And Jake Andrews.
Laken's been good before. Jake, the center issue was probably the least of the worries, even though it was a problem. I don't want to minimize it, but it was probably the least of the issues. They can probably get by with not upgrading drastically at that position. And I think we can all kind of feel, at least in the beginning until proven otherwise, feel comfortable with the familiarity that's there between Jake, the offensive coordinator, and the offensive line coach. But, yeah, no, the guard thing, it leaves some to be desired, but I will say Laken.
I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying there's no way that was not how I would have thought that was going to be drawn up.
It's a hell of an effort to fix that major issue.
But I will say, even sitting here right now, I'll take that over. Let me offer you now Kenyon and Shaq. Right now, today, what you taking?
I mean, no,
I'm just saying. I know that's a pillow fight. I'm just, but I'm just saying. So it's not an inspiring
these two
upgrade.
Guys are in the league, and healthy.
There you go. It's not the most inspiring upgrade, but it is an answer. Is it the answer? We'll see. It is an answer. So
they're all fixable.
What do you expect to see from Dameon Pierce? It sounds like, according to Nick Caley today, is not only is he back, he's probably going to get a little bit of run at some point here sooner rather than later. So what do you expect from him?
You asked me about pressure earlier. I don't feel like there's. I mean, if you're talking about, if you were to make a list, and this could even be a segment for somebody at some point. I know Sean Pendergast likes his list. But if you were to rank the guys under the most pressure on this team, and I'm talking about guys. Let's even put aside the guys that are fighting for a spot on the team. I think we mostly feel like Dameon Pierce is probably going to make the team. The guys that you're taking for granted are going to be on the team. Who are those guys that are under the most pressure? I don't know how there could be too many that are above Dameon Pierce. He's got to be toward the top of the list. So, I am expecting him to be better than what we've seen from him in the previous scheme, because now we're done with the scheme excuse. We're done with the workload excuse, the injury excuse. Like at some point, the excuses got to be out the door, and the rubber got to meet the road.
If Joe Mixon is ready to go week 1, you're still sure that Dameon Pierce is going to make the roster?
Yes. Maybe not. Maybe I'm not 100% sure, but as I sit right now, look, tell you what, Joe Mixon definitely doesn't look like.
You don't think so?
Like, we haven't seen Joe Mixon. He's on a.
You're right.
Honestly, Ron, he doesn't exist to me. Like, no offense to him, but I ain't seen him. He was in a walking boot in the spring, and we ain't seen him in the fall or in the summer and going into the fall. So, like, I'm not taking that for granted for a second, even to begin with, not to reject the premise of the question, but I kind of have to. Like, I just haven't seen the guy. So I anticipate that he'll be on the team and have an opportunity to take some carries. I can't see, really can't see it any other way. And on top of that, the other guy that they brought in be hurt too. Nick Chubb, coming off of a serious injury and wasn't necessarily impressive in camp and has been injured too. So
they might have to keep more backs than maybe we're thinking about in our mind, just because of just in case with injury. And
I don't know how you don't right now. I mean, you know your top 4 plus your draft pick, or you're going to keep them right now the way it sits right now, and then what do you do with British Brooks in a sense of being able to play the special teams and do everything he does?
Well, this was my concern from watching the game and then listening to you and Sean on the post game, Clint, was there seems to be a clear emphasis on wanting to run the ball for this football team.
Yeah,
and I don't know who the running backs are. Like, I know who the running backs are supposed to be. I don't know who they are. Yeah. So that's
2 of them we haven't seen.
That's a real concern for me.
The real concern is you couple the interior offensive line comments you had earlier with there's a chance that you could get a heavy dose of Dare Ogunbowale at running back as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram and Jake Andrews, the interior offensive line, and because of injury, Dare Ogunbowale at running back.
And on top of that, he could be your most reliable guy. Because at least you know who he is. You talk about this all the time. At least you know who he is and what he is. These other guys, not so much.
Yeah,
he ran it well Saturday. All right, that's Brandon Scott. Make sure you check him out coming up Friday, as he'll be on In the Loop, as he always is each and every Friday, and with us on Wednesdays throughout the Texan seasons. A little 5 o'clock fire coming up. We'll give you the latest on Josh Hader. It's not good. I'll go ahead and warn you, but we'll let you know where he is with his shoulder. Also, we'll get you ready for the Astros, as they got a big game tonight against the Red Sox. And training camp, little walkthrough, but a little news out there as they add to that tight end room we were talking about a little bit earlier. That's coming up next.
Hey, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. You got to breathe well to sleep well.
after I-10 Katy Freeway eastbound Washington Avenue. Some debris still there, just kind of hanging out in that center lane. And still debris as well as a wreck reported along West Sam Houston Tollway northbound at West Road. Partly cloudy, right down 94 degrees on North Houston Sports Radio 610.
Need AC, plumbing, or electrical service? Call John Moore. Our technicians give you a full, honest explanation of the problem and an estimate for the work. Free.
Call John. Get more. 730-2525.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. The quarterbacks of the NFC North this year are under a ton of pressure. It's Super Bowl or bust for Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions. There are now no more excuses for Caleb Williams with the Chicago Bears after the Bears hired Ben Johnson. J.J. McCarthy takes over a loaded roster with the Minnesota Vikings, and Jordan Love just had surgery to repair an injury to a ligament in his left thumb, but Love is still expected to be ready for the start of the season, and that must prove he can win multiple playoff games come January. I'm Zach Gelb.
The HHS Independent Living Services Program helps people in the homes and communities. People who qualify may receive free
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the face that produces the plays, Tyler Milner, in the building. And the latest is, Clint, lot going on with the Astros. They are in a real race. They are tied atop the AL West. They have a huge game against another AL contender tonight at the Daikin. And more bad news here. It appears to be more bad news from Josh Hader. Reported a little over an hour ago, Josh Hader is seeking a second opinion on his left shoulder strain. If you remember yesterday, he was placed on the 15-day IL. That was given to us by manager Joe Espada. Espada declined any further comments on the situation in order to, quote, give Josh his space as he is seeking a second opinion. But there is no word on what the first opinion was. This is going to take a little bit longer than the 2 weeks, Joe Espada said. All right, Clint, when you hear that on Josh Hader, going to take a little bit more than 2 weeks, this is clearly he is getting a second opinion on this, and they are not making any other comment to, quote-unquote, give Josh his space. Your thoughts when you hear this?
Well, my immediate thoughts, beyond just the concern for the soreness in the shoulder and given this specific report, is it seems like Josh Hader is just the caliber player that has plenty of people that he can reach out to personally and that his team can reach out to personally to get a second opinion, and he's not going to trust the Astros to be involved. He's not going to trust the Astros to give any kind of injury update, to give any kind of soreness update, or any kind of, hey, this is going to be 15 days, or this is going to be 2 weeks, or this. Like, this is a player that has the ability to, given how good he is and how long he's been in the league, has the ability to go, I'll let y'all know what we find out and what route we're going to go. To me, it seems like maybe that's just I want him to be back as quickly as I possibly can because I'm an Astros fan, and I hope that's the case. But to me, it just seems like a really good player that has great representation, that is not going to trust the Astros given the track record. Hell, you don't need to go, but you don't need to go for any further back than this year.
Yeah. I will just say, for me, Clint, it doesn't feel like a good thing. Like it does. Yeah. It doesn't sound. It sounds to me, fellas, the very opposite of what we hoped it would be. Right? Like they've already come out a day later, a day after they put him on the IL. They've already come out and said, "Well, it's going to be longer than the 15 days that we're going to put him on." We said we're going to put him on, and he is already getting a second opinion. Now, as we've talked, fear fellas, I would advise any player to get a second opinion.
Agreed.
That are dealing with the Astros. So hopefully this is something that isn't, all right, man, I heard something that was bad, and I just want to get a second opinion to confirm it. Because with most training stats, that would be my thoughts is, well, he got some bad news, and he just wants to make sure this is confirmed. I've heard a lot of people get things checked out for second opinion. And hopefully this is more of a precaution thing. But Clint, as we've talked about it, they've survived a lot. A lot. And I think you got to give Dana, you got to give Joe, you got to get the players in that clubhouse a ton of credit. Jim Crane, a ton of credit. But this one affects not only the ninth inning, but it affects the eighth, the seventh. This affects a ton. And when you are in a tight race and you're in the playoffs, the bullpen is a huge thing because most of the times it comes down to the bullpen. The leases are shorter on starters, and right now without him, you could honestly say you got one and a push maybe in guys that you trust outside of with Abreu and maybe others that you don't fully trust, and that is a scary thought for the Astros right now, who are in first place, tied with the Mariners, the Red Hot Mariners right now. So that is the latest there with Josh Hader, looking to get a second opinion, and that this thing may take a little longer than the 2 weeks that they thought of. Tonight's game, however, a big one. Game 3 of this series is each team is taking a game in the first two.
Boston.
That's right. The lineup tonight, no Carlos Correa. I'll tell you that right off the bat. No Carlos Correa. Joe Espada said this was a planned. Sucks here. Pena, Sanchez, Altuve. Altuve's playing second base tonight. He's been DHing a lot, but he's playing second tonight. Christian Walker, Caratini is the DH tonight with Diaz behind him. Urias is at third base tonight as Carlos gets the night off. Cam Smith back into the lineup, and then Jacob Melton back again in center field. That's the lineup tonight. But tonight, to me, is about Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez have to be great for you the rest of the way. They've got to be the guys they had been throughout the year where they've been Cy Young candidates, and that has to continue.
Well, you just look at Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier. Those two guys in particular are but likely to not be able to give you 6 or 7. And so you're gonna need a few arms out of the pen every time those guys pitch. Then you've got Jason Alexander dangling out there, who's you're probably gonna need a couple of guys when he pitches. If Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez, if they go out and they they don't give you some length, then that bullpen's gonna be taxed quick and in a hurry. You got Abreu right now as a closer. You got Bennett, Osuzi. You got Caleb Ort. Brian King get shelled last night. Stephen Okert, who looked pretty good last night. I mean, you're limited at anywhere in the pen right now. So you need Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez to handle business the rest of the way.
Yeah, got to, and that starts tonight. But Hunter did pitch really well in his last start. 7 innings in his last start.
I'll take it.
Yeah, in 1 run. Yeah, hell yeah, you'll take it. So that is the latest there with the Astros as they look to win this series tonight. Walker Buehler gets the ball for the Red Sox. Has struggled a bit this year, but a talented young right-hander.
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
5 o'clock fire.
I'd say his ass has been ridiculous since he has come to Houston. He is playing and swinging the bat well and making plays in the field. All right, Clint. Today, the Texans had a walkthrough at NRG as they are preparing for their next preseason game at home against the Panthers coming up on Saturday. And I think a couple of big things that happened in this. Ahead of it, they signed a new tight end. Obviously, with the Brevin Jordan injury, him being out for the year, we figured they would sign a new tight end. They've elected to sign Trey McKitty. He is a veteran tight end, previously played for the Chargers, Bills, and Browns. He's got 16 career catches and 117 yards.
Rock and roll,
Thank you, Mark. It is clear to me, Clint, that they decided we're going to get depth, and maybe they make another move after we get to cuts. There may be some tough decisions teams had to make at the tight end position, but right now it appears it's just more depth before they feel like they need to do something bigger.
Look, I think it's an emergency tight end. Obviously, Irv Smith is in street clothes. You got an issue there. Brevin Jordan's done for the year. The Luke Lachey kid is clearly a developmental draft pick. He's not ready. You don't want in any shape or form to rely on him and depend on him this year. He's a future play. And so it's going to be a heavy load, obviously, for Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz. And then the question is, Do you have somebody that in a month's worth of work here, you can come in and as a veteran, whatever their strengths and weaknesses are, we can figure out what they are. We can play to the strengths, and in a pinch, in a tough spot, can those guys get in there and help us in the run game? Can they get in there and be serviceable in the pass game? And I think this is one of those moves. You're talking about a veteran that is as developed as he's going to be. You're talking about a veteran that's been through and learned and executed, albeit not a large sample size, has executed several different offenses. And that's kind of what you need right now. Is you need that depth. That if you hope you don't need it, but if you do need it, you at least got somebody that's not going to be overwhelmed and somebody that is physically ready to get in there and chew up a few snaps if need be. I think that's what kind of move this is.
Yeah, I don't think Irv Smith is kind of worried about his spot in this situation. I think this is a spot that jumps over Irv. Also, at practice today, Clint, Texans offensive lineman Titus Howard returned back to practice. He did not practice yesterday. He returned, and he returned playing right tackle, Clint. He returned at right tackle. Ursery played on the left side with Ed Ingram, and it's starting to be more Ed Ingram than Juice Scruggs, by the way, when they have moved Titus to the right side. But Titus Howard, Ed Ingram on the right side, Jake Andrews in the middle, Laken Tomlinson and Ursery, and Clint. I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, if this Cam Robinson injury is not a serious injury and we haven't had any indication that it is, I'm thinking why wouldn't you just play Titus at the right guard spot, the spot that you're preparing for him to play and the spot that he is going to play and have to be ready for the Rams and the rest of the regular season, and maybe Ursery on the right side where he is going to play, instead of in games heading into the season moving two guys who you don't plan to play the positions they're going to play as they're trying to get work. I don't know. I mean, really, Ursery and Howard probably, if they're going to be right guard, right tackle, could use all the reps together, especially live bullets ones that they can get. If you're not giving to having Titus Howard as one of your tackles and Ursery on the left side.
Well, I guess we'll see tomorrow. I think the Cam Robinson injury may clear some of this stuff up, and this may have just been a peek behind the curtain. If anything happens to Cam Robinson at left tackle and Ursery at right tackle, then this is the route they would take to adjust. And then Titus Howard is the versatile piece that can slide back and forth, at least, has shown the ability to. So I think we'll find out more tomorrow at the joint practice of what Cam can actually do. And if he's not participating, you got to wonder, is that injury a little worse than maybe first reported? Are they concerned about that? And they're so concerned about it that Titus Howard is going to get significant run at tackle, right? So that's one thing to watch for tomorrow. That's for dang sure.
Yeah. All right. So that's the latest there as they get ready, but that is a big thing to watch. What is that offensive line going to look like, and what are they thinking inside the building?
5 o'clock fire.
Speaking about inside the building, this is popped this to be maybe the number one story in football during training camps right now, and that is Cleveland Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders he was set down at practice. He injured his oblique during warm-ups, Clint, and he's set down, and not just practice, it was a joint practice with the Eagles where he was going to have a chance to get reps. And this was our preseason game, these matchups and these joint practices, and so it was a last-minute scrap due to injury in warm-ups. MRI is going to be done and determine where things are with him and his oblique. But this is a terrible, terrible time for this to come up, because he was really, really getting opportunities to really give himself a chance to at least make the team, at the very least.
Yeah, look, I think the report was Kenny Pickett isn't quite ready yet, and Dylan Gabriel was still kind of being managed. I think it's a shoulder maybe. Flacco, I believe, as they said, is set to take a big chunk of the reps.
Yeah, somebody had a hamstring. Maybe it was.
Maybe that's Dylan. I don't know, but the point was the report I saw was that Flacco, to your point yesterday, is looks like at least being treated as a starter. Was going to get a ton of reps anyway, but you got to look. You got to, with Flacco being the guy that's going to get a ton of reps in a game like this is the first half. So the second half of a ball game would be there for the taking, and Shedeur Sanders, you would think would be in line given the injuries to the other guys to get those reps. So it's unfortunate for him, man. It seems like everything's moving in the right direction for him.
Yeah, and hopefully for him, it's not a serious thing.
He'll have an MRI.
Yeah.
Left the field with a cool story coming out of that deal. Left the field with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts said that he had reached out to him and wanted to chat, so he put him on a damn cart and drove him to the training room himself, and they had a good conversation. So it's a cool little story coming out of it on the backside of it, but unfortunate that this preseason may be cut a little short here.
Yeah, maybe. Hopefully for him, not a huge time that he'll be.
Them obliques keep the Astros out for about 2 months.
Well, I mean, and a quarterback twisting, throwing,
no question.
Right, like that's not the injury you want from that position. Let alone what happens if you get hit.
Must have been out there doing one of them silly-ass Dak dances or something.
Dak look like he gonna hurt his oblique every time he does that. Every time he does those twists with his waist twist and stuff. All right, OC Nick Caley, he spoke today and gave some thoughts about something we learned about him moving the rest of the way this season from Saturday's game. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, all y'all out there know, man, Low T Center, Synergenics, man, they've been changing the lives of all of us men across the country for a decade now. Testosterone replacement therapy has helped many of us get our energy back, get our confidence back.
guaranteed for life. Your favorite Houston sports station. For the first time, the National Association of Broadcasters selected Sports Radio 610 as one of 5 nominees for Sports Station of the Year. And we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for listening. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for making us not just Houston sports leader, but one of the best stations in all of the country. Houston's Marconi-nominated sports leader is Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we had a good time today. Good time.
It ain't over.
You're damn right it ain't. I'm just saying we've had a good time thus far today.
That damn button working, Andy. I'm just joking, Andy. I missed it.
Hey, man, don't do that. Andy's ass will fly in here.
Andy's on it, baby. Andy's on them ones and twos, man. Don't worry about it, Andy. I didn't hit the button. I just blamed it on you because I wanted to mention your name because I love you, man.
There you go, Andy and his beautiful wife out there hanging out and enjoying themselves.
Yeah, girl.
Andy's wife cracks me up. Are they here? I don't know.
I mean, you brought his wife up like you just saw her walk by the door.
No, I didn't see her, but she's been at some of our remotes.
Yeah, we met her a time or two. Yeah. I just didn't know. I didn't know you and Andy were like that. I didn't know you. I mean, you and Andy were on randomly bring the wife up.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, she's fun.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, you went up here when she saw Mickey Mouse.
Yes, I was. I missed Mickey Mouse. She let us know too.
Yes, I was.
I damn sure was. Mickey. I tried to get in with Mickey for my little girls, and then Mickey bull job 10 minutes and bounced.
Yeah, that's what Mickey does. That's what Mickey does. All right, Nick Caley, the OC, who I think right now I would say is in a positive place after his first game, especially that first drive. I'd say even the first couple of drives, you felt really, really good about what he did and how he called the game for the first time. He spoke to the media, and this year we will hear from him every Wednesday. But he spoke about something that we noticed, Clinton. One of the first things I noticed right off the bat was, he's an upstairs in booth OC, as opposed to being on the field calling plays. By the way, real quick, because he is going to give you his thought process about, why he wants to go there and wants to be in the booth rather than being on the field. And I'll let you hear what he had to say first. But for you as a quarterback, what did you prefer? Did you prefer to see you're calling plays on the field with you, or being able to be upstairs seeing everything and you talk to on the phone?
Well, I had Joe Ferguson in college, who played 19 years in the league and was a mild-mannered, even-keeled dude that knew how to push my buttons the right direction in Arkansas. And then when I was in Dallas, Wade Wilson was the guy. So the little bit of run that I got preseason and regular season over my time there, Wade Wilson was the quarterback coach the whole time. And so I had two guys that knew how important it was to look you in the eye and keep you even keel and go over situational football before it happened. You'd come off the field and whatever play just happened, hey, Clint, what'd you see? No, that ain't what you saw. I mean, you may think you saw that, but that's not what happened. The safety ended up flipping his hips and rolling back to the middle of the field, or whatever. I had great eyes on the sideline. Now, my play caller, the head coach, was also on the sideline. I would have preferred, I love Houston Nutt, but I would have preferred for my play caller to be in the booth, and then that way the dialogue is not, I called this play, don't change it, what are you doing, where are we going? That eliminates that. It eliminates that face-to-face with the play caller that I think probably slowed us down a few times.
Yeah.
But it all depends on, Ron, the the other people on the sideline. Nick Caley can probably do it from upstairs or on the field, either way it goes. But with Gerard Johnson on the sideline, I would think the advantage is Nick Gerard handle the on-field sideline stuff with CJ.
Yeah. Here was Nick Caserio speaking on
Caley.
Or Nick Caserio. Well, I'm going to do that several times this year. Nick Caley speaking on the difference between the booth and the sideline and why he prefers the booth.
Yeah, a couple different things. I think in the booth, it's there's a little bit more peace and serenity. I get to lay out some stuff. I got some room to write, some things down, and obviously I get a bird's eye view. We have great, communication on the headsets. I thought that went well with the staff, so I have all the faith in the world of everybody that's on the headset. When you talk about what's the advantage of being down, I've been down, basically the vast majority of my career in the National Football League. So seeing it from that perspective is, I would say that's what I've, most recently been used to. But you also get to engage and see guys and look them in the eyes and get an opportunity to reset things and talk and communicate and get that, one-on-one communication with them. So I think there are two different perspectives. Both, are good. So we're going to see how it goes, and this is the time to do it.
Clint, almost listening to that, it seems like this was a game plan or decision made. Like, I don't know that it don't seem like it was necessarily like, oh, Nick decided, you know what, I want to be upstairs. It feels like there may have been a game plan.
I think he's going to be down this week. I think he was up last week and down this week, and they're kind of trying to play it and figure out where he wants to be. This is one of those deals. He's never been a play caller. He's always been a position coach. So, yeah, you need to be down there and your tight ends and looking them in the eye, making sure they're healthy, making sure they can go, making sure in the right frame of mind. This is a different approach for Nick Caley, and I would think Nick Caley would want to be in the booth when it's all said and done, given the luxuries that he have. I was talking about my experience earlier. There was Joe Ferguson, my quarterback coach in college, when I did the majority of my playing, at least playing well. There were times when he was up and down. I did experience.
He didn't just stay.
I did experience both. Yes, he would go up and down, and it was easy for me, even with that being the scenario, because I could go over to the headset, put the headset on. Now he couldn't look in my eyes, which was a better part of him being down there. But I've experienced it both. I prefer whoever my calming presence is, whoever my guy is. Which
you want him to be there?
Yes, I want that guy.
Doesn't it feel like that's Gerard?
It feels like it is. Yes, it feels like it's
you said that earlier. It feels like this is where, and we've heard like this will be more of a team thing than with Bobby. This feels like a part of that where there's a comfort with Gerard Johnson that CJ has, that they're comfortable with him being down there with him.
You would think so. I mean, CJ's talked about having more control in the line of scrimmage. We've heard Gerard Johnson, maybe CJ talk about Gerard Johnson and Gerard having a little bit. I think. A little bit more of a voice offensively with what's going on. If all of those things are aligning and still, coming to fruition, then I would think that would be to get down there. Former quarterback, knows CJ longer than anybody in the building, has been through ups, downs, everything with CJ as a pro. I would think that relationship would be best served from a football perspective on the sideline together, flushing things out, talking about situational football, and at any point in time, you can go to the headset and talk to the OC.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue here as it's Tyler. We need you, Tyler. It's all right, man. That game last night, that probably took you smooth out with the Astros. We got to get back in the green. It's the hump day, his favorite day. We'll get back in the green. We'll do T-Mill's best bets coming up, and that Ariante Ursery, he's making some moves. Nick Caley spoke about him as well, and I think Clint maybe a little bit changing his thoughts on something with Ursery. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages, they're gonna happen around this time of year and around these parts of Texas. Look,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, baby, and they're fire rock and roll, right? They got a couple of the best coaches on the staff joining them tonight. Stay tuned. We had a conversation with Rod Wright last year. He's a good dude. Former Texas defensive tackle. I think he went to the Hall or something this year. I think I read earlier this year. He'll join the show. Danny Barrett, who has been here through multiple staffs, he'll join the show as well. So stay tuned for the fellas there, Texans All Access.
You can miss me with this freaking nonsense of, quarterback shouldn't be whatever.
They bring the heat, baby. 6 p.m.
Turks and Caicos. All right, yeah.
You about to be on that beach, bro.
Yeah, they bring
because it happens all the time.
Wish I was going with you.
Because Tyler threw that bait out there, and I damn near dove and jumped. But no, they're fiery, they're great, and they are their breakdowns are great, especially with John Harris and obviously Vandy has been here and seen it all here with the Texans. So they're coming up at 6:00. Stay tuned for that. Area 45. Is Patrick Creighton back, or did I see Chris Pardee again?
I'm not sure. I know he was out again last night, man. Prayers up for our guy PC.
Yeah. What's PC got going on? He all right? Oh, HIPAA. Don't.
He's just fighting it. He's just fighting it. A little sickness the last week or so.
Yeah, I think Chris Pardee is in. Hear me, Chris? Won't you run to the window and wave? I just want to make sure I get this right. I think I may have saw Chris Pardee. I know Sean Bijani, Chris Santiago, they're holding it down. But Area 45 coming up tonight, this crucial game for the Astros against the Red Sox here tonight. They'll have the post-game show for that as well, and much, much more coming up. And then here in just a bit, T-Mill's Best Bets. So stay tuned for that. He is going to get this week turned around right here on the Hump Day. And really is he's not. Well, last night was a little worse, but first day wasn't too far off. But stay tuned for that coming up here in moments. All right, Clint. Nick Caserio said a lot today, but he also spoke about Ariante Ursary.
Kaylee. It's all right, man. We're here for you, bub. We're here for you. Hey.
You ain't Turks yet, bro.
You got Caicos on your mind, man. You're all right.
And I feel like I led you to calling him Bobby earlier.
Yeah.
I think I kicked that off.
See how slick he is. Just let everybody know I made a mistake too.
I think I'm taking it as a leader here. I'm taking it there. That wasn't your fault. That was on you, but you did call him Bobby. But that was on you. Nick Cayley. Damn it, Nick Cayley spoke about They got all these damn Nicks and Jalen's around here. Stop it. 8 Jalen's and 7 Nicks.
It's easy to mix them
all
up.
All right,
now.
this is me going off as I'm being.
Hold on, Joe.
Says Cayley right there in front of my face. Here's Nick Cayley on Ariante Ursary. We'll mess that one up.
Yeah, I think he competed. I thought he was tough. He anchored. He played hard. He finished, and we just need to continue to see that, and continuing to play, with good fundamentals and technique consistently. Especially when you get tired, you're building. You're starting to try to get calloused in these parts of training camp where you're, building stamina as you go, not just physically, but competitive stamina mentally. And I think he's done a good job of that. I mean, he loves football and he works. So we just got to keep going at that trajectory and keep pushing him. And he wants to be coached. And again, Cole and Zach do a really good job with those guys.
Right there's Nick Cayley talking about his right now standout tackle, right or left.
Big ass.
Yeah, standout tackle, right or left in Ariante Ursary. And like I said on the other side, Clint, just listening to you the couple of times we've talked, about O-line play and the potential of it, it feels like you're at least coming around a little bit more than you were the other day on that they may be taking it serious about him staying over there on that left side.
Yeah, look, I think with Cam Robinson injured, I think they're definitely taking it serious. And now the thing is, are they taking it serious and may have to take that route opening weekend, or are they taking it serious and going, hey, fellas, if there ever is an injury in the regular season, this is the route we're going to take, so we might as well get work now. I would prefer Cam Robinson be healthy and they throw their best five out there and can't prefer that, but it's hard to put to put a finger on exactly what it is that they're doing, because it's not just a fly-by-night decision of, let's just get Titus Howard's a week's worth of work at tackle. I mean, I think there's a reason for it. Is it because the pressure was just too much, and they realized that, boy, if we can't block Will and Daniil off the edge any better than this right here. Now those guys are great, and they're going to give everybody fits, but damn, these guys are just collapsing us at will. If we can't do any better than that, then we've got to make a change at tackle. Yeah. The reason behind why we're seeing what we're seeing at the tackle position is the unknown. So for me, it's difficult to put a finger on it. Is it Cam Robinson's injury? Is it the pressure that we saw day in, day out the first 2 weeks of camp? Has Ed Ingram played well enough where they feel comfortable doing it? I don't know. I don't know what that reason is, but I know this: we've got plenty of tackles, and we don't have enough guards. We don't have enough interior forces. So something I got to figure out between now and then.
Yeah, no, but it is clear. They are very, very happy with the progress that Ariante Ursary is making. And it seems like they trust him more and are ready to probably give him a little bit more, too.
Well, I think there's a couple of things at play here with the rookie. I mean, clearly he's massive. He believes in being – I think Miko and Cole Popovich and Nick Caley want this O-line room to be. I think Ariante Ursary embodies that naturally. So you don't have to teach him how to do the things that they like. The best case scenario, and I don't know this for sure, but I'd be willing to bet you that the best case scenario is Ariante Ursary is a guy that plays from jump, plays well, which puts him in a position to take over the O-line room, and the O-line room literally takes on his personality, his standard, his accountability, his effort, his willingness to finish, his physicality. And then the Texans have that for the next 4 years, and then you extend him. That ideally that's what this thing looks like. And I tell you, it's a small sample size, so I know it's an extreme reach, and we're maybe a bit out of pocket. But with Ariante Ursary, when you watch him play, there's going to be shortcomings. Look, when you talk about techniques and mechanics, when you talk about foot speed, there's going to be shortcomings. He's going to need some help in pass protection. But when it comes to leaning on a D lineman, moving mass, staying connected, finishing, even if you're getting beat, even if you get turned sideways, finish. You give the ball carrier, whether it's a running back or a quarterback, the opportunity to win, and he's shown the ability to do that. So I think it's real with Ariante Ursary. I don't know if it's left tackle, right tackle, but I think it's real wherever the hell he's at. Yeah,
he is clearly flown past. And now he's potentially going to Wally Pip Cam Robinson if Cam Robinson doesn't get rid of it. You missed it. Brandon Scott was saying, I don't know if this is Cam Robinson's injured or this is, we're now starting to see both of these guys in those positions, and that's what we feel is better right now. And again, the guy coming up behind us, John Harris, has said it multiple times. That's the best group he has seen up at that position. All right, Tyler, let's hear it. Let's get it turned around tonight, dadgummit.
We need it.
I just had a real Roy Williams.
I like that coming out of you.
Dadgummit, Roy Williams. That's what we used to say, dadgummit. But anyway, let's hear your best. Your best. I was about to say his most famous his famous line where he slipped up and cussed, but then I realized I can't use that word.
It looked like you zoned out like half a second. I was like, whoa.
Him and Bonnie Bernstein. Listen, Bonnie, I appreciate the question that you and that producer in your ear is telling you that you have to ask. But I can tell you right now, I could give it about North Carolina. I got a bunch of kids in that locker room that right on CBS.
Twist it around your head.
I bet that punk ass Jim Nantz thought it was so beneath them when they handed it back to him. I'm sorry. Parting shot to Jim on the way out. But what's your best bets tonight?
Yeah, you led that off the right way. We definitely could use a green night. We were all green last week. Monday through Friday was all green. It was beautiful. So far this week, not so much. But for these 5 bets tonight, we're right back in the saddle for a positive week. So, 5 best bets, here you go. Once again, the Blue Jays, money line, as they play the Cubs tonight. That one hit last night. I got the Blue Jays money line winning this ball game again tonight against the Cubs. Then I got the Orioles, plus 1.5. They are hosting, tied atop the AL West, those Seattle Mariners with your Houston Astros. They are hosting the Mariners. I got the O's plus a 1.5 tonight. Then an under. These teams just aren't very good, people. Rays at A's. Under 9.5 runs at minus 120 odds. Really like that one tonight. And then 2 Astros wagers in this series finale between the Red Sox and Astros tonight over at Daikin. I'm on the money line for your Stros with the Diesel, Hunter Brown on the mound. Astros money line, I got it at minus 140. And then I got a player prop. This is